You can buy her. You can buy her. This one's here. This one's here. This one's here. And this one's here. Everything's for sale. For sale? Dumb cunts. Same dumb questions. Oh, virgins? Listen, all virgins are liars, honey. And I don't know what I'm scared of or what I even enjoy. Darling, get money, but nothing turns out like you want it. And in these plague streets of pity, you can buy anything. For 200, anyone can conceive a god on video. He's a boy, you want a girl, so tear off his cock, tie his hair in bunches, fuck him, call him Rita if you want. I eat and I dress and I wash and I still can say thank you. Puking, shaking, sinking, I still stand for old ladies. Can't shout, can't scream, hurt myself to get paid out. I teach them 24/7, all year long. Purgatory circle, drowning here. Someone will always say yes. Funny place for the social, for the insects to start caring. Just an ambulance at the bottom of a cliff. And in these plague streets of pity, you can buy anything for 200. Anyone can conceive a god on video. He's a boy, you want a girl, so tear off his cock, tie his hair in bunches, fuck him, call him Rita if you want. If you want. I eat and I dress and I wash and I can still say thank you. Puking, shaking, sinking, I still stand for old ladies. Can't shout, can't scream, I hurt myself to get paid out. Power produces desire, the weak have none. There's no lust in this coma, even for a 50. Solitude, solitude, the 11th commandment. The only certain thing that is left about me. There's no part of my body that has not been used. Pity or pain, show displeasure and shame. Everyone I've loved or hated always seems to leave. And in these plague streets of pity, you can buy anything. For 200, anyone can conceive a god on video. He's a boy, you want a girl, so tear off his cock, tie his hair in bunches, fuck him, call him Rita if you want. If you want. If you want.
Hello. Oh, crap. Jenna, I haven't even put you on the screen. There we go. So, we're being extremely professional tonight. Hello, welcome to Friday. Welcome to the Shitegeist. You got me, you got R2, you got
Hello.
Jen, and we are here to basically take the living smeg out of life, the universe, and everything. R2D2, how do you do?
I'm okay. Thank you very much for having me. I decided to wear the Don't Panic hat in honor of show number 42. 42.
It
Obviously,
is number 42.
it's the answer to life, the universe, and everything. The great question. So hopefully we will be able to answer that at some point this evening.
Indeed, indeed. I think the answer is probably to stroke Rita Panahi's hair.
No, I'm sure that's some kind of
Sorry, we've had certain people have a go at us for being a little bit like that, so I thought I'd, steer into the
Well,
skid.
earlier on, I was watching somebody talking about apparently the government have introduced this thing called SHPOs. Um,
What?
they're called SHPOs, which stands for Sexual Harm Prevention Orders. So this is a new thing.
So castrations then?
This is a new thing that the government have invented to try and get out of deporting people who are likely to cause sexual disorder. They're gonna, I don't know. It's like the modern ASBO.
Unfortunately, you know that the people who actually exhibit those behaviours won't have it done to them
That's right. That's right. They won't care. In fact,
because that would be racist.
with people like Jess Phillips in the government, they're basically going to put these on every single man in the country. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Well, that's one of those things where I want to be a troll and be like, so Jess Phillips, who do you support? Lindsay Clancy or
Oh, yeah, she
Oh
would.
gosh, we
Yeah,
could
she
get
would.
into this.
Absolutely would.
Anyway, yeah, Jen. Sorry, I thought you were dealing with stuff.
I
It is of
was.
course your turn.
I was. My brother came into the room and he had an appointment, so he came home really exhausted. And I promised to get him pop, and I'm like, well, I just started a stream, so you're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait until the stream's over before I can get you pop. I thought he was gonna order it because I was trying to tell him like somebody with a car can carry more than what I can carry. But he didn't buy that shit, so I'll have to go out later. But yeah, the Clancy thing. It's just like every other person is talking about it, and like I clicked on a few just to see if there was any actual updates on the real case instead of just people's opinions and what they think happened. And I think they're all a bunch of stupid harpies. I feel really bad for the father. Like
Yeah.
honestly, feel absolutely terrible for and especially because these people are doing.
Regardless of the sex of the person, I would feel bad for anyone who's lost their kids like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes it worse. Like he's already going through the grief of something that tragic, but at the same time he's got these absolute harpies who are just man-hating wenches, and I'm just like, stay away from children, stay away from like just there's so much fatigue for all of this stuff. Like the need to be
Yeah.
vile, the absolute need to be vile.
Yeah, I mean, what's really attacked me over all of this is the amount of people who've come out and said, like oh, we're in support of Lindsay Clancy and like she was the victim. Like no, she fucking unalived her fucking kids. Fuck off.
It's all the gaslighting with the mental side, and I'm like, okay,
Yes.
listen, we all know enough about historical crime to know that yeah, there are crazy people. That wasn't an excuse to murder. That's why they all went to jail. Every single one of those crazy fuckers who went out and was like, I'm having a bad day, or my life was bad because my parents were fuckers, or whatever nonsense. That wasn't an excuse to go and do that. And so I'm sorry. I can agree that there are parts of the mental institute and how we deal with it that I don't agree with. It's not an excuse.
Yeah. Like I
So
was saying last night,
I think what you're saying is letting Charles Manson out because his mum called him a faggot when he was little would not be a good idea.
No.
well, obviously, yeah. There's every crime is a mental health issue. When you sort of come right down to it, you can say that every crime. Oh, that person must have been crazy to commit that crime. And in which case, there's no point in having prisons anymore. You just in fact, what they should do is rename prisons and call them, secure mental health.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have those. They were called asylums.
Yeah.
Yes.
Make asylums
asylums
great again.
Great again, yeah. Yeah.
And I say that unironically.
Yeah, because yeah, like I said, somebody, this person murdered someone. Well, they're obviously not a criminal. They must be mentally unwell, or they, you know,
Yeah.
we're just uh, screwing around with definitions here, and it's not protecting the public. You're not protecting the public by
Well,
saying that every criminal is a mental health person.
it it's the denial of reality
We,
too.
we we have our good buddy Byron in chat. Hello, dude. Thank you very much for coming. You're at work and you have a spare eye to watch a YouTube stream. Awesome. I want your job.
It's the pure denial over the case too, because like Lindsay, at every step of the way where she was offered help, she turned it down and said no.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, so you can sit there and be like, oh, the mental health is terrible, or she had it, or the system failed her. The system can't help you if you don't accept the help, or if you don't give it a chance to give you the help. And she had help from her husband. She had help from her own parents,
Hmm.
his parents. She
Didn't
had a
she?
nanny.
Didn't she
She,
even have? Oh, yeah. You just said it. I was going
she
to
had
say,
a
didn't
nanny.
she
She had
even
a
have a nanny?
daycare and a daycare. You know, every step of the way she had help. And I'm sorry, at the end of the day, she made her own choices. Like you can't be like, oh well, she's just insane every time she makes choices. Well, then you're saying that women have no accountability. No.
But Byron doesn't have an eye free. He just has an ear free. Absolute legend.
Years.
Absolute legend.
But I gotta confess, I've been on the side of a lot of MRRA men because of the way the child care system has worked. Because yes, there's the odd mom where they probably are a decent mom. The amount of times I saw it on the side of the fathers where I was like, no, you're doing something really bad to those kids doing what you're doing to him. It is. I actually do have a belief that it's caused damages to us over the last 15 to 20 years. And I did grow up with kids who went through divorces, and it's like a hit and miss on how they turned out. Some of them are okay, and most of them are messed up. It really depends on how the divorce went.
Yeah, I feel as if the society in Western countries anyway has bent over backwards many many times to give women all the rights they have asked for and more, and they still seem or they still seem to
Well,
feel like they're
I
lacking.
mean,
They still seem to feel like they're lacking some rights, and I think a lot of men are sort of like, well, what else
well,
can we
the
give?
thing is, rights should be rights. There shouldn't
They
be
should, yeah, they should
women's
be
rights and
universal.
men's rights.
Yeah,
Rights
they
should
should
be
be universal.
rights.
I,
Yeah.
I'd agree. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are rights for, I guess you have to provide rights for certain things that women go through that men don't go through, like pregnancy and, stuff like that. Obviously, men don't need rights for a pregnancy,
It,
Well,
it's just
if a woman is going through pregnancy, then any normal, sane man will defend her with his life, even if he doesn't fucking know her.
well, correct, yes. And yeah,
well,
and the crazies will come out and say, "Oh well, some men need rights for a pregnancy as well because some men can get pregnant," and you'll be like, "No, no, 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 no."
Well,
but
they can't.
Yeah.
I think what this was is just a bunch of narcissists telling the world what it is that they wanted. Because when I think about everywhere that they've gone, and they're like, "Oh, well, you're invading my rights and stuff,"
Yeah.
it's when they're not in control of everything, and I I'm sorry, but I don't need to be in control of everything to know that I have my rights being upheld.
Hmm.
You know, I
Well, we have just started the show by
oh,
standing up for biological women. So we're probably about to be cancelled.
Oh God.
YouTube, it was nice knowing you.
Yeah.
well,
Okay, carry on.
Well, I
But
don't
then,
want to sound emotional about it because, like, I'm a little bit hyped up because of the Nepal flood too. Like, I'm actually a little bit more concerned about that than I am about the Lindsay Clancy thing. I
Wait,
think a lot
nipple
of
flood?
Naples, the one
Oh,
between China and India,
okay. So,
Nepal.
sorry,
Nepal.
we were talking
Sorry, I
about
keep hearing
pregnancy,
it
and then
pronounced
like I
differently
was
lately, and
thinking
I'm
about
just like, I
milk.
don't know anymore. When you've heard it
Naples
pronounced
is
like 5 different ways, you're like, am I wrong? I don't know.
Nepal.
Naples is a city in Italy, which is pronounced Napoli,
Yeah,
and you know
I
Nepal
think we're
is
talking about Nepal.
yeah
Yeah, it's the
Nepal
one
is
between China and India. Because, like,
yeah.
everywhere I'm seeing is they're focusing on the Indian side, which it was bad, but it actually started in the China side of the border. So it's a way bigger thing than Lindsay Clancy. But I was a
Yeah,
little bit emotional from watching some of those, and then watching these. I just it's the women who were abusing their kids to be like, I show support to this serial killer bitch. That I'm like,
Hmm.
I that's why I'm part of the a little bit more pro MRA. Like, I'm actually pro child rights. It's not even male or female rights at this point. It's actually child rights
yeah.
because
Yeah,
what we're violating are child
a few
rights.
years ago, a group in this country called Fathers for Justice were really big,
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
and they literally dressed as superheroes and scaled the Houses of Parliament.
Yes, there was a Spider-Man Fathers
Yeah.
for Justice guy. I remember him. And there were some Fathers for Justice guys turned up in Parliament one time, and like they did this sort of throwing orange powder thing before Just for Oil did it, if I remember rightly. But did Fathers for Justice not do that in
Hmm.
the House of Commons one time? Uh,
E-
someone might need to fact check me on that, but I feel as if I remember them
yeah,
doing that.
I think I remember that. Yeah. Yeah,
So
they were some fucking decent dudes.
and they were treated unjustly by the family court system and stuff, and they've been trying to draw attention to it ever since. So thankfully, I've never had to try and deal with like family courts or anything. So I don't have first-hand knowledge of how men are getting screwed over, but apparently men are being screwed over.
Mm.
I think it's because I'm grateful a little bit to be my age because I remember enough of being a child with friends in the 80s to kind of remember what their life was like with that. And I don't remember this hyped up thing where the moms were deliberately turning the kids against dad. Like,
Mhm.
unless dad was actually physically abusive, which, yeah, if she's covered in bruises, he was
Yeah.
physically abusive. Like, you could
Oh,
tell.
totally justified. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
But, like, if it was just a normal, like, yeah, you know what, we just don't love each other, we're not interested in sleeping in the same bed together, divorce, like, which was most of them, they weren't turning each other against each other. Like, most of the kids that I know who have issues with one or other parent, it's their own judgment on them. It's not because of like one mom or a dad pitting against each other. It wasn't until like the mid 2000s to that I really started seeing our generation do that. Like,
Mm.
kids my age in their like mid 20s, and maybe a little bit my brother's age because he's 3 years older than me, so maybe more his generation, kind of peddling that shit. And I'm just like, your parents didn't teach you that. Like, unless your dad was like that, or mom was like that, like, narcissistic parenting can be on either side of the pole. Neither of
I
those
mean,
parents, like,
my parents split up when I was a kid, but I was quite lucky because they were both sane, and they sorted that shit out between themselves. It's like, okay, well, he goes to school there, so he's going to stay with you, but he's my kid as well, so he's going to come and stay at my place at weekends. Uh, it, I mean, it wasn't rocket surgery.
it's because I have so much perspective and different, like, views of how the outcome is, and and where it's gone nowadays, that like, yeah, I became more men's rights than women's rights. That's not to say that I can't be pro odd female story. Like my friend who passed, like the way the court system worked with her, like they were going after her because of her blindness. You know, they were a little bit unfair with her on that regard, because she should have had more help. Like we pay taxes for people who are disabled, so like give her help. She's a good mom. And her ex, yeah, he was more than just a bit of a narcissist, because he was happy to use her as free babysitting, but Lord forbid she has the kid over for a sleepover. So like there's, you know, like there's individual, like that's the thing with individual stories. Like I can have compassion for individual stories, but when I see so many more on the male side, and then I look into who the female is, and she doesn't give a shit about her kids. She gives a shit about her own life, and who she's dating, and whoever her dating's life, and sometimes they're into drugs, or they're abusive, or they're narcissistic, and they just hate men, and I'm like, you are unhealthy for your kid.
Yeah.
Um,
I was in a band in the 90s where we weren't famous or anything. But I was in a band where, yeah, one of the members of the band, he had split up from his wife, and they had a kid, and yeah, she got custody and all of that, even though she was a horrible drunk, you know, insufficient mother. And the guy that was in the band with me was a perfectly nice guy, you know. But yeah, I guess that's the closest I've had to any kind of experience
anyways,
of the
Yeah, no,
family
okay,
court.
no, Noise is actually trying. He's not let us down at all. He's even shown up in chat when he hasn't got any internet. Absolute legend. Absolute
Uh,
legend.
Hey, nice, well played, sir. How you doing?
I haven't said anything yet. It's lingering in my brain.
So
But yeah,
we're kind of operating on a skeleton crew tonight, and that's absolutely fine.
Oh, it's
for the
nothing. Yeah, we prefer to have Sardock and people here. Yeah.
for the record, agreeing with some opinions with men's rights doesn't mean that I'm into women hating, or like I agree with men on every position.
Yeah.
Like sometimes there's things that guys say where I'm like, that's actually not true or nonsensical, because like if it's talking about the female body, like
Yeah,
yeah,
funnily
I
enough,
remember those. I remember those in anatomy classes. Sorry. I mean,
Women hate doesn't make any sense. Literally every person's mother was a woman.
that's basically where I'm at. I'm like,
So hating women is bullshit.
and as it
Nobody
turns
actually
out,
hates women.
as it turns out, just disagreeing with a woman doesn't make you a misogynist.
I
It
actually
just doesn't.
the one thing that there's a lot of things on my list, but one of the ones that really pissed me off was mansplaining. I was like, they're not mansplaining you. They're trying to figure out where you're at in terms of your where the topic. You know, like say I'm gonna make something up like Star Wars. Okay, I remember Star Wars as a child. I remember the first 3 movies. I know those better than the other ones, because once I saw what they were doing with it, I was like, maybe I'll tiptoe out of that one. But all the same, you know, if I got into a conversation with a guy who was really into Star Wars, I don't think he's mansplaining me, because he's talking about what he knows about Star Wars. You know, that's not mansplaining. That's him figuring out, well, where are we on the same level of our knowledge on Star Wars? Maybe he knows something I don't. Because there's so many books on Star Wars from different authors. I'll absolutely tell you I don't know all the stories.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you're
it's not
absolutely right.
mansplaining. And in all honesty, if I got mansplaining from anybody, it was women.
Right, okay, so obviously we've been having to rebuild the studio in here. And nothing's finished yet, but we went live anyway because we're a bunch of great aunts. This
In fact,
is...
what's missing? Is there anything missing? I don't see anything missing right now. I think
There's lots missing.
Is there what? I think,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. There's lots missing. I'm just using my mouth to cover it.
Oh,
Oh,
oh
But
my.
but one thing that I've managed to clip, it's you know, at some point it will be the greatest thing ever. But I've not tidied it up properly yet or anything. But here we go.
Hi, I'm an enormous slut.
So that's literally from the first episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
and here we are talking about misogyny. And that's Sarah Michelle Gellar being misogynist to herself.
Yeah. Right, that deserves a second go.
Hi, I'm an enormous slut.
The delivery is very good on that. So that is a good line read right there. You gotta like that.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We lost our entire studio, and I've been building it back up, and we've got half of our cast here.
Yee. Yeah, everyone took a night off.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I
They might be watching anyway. So if you guys are watching, hi Sardock, hi Hugo.
yeah, Hugo's not here because he's got a birthday to contend with. If it's yours, happy birthday, sir. And if it's not, happy birthday to whoever you're with.
Yes.
We've
Sardock
already
did
we've
trivia
already
and-
seen why Noise isn't here.
Yes.
Hope your internet gets better, mate. And Sardock said he's absolutely fucking cream crackers, and that's cool. You know,
Yes.
Grim crackered.
we need two. We need two people for a show, and we've got three. So we're absolutely cracking on with it.
Sardog
Are we
just
not?
keeps Sardog just keeps hitting that gym slightly too hard. I don't know. You're pushing yourself too hard, Sardog. Right, come back. Just relax.
It's okay to be a lurker sometimes too. But we just miss you. That's all. But I gotta say though, Rhoda,
Yeah, he doesn't need to work so hard. Like I mean, I know him in real life. Like I know what he actually looks like, and if I looked like him, then I wouldn't be very fucking worried. Like I'm not into dudes, but if I was, then yeah.
I'm also imagining what you would write if you were to make like a commercial for biscuits or something. Are you cream crackered?
Fuck yeah. Gosh.
I actually think that the commercials should do that more. Like I part of the reason I hate most commercials is because they drag out like a pointless topic. Like, yeah, you want to sell a car. Okay, I get it. When they were funny, like when they made them entertaining, I was like, okay, now you've given me something to watch. Like I get it's still about a car, but at least this is funny as shit.
Yes. Well, I mean, then they start trying to get arty as well, and you get that Jaguar commercial with all
Yeah.
the
Weird
with all
shit.
the
You're like,
people with pom poms on their ankles and stuff. And what is going on? What is this? Is that a man or a woman? Okay, yes, maybe either, both. And then they try to sell you a car that looks like a Barbie toy. Like, what the fuck is that?
like, if it was me, I would make a pun based off of the zombie apocalypse. Because most of the cars nowadays are like, oh, we're really quiet. You could creep up on a deer. You couldn't creep on up on a deer. They can still hear that shit. But I mean, I would make a play off of the zombie apocalypse. Be like, hire the South Koreans. Be like, can this car creep up on your zombies in your zombie apocalypse? And if the answer is no, it's not quiet enough.
We need that. Here is a zombie catcher attachment for the front of your car that will push all the zombies out of the way. He says we need
Show
more
needs more
classy.
classy. Okie
Yeah.
dokie. Well,
Um,
I don't think we can do any classy, but we can get some classy pussy.
Well, see, if it was in the UK and I were going to do this car commercial, I would pick one that was meant to roll a wheel of cheese down a hill. Like if it could do that effectively and keep up with the cheese, I'm like, that's kind of clever, and I don't know how that happened.
that would work, yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's do some actual content because we've just been sat here chatting for over an hour and a half. That's awesome. And now I pressed the wrong button. That's
It's
great.
actually been a bit since I've seen Rita.
I
like your blazers, ma'am.
I'm pretty good at pressing the wrong button.
Yes.
Me too.
An angel in white this time. Nice. Able to- Oh, hey, it's
God.
GG in the chat. Hi, G. How you doing? All the G's.
Hi, G.
We
I think
have
you
many
overshot a little
J's.
there. I think you overshot a little there. And Zalosi. Hi, Zalosi. How you doing, sir?
And we
Lucy.
have Zalosi. Right, so I just I came really close to actually starting the show then, and then I pressed the wrong button because I'm very stupid.
All right, Kronk. Pull the other lever. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I left the fucking handbrake on. What the fuck? I mean, okay. You could kind of keep talking until I cut you off, yeah?
Well, I'm going to say, have you got an undo button? I've started. Yeah, I can. Let's see. Points of interest. We can go.
I don't know. People are pretty much like it's basically Lindsay. I don't want to do that again. We did that. I have watched more of the nipple just because I wanted to see how far that thing actually went. Because when
you watched the nipple?
Yeah, it's about the flood.
We've also got in the UK in the last couple of days a town in the north of England has erupted into gang violence out of nowhere because some idiots drove a Volkswagen Passat into a police car on the wrong side of the road. Well, they were on the wrong side of the road. The police car was on the right side of the road. 7 people died. Not good.
That's actually really bad. I didn't know that too.
It is really bad. It's a town called Middlesbrough in the northeast of the UK of England, and yeah, apparently it's crashed.
Last place Paul Gascoigne played before he stopped being relevant.
Is that right? He played for Rangers as well for a while. Glasgow Rangers.
Yeah. When he was some with Rangers, he came to Middlesbrough.
Right, yeah. But yeah, no. So there's all this violence is broken out, and they're saying it's gang related or something. So there's these it's white kids as far as or white people, I guess, because I don't think they're all kids. You know, like I think one of the guys involved
Well,
in the
I mean,
car crash was
they
like
were all younger
17.
than us, and they all had shaved heads.
Aye, yeah, like I think one of them was 17, but it went all the way up to I think there was like a 26-year-old in the car as well. But since then we've had they've set a house on fire and killed a 7-year-old girl and her auntie, and then somebody drove a car into a house and sort of stabbed someone. So yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah,
going on in
that's
Middlesbrough.
not really nice, is it?
It's
No,
not.
I'm a justice person. I don't care what side of the aisle you are. When you become an animal, I kind of agree with Asmin. You should be treated like an animal. They're animals.
Yeah.
And
From what you said in that story, like, these are animals. They should be in a cage and then treated like animals.
it is notable because a lot of the stories that we've been hearing about recently have been have involved foreigners, asylum seekers, refugees, and stuff like that. But this seems to be sort of basically sort of housing scheme kind of people, basically going on gang rampages or something.
Yeah.
So we brought in like 200 police from across the country, including some armed police, to try and keep the peace a little bit and try and protect some of the more, some of the normal people, some of the regular folks in Middlesbrough, try and calm things down. So anyway, yes. So
Yeah.
we've got Rita
Anyway,
back.
we do indeed have some content to get on with, and I think we can do it because we're very clever. And at the moment, we're going to do it like this. I think that's good enough.
Time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with academic, author and hard left simpleton Scott Galloway. I love this guy for being unintentionally hilarious. Is the type
I love that phrasing, hardcore simpleton.
that's convinced himself that he's the smartest man in any room, a man in his 60s with the worldview of a hysterical teenage girl brainwashed by TikTok.
I think Gavin Newsom is going to be our president. I think we're a looksist, sexist, racist country. And I think tall, I think the only...
That was a good face. That was a good
Yeah.
face. Let's get back to that.
That moment that Bill realizes you're kind of
Girl
retarded.
brainwashed by TikTok.
I think Gavin Newsom is going to be our president. I think we're a looksist, sexist, racist country. And I think tall, I think the Democrats...
That face. That face is the savior of humanity.
The only thing I'm fairly confident about is that the Democratic nominee will be a straight white man over 6 feet
Do you
tall.
think in general the country is racist and sexist in 2026?
Yeah.
That characterizes us in a general way?
Well, okay. I don't see any reason why Secretary Clinton lost to Donald Trump other than sexism.
Maybe policies, ideas, things that you actually want to do.
The way that she went about ditching Americans overseas and then cackled about it. Like,
Yeah.
she did it herself, and then also her connections to her husband. I'm sorry, I know they think that Epstein is new, but everybody thought Bill was a weirdo long before Epstein.
Yeah. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
I think if she'd had a dick, she'd be our president.
Hillary was just a brilliant candidate, except for being uniquely awful, unlikable, deeply dishonest with a track record of failure. She helped
Jesus, Rita, come on.
Stop.
I mean, I agree, but we've already done that, love.
turn Libya into an open-air slave market, and she also had deep contempt for the American public, and she wasn't very good at hiding it. But sure, Scott, it was her genitals that made her lose. Now, you think Scott Galloway would...
Oh, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. And it actually makes my new clip work, if I can find it.
Hi, I'm an enormous slut.
Yeah, I think you're going to find some
learn
uses
after
for
the
that
Hillary
one.
disaster, but oh no, he put his hard-earned into backing the equally awful and inept Kamala Harris.
I'll tell you what I'm doing this afternoon. I'm going to bet $358,000 on Harris because on Poly.
What? What? So is this gentleman actually earned, let me say this in the most respectful of terms, is this gentleman actually retarded?
Yes.
Market, it's
Okay.
62.38.
Or at least he is now.
Because my observation is that the people who go to these betting sites tend to be younger, tend to be more male.
That is delicious, as is this. This is Scott Galloway, just in recent weeks, being mugged by reality.
And I've been doxxed.
You've been doxxed. What? Tell me.
Right, okay, I've paused this perfectly.
Yeah, it's a
Look
great
at that
freeze frame.
absolute pair of glazed over morons. Seriously.
Yeah, that lady
Yeah.
doesn't seem happy.
So I don't know if you've heard, but Mayor Mamdani has decided
have.
to release a list of the 950,000 residences with addresses and names that might be eligible for his pied-à-terre tax. I came out in favor of this tax. This is the definition. He's taken a legitimate source of tax revenue and he's turning it into a wanted poster. And the question I would have is, other than trying to identify and imply these people have done something wrong, and then 18 months...
Okay, genuine question to you guys, all right? Anyone in chat and you two on the panel, you know I respect your opinions. How come lefties are so fucking thick? Seriously, hit me with it. Why are they so thick?
It's a science project, you know, like they left a plate in the room, and it's our fault. We don't know why it's our fault because it's not our room, but you know, lefty logic.
Yeah, they read all this political theory, and then all the political theory, you know, as soon as it comes into contact with reality, it just bursts. and they get it all over themselves, and they go, like that.
Well, because you can see them doing it half the time because they don't know what they're really talking about. They're peddling a bunch of lies, so they're pulling it out of their ass.
Yeah.
And you always end up with, oh no, the consequences of my actions.
I think Lilith's got it. Everyone chooses a mind cage will have stunted mind. Simple. Yeah, I think you're right there, love. I think you're right.
Fair, yeah, I think that's fair.
Ooh. Well, let's see how many more idiots manage to expose themselves.
What is the upside here? Why is he doing this?
He did it because he's a communist, and that's what communists do. And you're just a useful idiot that is expendable. Now, let's hear from Rosie O'Donnell, who is still basking in the glory of her fill-in role on Jimmy Kimmel. She seems to think that a media industry dominated by the left is somehow hostile to the left.
I had a wonderful, wonderful time, and I want to thank Jimmy Kimmel for asking me.
Jimmy Kimmel?
Close
She
enough.
said Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah.
Time,
close-
and I want to thank Jimmy Kimmel for asking me.
She said Jimmy Kimmel.
And ABC for not canceling me, because, you know, times are strange and companies, you know, kind of get afraid.
Now we have some breaking news, particularly for fans of lefties losing it on YouTube.
I haven't actually pre-watched this. I'm kind of excited now.
I was
You can now
gonna
support
say,
the show with a membership to our News 24 YouTube channel for exclusive members-only
no, the
perks,
fucking
including full episodes of my show. That would be the Rita Pan Streets with lefties losing it on YouTube. You will get signupnow.tv. Now to the latest guest host
Become a
of
member.
Jimmy Kimmel, and it is a surprise. This one is not painfully political or hard left. He's in fact a country singer known as Jelly Roll, who was locked up for many years, but he
Oh gosh, this is going to be interesting.
found
An
God and
unusual name
success.
for a
And
country singer.
in the past, has been criticised for being MAGA, so naturally he was forced to recite a typically unfunny monologue full of anti-Trump jokes.
It was the big Indy car race hosted by the president. The cars drove through the streets of D.C. And there's Donald Trump, who apparently has never held a flag before. What a job that. How do you up waving a flag? But the president seemed to enjoy the IndyCar race, which was a real switch up for him because normally he only likes his own race.
Yep, the humiliation ritual of Jelly Roll. Real name, Jason Bradley DeFord. What a sorry sight. And unlike Rosie O'Donnell, most of his fans probably are MAGA, so this is a pretty dumb move. But maybe he thinks he'll get the Hollywood celebrity elite to love him if he just humiliates himself and his fan base a little more. The least he could do is try to be funny.
Sadly, those are the only laps Trump's been doing lately. According to the Washington Post, a lot of doctors are worried about the president's weight. Think about this, y'all. In the last few years, I've lost 300 pounds. That means I've lost an entire Donald Trump. And let's be honest, based on his approval ratings, it seems like most of the country wants to do the same thing.
The routine did not get any better. Not even dick jokes could save this train wreck.
Well, Mr. President, from one fat pig to another.
What's up?
I'm laughing inside. I'm laughing on the inside.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it from me that physical fitness is very important. And trust me, you'll be happy to see your penis again.
Joining me now is News Nation host Katie Pavlich. Katie, the least he and Kimmel's writing team could do is make one funny joke. Just one will do, but that entire monologue was painfully lame and just full of digs at Donald Trump. What's new?
I think that's exactly it, Rita. I mean, what's new? It's so predictable that everything on Jimmy Kimmel is going to be exactly this. It's old, it's tired, it's boring. It's not funny, despite them bringing in a new character to play the part. The fact is that the Indy 500 in the race in Washington, D.C. over the weekend was absolutely incredible. Freedom 250 in the nation's capital throughout the summer. I've been to it, a number of events. We covered them on my show on News Nation. The National Fair was amazing. The fireworks on July.
Yeah, they'll absolutely pile in on anything, won't they?
You know, that's just, it's what you've got to do if you're a comedian. You've got to tell jokes about Trump because he is the acceptable thing to make jokes about. It's the same as comedians over here, you know, since the 80s and 90s. They just make jokes about the conservatives.
We do have a Kelly as well. Hello, Kelly. Thank you
hi, Kelly.
much for coming.
It's one of those things where I wouldn't mind it so much, except for that Trump makes better jokes at his own expense.
He does. He absolutely does. You're correct, yeah.
You know,
Hi, I'm an enormous slut.
funny, or are you just coming from a place of, well, the person who wrote my jokes for me hates him a lot?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Self-deprecating humor it can be
But
very,
it's very
funny.
British, and
Yes,
Trump
it
is Scottish by blood, which
Yeah.
explains why he's got it.
Yes, it absolutely does. And it's a shame that you know, the Scottish politicians have totally rejected him, but that's because we get all of these crazy liberals in charge in the Scottish Parliament, so they automatically hate Donald. So
At the end of the day, it's all because he decided to do this as a Republican. They can't forgive him for going Republican, and
Yeah.
good point.
And, like-
if he picked Democrat and stood as a Democrat, everybody would be sucking his fucking dick.
yeah,
Possibly.
because he paid for a lot of them. Like, he absolutely endorsed a bunch of Democrats back in the day because, like, a lot of us, they were saying stuff that, you know, at a middle ground level, you could understand. Like, okay, no, I don't think the flood of immigrants is necessarily a good idea, but people who are already living here don't need to be treated like shit because of immigration problems, you know? Two things could be true at the same time. And that's what they do. They peddle it like that's what it is when, like, well, no, that's not what you were doing.
That is the thing, you know, Trump actually, you know, like just any of these people who hate the establishment, they should love Trump because Trump absolutely expose the establishment for, the establishment politicians for what they were doing, because he used to use these loopholes. He knew the how to influence the politicians, and he told everyone how he was doing it. And so it's the politicians that should hate him, but the people should love him, but they don't, because they've been propagandized to to hate Trump because Orange Man bad. But whereas, yeah, Trump was actually exposing the establishment, and that's why I had so much respect for him. It's like, yeah, this is how your politics works. You can pay these politicians enough money, and they'll do what you want.
I mean, really, he's not representing either party. He's representing Donald Trump, and he's decided that Donald Trump needs to be in charge now because both of parties have fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why the MAGA movement is almost separate from,
Yeah,
either red or blue.
it's almost its own party in of itself.
It is. It technically is. Because a lot of people resent the old Republicans too. Like they think that they're in the same boat, that they're peddling the same shit. It's just they're playing their part. And a lot of people view it that way. Like we view it up here like that, like it's results. I'm peddling all these things that, yeah, I know that you're going to agree with, but what are my results going to be? And it's constant lack of results that have people being like, no, actually, I think you're part of the problem. So a lot of Republicans have that feeling about that party. And Trump, I know he's a millionaire, maybe a billionaire. I don't know. I don't give a shit. It's none of my business. But
He's an extremely rich man.
He's still his own person. Like, even if he does have like big deals with other countries like China and stuff like that, he's still more of a citizen than a lot of the people who are peddling politics, and that bothers me because they should be just regular citizens, yeah. But when you look into who they have ties to, I'm like, it's everything other than the country that you're from.
Right.
So I feel that way about mine. Like, I am more pro Pierre because he's better than the alternative, but I actually resent that he spends so much time in the US and none up here, because there's a lot of problems up here that we need help with, like infrastructure or creating new jobs and businesses. And if Trump wants us to bring stuff to the US, well, we would need to have something up here to bring. Right? So that means opening up the door for people to start stuff. So if you're all the way down there, what's going on up here?
We've got an interesting one from all the Jays. Hollywood and mainstream media have been putting out propaganda for decades that Republicans are evil Austrian painter lovers. Yes, they have, and that's absolute bullshit. Let's be honest. The Austrian painter's own party were called the National Socialist German Workers' Party. So yeah, you're absolutely correct there, sir. And for some reason, the absolute faggotry of the media persists and want to stop us from stopping the people who want to unalive us.
I think, part of the thing that happened as well was that the Republican Party kind of became exactly the same as what the Conservative Party over here was, which was they were just the establishment party, the uni party. We're constantly talking about the uni party. In our country, it's Labour and Conservative. They've basically carved up, running the country between them, and they will swap places every so often, and nothing ever changes. And it was the same in America. The Democrats and the Republicans, they just pretty much were doing the same thing. And then someone like Trump came along and actually made the Republicans, more conservative. or force them to be more conservative.
Yeah.
Uh,
You call yourself a Republican? Have a Republican opinion now, because you're on fucking camera. Just like Lord
yeah,
Dragneel. Hey, Lord.
Hi,
yeah.
Laura.
How you doing, bro? Thank you
Lordy,
very
lordy,
much for
lord.
coming.
I know it's not like that. I just wanted to say it.
Oh, gosh. We don't have the biggest show in the world, but
No.
the people that come around, we
Yeah, we've got
actually
nice
know
people.
them and we like them, and it's great
Yeah,
to hang out. So,
sure.
I'm having a good night. Are you having a good night?
Doing all right.
Can I play my Buffy clip again for no reason?
you can.
Hi, I'm an enormous slut.
I'll be a second.
I've got a really, really, really good one that I'm working on. I haven't even got a work in progress to show you, unfortunately, but it's specifically for R2.
No, what?
And it involves Doctor Who.
Oh, is this the one you mentioned? Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm curious to see that. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how that turns out. That'll be interesting.
I was gonna finish it before we started, but unfortunately the cats were running around the house tearing each other apart, so
There's
you
no
know,
rush.
I prefer my cats to be alive personally, so
Yeah, that would be preferable.
yeah.
But yeah, no, but there's no rush. Take your time, do it right. Like the people making Grand Theft Auto. Just take your time, do it right, release it when it's ready.
Girls, we only let you ring it when it's ready.
Right.
Fourth beat the Guinness Book of World Records. It has been an absolutely amazing year to celebrate the country in America. And as usual, we're just getting the same slop from the Hollywood types, and they can't apparently be creative in finding anything new, not to mention celebrating what a lot of Americans have done this summer in DC, which is our great country.
Just be funny. I don't even care if they want to be
Love it. Just be funny. I don't even care if I disagree with you. Just fucking make me laugh.
Yeah, if you're on a
politically
comedy
cool, if
show,
they want to keep
it should be
bashing.
the baseline. If you're doing comedy, if you're doing a comedy show, the baseline should be do something funny. For God's sake, do something funny.
Trump, but find something funny, because I will forgive anything as long as you inject some humour into it, and that's what they lack. It's just not cutting edge. It's not funny. Now, I've got to talk to you about Dolly. We lost a great one today. She was not only a country music icon, she was a national treasure, I'd say an international treasure. She built a 7-decade career spanning music, movies, television, philanthropy. And Katie, I think she was as close as anyone can get to being universally loved and admired.
Yeah, but before we even get into people's opinions and all that, and I know that we covered this on Lisa's show last night as well, but the fact is that she was enormously successful, and she used a damn good amount of that money to teach children how to read.
Oh, okay.
To teach children how to read. You can't be a better person than that.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Well, I guess that's what they call, giving back to the community. Yeah, if you're that successful, then it's a good thing to. I didn't realize. I didn't know that.
But
so
I
how
mean,
did she?
she could have bought the beds. Yeah.
Mhm.
You can find a bed in a fucking skip.
Mm.
She taught them how to fucking read so they could fucking sort shit out for themselves.
Yeah, I saw a video. There's a Lucy in the chat there says our schools don't teach kids to read now. I saw a video of a gentleman, a teacher, crying on camera about the fact that he just cannot teach these. Or what was it? The kids that he's getting, they just can't read to the level they're at. at school, and it makes them impossible to teach.
Well, it's I don't think they're focusing on reading at all when you're in your preemies, because a lot of your reading skills come from your preemies.
Yeah.
Like you should have.
I think the problem is if you can read, you can assimilate information for yourself. And if you do that, you're not going to vote Democrat.
I don't. Well, I mean, you're really handicapping your entire country by doing that, aren't you? By not actually, um, not actually forcing kids to actually take on this information. I don't know how.
I've got to say, this hit hard this morning. It's the first news I saw when I got up. And though she was 80, her passing was a terrible shock.
Yeah, it's awful. This is the day that nobody who loved her, whether it was personally or from afar, wanted to come. And I think, everybody knows about Dolly's music, but for me, looking at her, I really respect the way that she lived her life. She was married to the same man for 60 years. She got married when she was 19 years old.
68 years, actually.
Carl, he died 2 years ago, and she left us today to go meet him in heaven and to be reunited with him. She didn't have children of her own, and she said that's because, God wanted her to work for all the children in the country, and she was able to distribute 300 million books through her imagination.
300 fucking million books.
Oh, okay, right. So this is what.
How many children did that help? Come on. The answer is obviously 300 million, but
probably some of them anyway.
Imagination Library program. I mean, think about that, 300 million books for children across the country. So, of course, we love her music. When you talk to songwriters and artists in Nashville, John Rich, for example, talks about his experience with Dolly and calls her a true artist and says that her pen to paper was, her pen to paper was undefeated in terms of what she was able to do with her poetry. And she also helped so many people, both in the industry and outside of the industry. And going back to, the way she lived her life, when she became more famous and got more money, she took that money back home. She built Dollywood. She built hotels. She funded programs where she was from in the mountains of Tennessee, and never, she really just lived an authentic, genuine life and never forgot where she came from, despite being this amazing international superstar. So certainly someone who left a legacy that we will be hearing about for generations to come.
And she wrote so many songs that people don't even realise Dolly Parton was behind. She wasn't just a singer, she wasn't just a performer, she was a true artist because she created that music, and that is a rare talent. She really was one of a kind. And I think one of the reasons she was so loved was she knew her strengths. She knew she was an artist. She wasn't some political commentator. She never tried to lecture the public, tell them what to think, tell them who to vote for. And she talked about that. Listen to this.
I'm not being political. I don't do politics. I'm not getting into any of that because I have a lot of fans out there and I don't want to offend anybody. And besides, I just don't get into that. And so if you are deciding you may want to ask me something more serious, don't, because I'm not going to answer it. But I learned a long time ago, keep your damn mouth shut if you want to stay in show business. I'm not in politics. I'm an entertainer.
Katie, plenty of other celebrities could learn from that.
Yeah, I think we get, those of us who are in politics, sometimes, we just want to break. And I think that Americans, when they think about country music and they think about art and songwriting, they really want to be told a story that they can relate to on a personal, soulful, artful way. And politics doesn't exactly help with that. And so she was, I would say, the ultimate diplomat and be able to deflect that throughout her entire, very long, successful career. Because as we talked about at the beginning of this show, of this segment, it's lots of celebrities like to get involved in politics, and it doesn't really end well for them.
No, you especially.
Yeah, it kind of, it does go a bit sour, doesn't it?
Yep, yeah, it's a great career killer. That's what that is.
Yeah, that's the thing about her. She was one of the biggest stars in the world, and she only used it to help people. Like she never used it to like pro off a political thing or yeah come
Well,
around the back door and say, "Oh, you like me? Well, you're going to do this then."
well, she was old school. Like Betty White was like that too. Like she
Hmm.
didn't really talk about politics. She would tell you things that she donated to. Like she would tell you things that she was interested in. But when it came to politics, no. And she gave a lot of money and time to things that she was passionate about. And I'm like, if you were really passionate about these things, that's actually what you would do.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't mind that. I can respect that. And she did do a lot to touch people's lives. I was actually sitting there thinking that like those books are technically collector's items at this point because like those would have been on her pick list, like books that she probably approved of or liked, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remember something that Noise shared like a week ago about them burning books. I'm like, yeah, protect those. They're burning books, you know. Protect those.
Yeah, burning books not a good idea.
No, it's very
Always ends badly.
It's usually not a good sign for a society.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to be particularly polarizing, you are going to alienate half your fan base potentially. So it's just a silly move, I think, unless you've got some deep insight or something to impart. And sadly, most of the celebrities who talk politics don't. Now, let's talk about the Democrat socialists or the communists, as I call them. Let's call them what they are. They are winning support for supposedly wanting to have a more equitable society, share the wealth, free healthcare, free education, free housing, free everything, tax the rich. But many of these identity politics obsessed Marxists are from privileged backgrounds themselves. I know you've looked into several DSA leaders and candidates. What have you found out?
So basically, for those of you who are confused about who the Democratic Socialists of America are, it's a group of typically younger people who have very rich parents, who went to very expensive schools and got worthless degrees to the tune of hundreds of millions, or hundreds of thousands of dollars, rather. They graduated from those colleges and came into the real world, the work world, and discovered that they can't get paid six figures, that they're not going to be millionaires with a degree in women's studies. And now, because of that, they're trying to tear down the capitalist system and implement this communism that they believe is the solution to them failing in normal society. So you look at the candidates that who won a congressional seat. Her last name is Chevalier. She was a graduate student for almost 15 years and then went out and complained about how she couldn't afford anything. Well, someone's paying the tuition bill, whether it's taxpayers through federal loans or whether it's her parents. Maybe she can't afford anything because she's not actually out in the world doing a real job. The latest is Gustavo Gordillo, whose parents fled the communist Mao movement in Peru, came to America, were very successful in the capitalist system. They bought him they put him up in their 1 million plus Brooklyn gentrified brownstone. He claims that he's in the working class. He says that he was a union electrician, put it in all of his social media.
I see a little silhouette of a man.
Like I was saying, you know,
Well, it turns out that
their political theory comes into contact with reality and just poof, it's gone. You know, so
Yeah.
we have to make up jobs for ourselves, and then yeah.
I mean, God.
It's such a waste of everyone's effort, you know.
You'll know full well I have no problem. I have no problem whatsoever with actual, normal, gay people.
Yeah.
That is a fucking faggot.
Right. You know, it's
he
the
is not a
activists
union
that are the problem,
electrician.
yeah.
Huh?
It's the activists that are the problem, you know, the ones that are,
Oh,
you know, in your
completely
face. And
agree, yeah.
we need more rights. What do you need more rights for? I don't know. We need more of them, though.
Yeah, like what rights don't you have? Like,
We
What
don't
rights
know.
do
Just give us
what
more.
rights do I have that you don't have?
That's the point. Yeah.
Long story short, there aren't any.
Well, that's the point.
So fuck off.
It's not that they want equal rights. They want more rights than other people. They want more rights than you or I. You know,
Yeah,
they
Yep.
want they want to be
absolutely,
able to.
absolutely.
Yeah, they want to be able to dominate us. You know, and it's like no, no, you're right. You know, what rights don't you have?
Hmm.
Just tell us. Give us a list, and we'll get back to you. We want the right to marry. Yeah, yeah, you've got that. Okay, what else? You know,
Yeah. That's pissed me off slightly.
we want the right to be able to give our Steam library to our significant other who is the same sex as me. Okay, no, nobody's got that. You know, like straight people don't have that. So, like, do you want that? Um, it's,
Yeah.
you know, an exercise in oppression Olympics, the usual.
Yeah.
Like a lot of my actual, like, real friends are gay. So if they were lacking in any rights, I would be fucking out there protesting for them.
Yeah. Oh, there's
But
Stardock in the
what
chat.
rights have they
Wow.
not got?
Oh,
Show
Stardock.
me a right that they haven't got.
Stardock, your
And then
timing's amazing. Just say.
and then watch as they shift from gay rights to troons and
That's right.
realize it's not about gay rights. It's about some weirdos wanting to be in the women's bathroom when I'm sorry, it's not that you're gay, it's that you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, activists got to activate. You know, they once they've got all the sort of gay rights and stuff, they're like, well, what do we fight for now? Because we've got all this, you know, infrastructure. We've got all this, you know, charity infrastructure that we've built up to fight for gay rights. Well, what do we do now? Oh, let's
Yeah,
find
it's like,
something else to
oh
fight for.
no, oh no, we won. That means we have to go and get a job. No, we must be able to make up something to fight for, so we don't
Yep.
have to go and get a job.
Yep.
Snakeheads.
He applied for an apprenticeship and failed out. And also, he wasn't able to stay in the union because he wasn't paying his bills, his membership dues.
Oh yeah, that was why I paused in the first place. Tax the rich does not work. You tax
Yeah,
the rich leave and go somewhere where they're not being taxed, and you know what happens then? They take the jobs that they create with them.
This guy looks like his head was originally in 16:9, but he's managed to cram it into 4:3. That just means
He kind of reminds me of somebody who should be selling me Colombian coffee. Like he should have a stogie, the
He
hat.
looks like Alice has taken a shit on his lip.
I just think his aspect ratio is off somewhere. I don't know, like something's gone wrong with the video transfer.
I do have a very close personal friend who is an absolute out and out homo, who really looks like that person.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
he's got a much better moustache that's big and bushy, and like that's a moustache. But he exists.
Are you sure there's something that you're not telling us, Rhoda? You know, you're hanging around with all these homosexuals. You like big bushy moustaches.
No, I know what you're getting at, but personally, I like clunge, but I don't mind people who don't.
Right, you're a classy man. Honk honk.
But yeah, what I'm saying is like when I fucking roast faggots, I like, you know, I'm roasting faggots. I'm not you
Oh
know,
my.
normal gay people are the same as normal straight people. You know, I have not got a problem with them. faggots are these fucking people who just make it their entire identity and blah 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 blah. I'm so scuffy, give me a scone.
Be in the union. So these are just people who are trying to tear down a capitalist system that they just couldn't work in as a result of their fake ideas of what the real world is really about.
And you look at someone like Mamdani, who I guess is the most prominent of those socialists. His background, again, very privileged, both parents. You just take a deeper look into his background and you see very different to the portrayal that we've got in the media. Now, this week I've been playing footage of the extraordinary support self-confessed killer Lindsay Clancy has been receiving. We've had hundreds of women.
Oh god, this
Told
is
you,
this is,
told
this
you it
is
was
gonna
her.
make me be violently angry.
Yeah, like I said, this was everywhere.
We have to cover it though.
No, it's good. It's at least Rita. She's at least she's clever with the puns. So, you know, and she's a mom now, so I'm sure she's got the raging anger of the mom side of it too. So
yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Women standing outside court supporting her. Now, one of her latest supporters is a Republican candidate, a former Republican Senate candidate, Tiffany Smiley, who made all sorts of claims on Fox News, followed by this tweet saying, "My heart breaks for Lindsay Clancy. I hate that it took a tragedy like this to talk about women's mental health and postpartum depression. Too often it is swept..."
Fuck off! She killed her babies. You cunt.
Under the rug. Our healthcare system has failed women. So again, linking this triple killing to the healthcare system. Katie, this woman is supposed to be a
She murdered 3 babies. I don't understand how there's even a thing where there are people trying to defend her, and especially women who are uniquely equipped to become mothers.
It's one of those things where they like to claim that women are more nurturing and caring and all this stuff, and all of this is spitting in the face of it. And I'm watching all these stupid bitches walk straight into that, and I'm like,
Yeah. I was exactly what I was going to say. They are supposed to be the protective, nurturing ones. And the internet has basically exposed that a lot of women don't act like women anymore.
well, it's also the other thing that has me. So a lot of these stupid bitches are claiming to be true crime, and we do all this true crime stuff. But there's a bunch of them that are like, well, she couldn't have done that. Women don't strangle. We're poisoners. And like, if you're true crime, then you should know, like, some of the worst serial killers were women with babies. Victorian era had a woman who, like, murdered 400 babies by strangling them. Like, it was part of that time where people didn't have the ability to have abortions, so a lot of families, you know, kind of dumped a baby with strangers who were supposed to help these babies get adopted. And it turns out a lot of them were just a bunch of fucking weirdos who would murder babies for money. But a lot of those were run by women. A lot of those were run by women. So I'm just saying, this idea that women can't practice fratricide, no, you can. It's just, it's frowned upon because it's not really, one, it's not good for the race, and 2,
Well,
it's not...
You're not allowed to talk about it because that would be misogynistic.
Well, and 2, it's not that it's unnatural, it's a sign of sickness. It's an absolute sign of sickness if you're doing that kind of shit.
Oh yeah, but that would be the same for anyone.
Yes. But it's not an excuse at this point. Like, that's the thing that...
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Not, you know, why is it, like, why are people coming out in defense of this murderer just because she's a woman?
I mean, their stated reasons are because,
According to the left, I could put on a skirt tomorrow and be a woman myself. Does that mean I can go? Does that mean I can go around and kill children?
But their stated reasons are that, oh no, that could have been me. That could have been me. I feel the same way. I've just, I haven't actually done it yet. But, and you're like, wow, these kind
And
of
you're like,
weird threats of, possible,
harm to the
infanticide.
baby, like, or a child.
Yes, exactly. And it seems as if some of them are doing it as a way to get sympathy for themselves on TikTok, which is there are probably better ways to
Right,
do that than sticking up for
put
a
this through
whole
your
child
fucking head,
murderer.
yeah. Put this through your head.
Mhm.
I go down to the charity shop and buy a skirt. All
Okay.
right, and I put it on.
Okay, how vividly do I have to imagine that?
And then I say that I'm really sorry. My mental health is a bit confused, but I'm identifying as a woman today. Is it okay if I walk into like primary school and murder 5 children? Because I'm wearing a skirt.
I mean, I think we all know the answer to that.
I mean, it's obviously no, but that's happened before, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the right answer. It's obviously no, but that's happened before. Is the answer. So, when are we gonna actually fucking wake up and tell these fucking faggots to fuck off?
I think it's when more women are need to speak out about this. Like, I honestly think that it's not, and there are women speaking out. Like, most of the women in our crowd have. I'll be real. Like I watched Side Scrollers. They had Vera Dark and I should remember her name. She is the host. Like, she is the side host, but she's cute. And then I can't remember who their other guest was, but they have females on, and all of them have had the same reaction of horror that I've had, you know? And no, I'm not a mom, but like, I put off motherhood because I thought that the best time to have a child is when you're really kind of set up for it, because your life,
Yeah.
when you have that child, is going to end up revolving around that child. It's not just society telling you that that's what's going to happen. If you're running naturally, it's what happens.
There is no way that I would disrespect women. You
It's-
know,
it's-
I'm a man. That means my mother was a woman. So I would never disrespect women.
It's just, what I'm saying is, when you're running naturally, and yes, I do understand that postpartum is natural. Like, women do get that, but it's not new. We've been dealing with it since women existed, right?
Yeah.
And the reason we
So
still
for everything.
exist, like, the reason we still exist is because we don't murder our babies, or we actually hold people accountable when they do. You know, it's
Yeah.
because it is actually unnatural. It is fucking unnatural. And I do think that way about, sorry, but men have done this kind of stuff too, where, like, okay, well, their life was overwhelmed, maybe they lost a job or something, but then they murdered their whole family. Are they suddenly forgiven because they were in the middle of a psychosis? Because they were. I'm just letting you know they would have been, but they're still accountable because they murdered people. Those family members aren't coming back, and you don't realize what a loss is until you're a certain age.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
think many of us are giving a lot of sympathy in our heads to someone like Chris Benoit, for instance.
Like, I did have sympathy for him, because I do think it was the blows to the head that led him to it, but he still
did
But
very
he-
good, yeah.
you know, and I think he probably, like, wherever he is, he probably went there horrified that he did that, you know? That's where I come back to sometimes believing some of the things that Christians say, that we actually create our own hell. That sometimes we create our own hell. And I'm sorry, but Lindsay created her own hell when she did what she did. And she's accountable for her own actions. That was murder. That wasn't self-defense. That wasn't running.
She killed little children. I don't even want to waste another breath on her.
Like,
On a side note, the Side Scrollers co-host is Blabs.
Yeah, sorry, I should know her
Yeah.
name. Like Blabs should be easy for me to remember because
Blabs,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
she's cute.
Blabs
But
is
like,
cool. Yeah, Blab. I like Blabs. She's all right.
I like Blabs.
Yeah,
She's
she's
she's the one who's really into Harry Potter.
she's quirky enough that
She's cool though.
some of her jokes are snappy. I'm like, okay, I got that. That was funny. You know, some of them are a little. You know, okay, I get it. You're on the. Are you the type that shares? Because sometimes women share that. I'm just letting you know. But I thought she was funny.
I'm going to pretend I
I've been
just
watching
heard a
it.
fart joke, and I'm going to continue with the clip.
Conservative. I can't imagine she'll be winning office as a Republican anytime soon.
So we had Tiffany Smiley on our show on Monday night to kind of hash out what exactly she meant by that. And she expounded on how she thinks this is a tragedy, of course, for the children who were murdered. She thinks it's just tragedy for everybody who's involved.
Okay, this has been bugging me for like 20 years. Jen, you're a non-ugly human female. And you don't adorn yourself with I mean look at this. Like fucking
Let's go.
I mean that woman's quite attractive, but why would you attach things to yourself?
So
I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
So earrings are a cultural thing, but I don't like them. Part of it is probably learning disabilities. I never liked having things on my ears, and it took me a long time to get used to the glasses because I always end up doing that. But when it comes to things like makeup and all that shit, I've never liked it because I can feel the chemicals. I'll be real, even if it's natural, I can feel the chemicals. And I grew up.
If you want to know the secret, like we don't like it.
Well,
you know? We don't like you being coated in paint and having fucking shit hanging from your face. Yeah.
Yeah, I generally
We
more
actually
makeup as well.
don't like it. So
Yeah,
like women like you are more likely to be oh hello.
Well, the
My
other thing
position
too.
was a little bit different.
Sorry.
Well, sorry. I have held this opinion on makeup. I do have arguments with the odd female. So two things. I won't throw shade at somebody who's using makeup for art because I do appreciate art. But I don't think it's something you should do every day. Like there are some people who do makeup where I'm like, man, I wish I had that talent because they can do some amazing tricks with what they do. But I think it's really unhealthy for you to do that every day, all day, for weeks on end for a year. I think that's why a lot of women look like shit. And I grew up looking at both my mom and my dad, and my mom seemed to do a little bit better when she dropped all the makeup and stuff. Not saying she's not older now, but she. And then my dad didn't seem to age as much. Like he didn't age until he got one of those bosses from hell that'll turn your hair gray. You know, and then he retired and some of his hair turned brown again. So like, you know, stress will age you. But like he's old now because he's in his 80s. You know, but when he was younger, he looked younger, and I was like, he doesn't wear makeup. At best, maybe he uses some lap chip because we do have winter winds that can dry you out very much. But he had like a male version that was made from tallow. It was very stinky. It did work. I would use it if it was like extreme, but I didn't care for it because it was stinky.
I used to use chapstick when my job was standing out in the street every day. Yeah, it actually does make a difference. Yeah.
You know, but
I had a wonderful argument once actually involving chapsticks. Right. So I was using one because my lips were cracked, which is obviously why you would be using one.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh! You're a girl because you're using lipstick. No.
I just don't like cracked lips.
I said, there's a reason it's called a chap stick.
Right? Are you saying that girls can't use chapsticks?
I mean,
They can
Obviously,
do what the
we
fuck they want. They can even use mine if they want.
obviously we do, but like if you're talking about something like, okay, my lips are cracked, you don't want to go for the girly ones because they'll make your lips taste good and they smell nice, but they're not going to fix that. You go for the medicated ones, which a lot of the male ones are a little bit more medicated sometimes because you're going for purpose.
And of course,
Yeah.
dogs will start sniffing your mouth.
Like at best, I think you guys have some that are just like a regular flavor or like a mint, because mint is
That
fine.
was so esoteric, and R2 got it. Fuck it.
All I remember is
I
that
love you guys.
Katy
Jen
Perry liked
R2, I
Perry
love you. Thank
Chapstick.
you so much for being part of my show. I don't have the most people, but I have the best people.
Okay, where do you keep those? In case you just keep like me here. Anyway, yes.
Well, it's
different. I don't, of course, postpartum depression is an issue that women deal with. I do believe that, I believe that they study men's health issues to the tune of billions of dollars more than they do women's issues, especially after giving birth. So there is an issue with that if they want to talk about the numbers and the dollars. But to pin what Lindsay Clancy did.
Is that true? Did she say that they study men's issues after pregnancy for what? Is that, did I hear that right, Jen?
You heard what she said, but I'm just disagreeing with what she's saying because I'm like, where are you?
Yeah.
You were getting this from your feminist web pages. You got to go with all of the stats, not just the ones you like.
Right.
Rita's looking like, if I wasn't being paid so much to be on the telly, I would just walk over and slap this bitch in the face.
I felt like that sounded like a ludicrous thing that she just said there. Oh, we're putting millions more dollars into studying men's issues around pregnancy.
On the healthcare system, and to now turn it into this larger narrative that women need this and women are that. And I'm in a group chat with a lot of friends who have very small children, and they are quite offended to be lumped into this category of mothers who have young children who somehow now need to be seen as having a mental health problem, unable to deal with their children. Lindsay Clancy murdered her 3 children in the most gruesome way possible, and now she's claiming insanity to try and get out of it. And this weird support that we're seeing of her outside of the courtroom, and this almost justification for what she did.
I can't believe the amount of fucking liberal women who are supporting this cunt.
I think it's
and I use the word advisedly.
I have this warped theory that they're doing this because they're associating it with the abortion thing, and I'm just like, for one thing, it's already heinous that you're taking the abortion thing as far as you have, but the part where you're taking it as far as like living children, you are monsters. You are monsters.
I mean, I'm against abortion, but the idea that Lindsay Clancy could have been aborted is quite nice.
See what you did there. But
It's quite sickening, and I think is an example of a deeper rot in our society.
Absolutely. And I know you interviewed Tiffany Smiley, and she did try to give a little bit more context to those comments, but she literally tweeted out, word for word, "My heart breaks for Lindsay Clancy."
What? She unalived her own fucking children.
Yeah, just
the only person I've put myself in physical danger for to protect was my fucking mother.
It's just the pictures that you see of her inside the courtroom. She looks like a psychopath.
She does.
She's got this just staring eyes, like she does not care, and she has not cared for however long this situation has happened for. When did the actual event take place? Was it a year ago or something? And it's
Yeah,
just
Yeah, it was during I think it was January, because they said it was winter calls
Right.
for his. I haven't heard his. I don't want to look that up.
No mention of the children there. No mention of the three defenseless children whose life was ended by the person they loved and trusted the most. And I think that is going to be hard to walk away from. And sticking with the Lindsay Clancy trial, watch the antics of this writer who was there to cover the story for Vanity Fair.
That Vanity Fair lady.
Was,
What a
Brittany
psycho.
Romano hamming it up with a smile and a wink for the cameras. This is a triple murder trial. This is children who were strangled to death, Katie. Vanity Fair, after that footage went viral, have pulled her credentials. But what are they thinking? I mean, is this entertainment for some people?
She's a psycho.
I think it's entertainment for a lot of people, unfortunately. And we live in this attention economy where people think that going to a triple murder trial where children were strangled with exercise equipment one by one.
Yeah.
While they watched each of their siblings killed
I
by
try
their
not to
own
hyper-focus
mother.
on that.
To walk in the courtroom and think that this is an opportunity for you to get famous is not only unprofessional, but it is wildly unethical and just disgusting behavior from anybody. I think that people are very detached from what is actually happening in these cases because they see it online, they see it, on the internet, they see it on television, and they aren't sure what the gravity is of the situation. But the fact that she could walk in there with what is going on and behave that way is pretty disgusting behavior. Just grow up as well, a little immature.
Any criminal trial you would think wouldn't be the place to be hamming it up for the cameras, but let alone the murder of three children. I mean, to me, it is just beyond belief. And we've been discussing it all week, the lack of mention of even these children. It seems like every video, and there's so many of them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Nobody's even fucking talking about it. It's all like, oh, mentally a woman, she needs to be looked after. Like, nothing about the fact that she killed 3 of her own children.
I mean, I think people are talking about the issues on both sides. It's just that, the whole reaction from that particular group of women is so scandalously awful. It's very reminiscent of the reaction of
thousands, maybe tens of thousands of these videos of women sharing their opinions. They're all focused on the killer or the husband of the killer. These children seem to have been entirely forgotten. Katie Pavlich, it's always a pleasure to have you on the program. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Great to see you. Thank you.
Joining me now is broadcaster, columnist, academic and international relations expert Ralph Scholhammer. Ralph, let's start in the UK. Daily Mail have gone inside a UK asylum centre, which author Peter Harris describes as a holiday camp. It's in Wethersfield, deep in the Essex countryside. In the asylum centre...
Yeah, do you know what's more? They complained. The fucking asylum seekers complained because there wasn't a fucking swimming pool.
There's a fully equipped gym, a fitness room,
That's fact. Feel free to...
Yeah. No, that's just it's funny though.
Pitch, along with recreation rooms with televisions and pool tables. Mobile phones are provided for all with generous allowances for free calls. And the main restaurant provides 3 meals a day with a wide choice of meals. Of course, all of this is free. The only restriction is that all meat is halal. Non-Muslims don't get a choice about that. Now, Ralph, asylum accommodation contracts are estimated to cost taxpayers in the UK $15.3 billion over the next 10 years.
Well, at least now the British taxpayers see where the money is going. But by the way, this is not just a phenomenon in the UK. I mean, there's in Vienna in the 10th district, right? The new apartments were built there almost exclusively for migrants. We had similar
This is
conditions in
not
Germany.
right.
This is a trend all over the West. And the issue is not right that housing is provided. I think the issue for most people, including myself, is that you have the impression that the government is bending over backwards to treat people who are not citizens of their country better than actual citizens of their country. And by the way, this is not entirely wrong. I mean, if you look at the way how pensioners are treated compared to new arrivals in certain countries, it is true that these new arrivals are treated better than young pensioners who've worked in your country, who have paid into the system, who have contributed to the community for 40, 50, 60 years. And there's a general sense of unfairness, because what drives this kind of behavior, and I cannot stress this enough, is this constant obsession by the political class to atone for whatever imagined sins our countries have made ourselves guilty in the past.
Well,
Yeah, I agree
you
with
are
that.
right about
Which are lies
these people
anyway.
being treated better than citizens. You would imagine their living standards are higher than those who are on the poverty line, who've been in the UK their entire lives. And it's also a matter of inducing further illegal immigration. When you've got the sugar on the table, as we've discussed in the past, you're going to have more people come there. If you remove those inducements, then perhaps you will have genuine asylum seekers only making that trip.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's a saying now in Germany, and I think that is correct. What you're supposed to provide is bad bread and soap. I mean, of course, you don't want people to starve to death or anything, but I don't think that they need a fully equipped gym, a halal kitchen, a recreation room, and whatnot. That is not the purpose, and that's not the obligation of a country somebody is fleeing to. You come,
They don't
right? You
need
get a place to
anything. They
sleep.
shouldn't
Your asylum
fucking
claim
be
ideally
here.
should be processed very, very quickly, and then either you can stay or you have to leave, and that's it. I mean, if you look at the numbers, I don't know how it is precise in Australia, but probably quite similar. The numbers of people that legally would have to leave but are still there is just mind-boggling. I mean, in Germany, it's in the 100,000s. It's similar in other countries. Plus, I would always wager we don't know the number of people who are actually still illegally in our countries, because I don't want to push any conspiracy theories, but I don't trust the public numbers anymore for a very simple reason. Look at Spain. When they announced they will legalize illegal immigrants, they said, oh, don't worry, it's going to be 500,000. It's now closer to 2 million, which tells me that they did not know how many people are actually in their country.
And one wonders, do you think they would have pressed ahead with that policy if they knew the true figure was 2 million? Or would they have been even more eager to do it because they're hoping they're going to be 2 million new voters for the left?
Now, that's the interesting question, right? I mean, do they simply not know, or are they deliberately lying? And I guess the truth of the untruth is somewhere in the middle. But we have the similar development in the United States. Time and again, if you listen to CNN and to some of the legacy media broadcasters, they still talk about these 12 million illegals in the United States. That was the same number we heard after 9/11 in 2001. Are you seriously telling me that there was no change in the...
So we should get on with doing the show because I'm getting angry now. I was ready to turn everything off and start punching walls.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's why I joked the other day that's why we can't let Lilith actually be a pirate, because that's what she would do with a pirate ship. She'd sail the seas and shoot them all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would agree with it. I wish you could do that, Lilith.
Yeah.
Dressed as a pirate too. That'd be amusing. Like, hook you up some with old British pirate paraphernalia. It'd be cool.
Honestly, this is the reason that I stopped. There was a point where I was actually quite addicted to watching BBC News 24, and this is back in like 2002, 2003 or something. And I stopped watching BBC News 24 like cold turkey at one point because it was driving me crazy. Like you're saying, it was just driving me absolutely up the wall because you would just see these horrible stories of injustice and horror all day every day. but it was like this sort of addiction to it. Oh, you have to be informed. You must know what current affairs are and stuff. And I just totally stopped watching the news at one point because I realised it was doing me a brain injury. So I just stopped and I just threw myself at playing video games constantly. Because at least with video games, you've got some control over what happens on your television. You're not just being propagandized to, and
Yeah, I
told
found
what
the
to
most
think.
amazing Master System game.
All right, yes. Which which Master System game?
Yeah. I'm coming with this out of nowhere, but I will find it.
I was saying to someone the other day, I found there was a fan remake of the game Altered Beast.
What?
The game Altered Beast. I think that
Oh
came.
yeah. I've literally got that on the fucking shelf.
Yeah, was that a Master System game or was that a Mega Drive?
It was Mega Drive.
Was it Mega Drive? But
I will yeah, okie doke.
He's actually got it. Well,
See, and it's not that I really hyper focus on news. I'll hyper focus on news when I actually think it's interesting for multiple reasons. Like the thing with the flood. It's not that I'm hyper focusing on the people because actually I feel really bad for them. I'm not focusing on them at all. I'd rather people who are helping them focus on that because I couldn't help them even if I tried. It's more to do with being from mountain country. Like my city is 2 hours away from the mountains, but you can see them from our skyline. That's how big they are. And
this
when
is
I'm
all based.
so when I'm watching those flood stories, what I'm really kind of looking at is I'm restudying mountains every time I do that because mountains don't give a fuck about your feelings, and if they decide to crumble on you, they will.
Sure, yeah.
Like would that affect me? Not directly. We're far enough away it wouldn't, but it would enough that we would be like, shit, there's something gone in our skyline. That's a bad thing.
Yeah, no, that is the kind of thing, like if I was still addicted to News 24 just now, then yes, it would be constant stories about, suffering and, ruination of a country and stuff like that. And it would be so, depressing. And like I said, I had to try and get away from that kind of stuff. I try to keep myself as informed as I can, but at the same time, I need to, I need to protect myself from some of the worst of it. The constant repetition of it.
You're underwater a little bit. That or
Oh, did I
you're
go
snuggling.
underwater?
Well, it's either underwater or you're snuggling the sheep a little too close.
It's too close.
It was a cute sheep.
I've got. So we're. Oh yes, I was saying about somebody did a fan remake of Altered Beast, and apparently they fixed some of the problems with the actual gameplay, and they added like 5 new levels or something like that. And I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. So, I downloaded it. I've not tried it yet, but yeah, it sounded quite interesting. I'll send a link to the video that I watched.
I've got an original Beast right here. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a cool game. I did always like Altered Beast.
My
Where's my
legs
sheep?
don't work
Oh, damn it.
anymore.
What's that? Did you say your legs don't work anymore?
Yes, I did.
Oh no, that's going to be inconvenient when you try to walk.
I know, right?
That's our age group. You caught me when I was in the middle of having a vape. I'm like, don't make me laugh while I'm inhaling. But no, it's your age group. Like my knees have been doing that. If I sit for too long, they'll lock up. So So it looks ridiculous, and I have to tell my brother that's what I've been doing because he doesn't get it. When I go to the bathroom, I do a couple extra stretches. It kind of makes me look like a turkey, but it helps me when I get up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, this is the main problem
It's,
I
it's that
have.
like when they try to assign me tasks at work, it's like, yeah, okay, you just sit, go and boop boop boop. That's fine. Like no, I can't fucking do that. What I'm actually good at is picking up large things and putting them in large spaces.
Hmm.
You know, I can do that all fucking day. You want me to go boop boop fucking boop, put things over a scanner? I'm going to be really slow because my hands don't work proper. Smeads.
Well, that's one thing that thankfully hasn't the arthritis hasn't got to yet is my hands. My mum's got real bad arthritis in her hands, which is unfortunate
Yeah,
because she used to be
that's what I've got. Unfortunately, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, my mum was she was an artist, so she had to use her hands for very fine motor skill,
Oh,
you know.
smeg.
So that was unfortunate. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that is not good.
thankfully mine haven't gone yet.
My mom has probably the worst hand arthritis I've ever seen. I'm not comparing because like I don't doubt that your mom had it too, but for
Mhm.
her it was being a secretary. And I think it's being a secretary for years because I don't think people realize how much the keyboard has evolved from the old typewriter because she used to have the typewriter skills too. Like she knew how those worked. She did use them in the office. But it's something I was going to give you heads up, Rhoda, because we're at the same age, sort of. Because you're doing the same exercises when you're doing the same work, even the people in the office who are like, all I do is grab like a stapler and staple things, or I sit and it's because you're used to that same movement that if you move suddenly, your back will go.
Yeah.
Your
Well,
knees will go.
I mean that I used to do the office stuff, but I went back to doing the shop floor stuff a couple of years ago. So yeah,
But
I'm literally picking things up and putting them where they go.
both my parents have their own version of it. Like my dad's got it in his shoulders because he was very much into the British style of archery. The
Oh
heavier, the
no.
better.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and he started that when he was a small. I think he said he was like 3 or something when he picked it up. I don't know. He could have been 5, but all of a sudden you're in your 80s and you're like, shit, my shoulders are gone.
Yeah.
Actually, they were gone in the 50s, but he's a he was stubborn. He held on for as long as he could. And he tried the crossbow, but he said after real archery, a crossbow's kind of boring.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a sort of point and click thing, isn't it, really, with a crossbow?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. He was like, if I was going to do that, I might as well just stick with the gun.
Yeah, yeah. Just point and pull the trigger.
Fair
Did we have
enough.
did you have any Tony, by the way? As I say, that's
Oh, yeah,
where,
Tony.
where do you have any Tony? Is there no Tony?
Tony.
Uh,
Sorry, Harris.
yeah. Rhoda, are you there? Hello. Come in.
Yeah.
Rhoda, there we go. Do you have Tony? Do we not have Tony?
Tony did what?
Do we have any Tony, or do you not have Tony?
Oh, that Tony.
Yeah.
We can find him. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Oh, God.
I mean, we've also got Buffy. Or we did when my mouse fucking worked. I'm really struggling with new interface, and like I've had to rebuild every fucking thing. But anyway,
Hi, I'm an enormous slut.
just in case you're wondering. Oh God, it's really good actually. The reason I haven't got this lined up is because I was actually enjoying our own show. So
Nothing wrong with that.
yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
It's a good damn show. Good damn show. I got that from the twins. I only watch them every once in a while, but then they do that quote. I'm like, I got that stuck in my head now. Good damn show.
Really big sure.
I have no idea where their accent's from either. I'd have to ask Noise.
Yeah.
Like, he already laughed at me last week because I got Tennessee and Texas wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I confessed to it. He's like, you have no idea how wrong you are. I'm like, I do. I looked at the map.
Yeah, I mean, all our knowledge and, like, well, I guess I can't speak for Canada. I mean, you are way closer to America than we are. So you probably learn way more about the geography of America or North America generally than we do.
I would say there's geography and then there's actual accents. And I think I blame, like, I know the geography a little bit better, but I still have the Hollywood effect of not knowing real accents. It is because I've met people more that I'm like, okay, you know what? I can remember your state a hell of a lot better now that I know that that's where this accent comes from.
Honestly, I mean, I wouldn't feel bad about it because, like, I live in a way tinier country. There's only 6 million people in Scotland, and I can't identify where some people in Scotland's accents are from, and it's a way smaller country. And sometimes I'll get it completely wrong. Like I thought I did not realize that the critical drinker was from the East Coast, for instance.
Curious.
And in the East Coast, East Coasters are usually got a way different accent than critical drinker. So
some of it's also to do with how our TV was done here, like specifically Alberta, because a lot of our TV was coming from Ontario. Like, literally, they still run a lot of our media. Like, we do have our own, like, news and things like that. And the other source would be coming from, California, because that's our next, like, closest source. So if you think of, like, East Coast, West Coast media, it would get confusing. Like, I would be like, so which side of the country am I on at any given time? Like, you would know you were in New York because they always have the Statue of Liberty. You're like, oh, I'm in New York because they have that, but like, they really did mess with my head with that kind of stuff. I really should have been like, okay, I'm gonna have the map in front of me when I watch you, so I know that you're actually in San Francisco. Because, like, that had the bridge, so I knew you were in San Francisco.
yeah, yeah,
And Noise isn't wrong. Like, when they do anything Midwest or South, it is stereotyped as something where you're like, is this? No, I don't think it's like that. I mean, some stereotypes, they exist, but I'd rather see a movie that Noise and Alley made than something that Hollywood made.
No, you're right. It's that stereotype Southerner accent, and there's a stereotype New York accent as well. About the coffee and tea and walking here and all this kind of Italian. Italian mafia accent that's associated with New York. But yeah, no, I'm terrible with accents. If I hear a Canadian talking, I'm generally going to think it's just an American, because you guys do sound quite alike in a lot of ways. And
Hi, I'm an enormous slut.
I've been told that I sound pretty much like I'm West Coast. Like,
yeah, kind of until you sort of like deliberately, drop into a stereotype phrase.
No.
Saying
Like,
something
sorry
like,
about, sorry about the, yeah.
and yeah, sorry about that.
Well, I
I'm making things work. Come on.
I practiced those since I was probably a kid. It's just one of those things when, if you grew up watching Uncle Buck movies with, yeah.
Yeah.
I did. And I did grow up with a lot of British comedies, yeah, but like a lot of our comedy came from your style. So like I liked a lot of our stuff too.
Yeah.
I think I just pulled away from it because Hollywood's been gross to me since like the late 90s. It was just stories that I'd heard probably through.
Hi, I'm an enormous slut.
And I picked up on that. It doesn't mean I read the story. I just picked up on it, Like I do remember his reaction to the Judy Barcy story. Because he was so disgusted over the story. He was like, I'm not letting you anywhere near Hollywood. Never, ever fucking near Hollywood.
What story was that, Judy?
Barcy is the little girl who played Ducky in Land Before Time. And she was a little girl in All Dogs Go to Heaven, but her dad was abusive, and I think they knew, but it was just one of those things because of like Hollywood rules, no one really said anything or reported anything, and he ended up killing both of them, and she was like 6.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's not good.
And yet again, would the feminists have forgiven that guy?
Right. Yeah. No, they would not. You're completely right.
Sorry, as if I don't remember stories. I don't remember them in detail because, like, yeah, that was a bad story, but I do go back to some of them because it's the hope that maybe the police got more information on a bad guy, I like those stories. When they catch the bad guy, like, I know sometimes they don't in time, but, I still think there's peace to the boy in the box because he got his name. I don't like the story, but I'm glad he got his name back. That's what true crime used to be to me. Like I don't know what these girls are into, but it seems to be the same as their weird book porn.
We're gonna do some Chinese because we're gonna do some Chinese.
Yay! Okay, yeah, sorry, Rhoda. I was trying to fill the time. Yeah, Tony.
Hey, I like your shoes.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, what's going on?
She's like, what about the outfit?
Hey, Macy.
Anyways, I'm Macy. We are a sauce factory with 15 years of experiences.
Yup.
Anyways, looking for a unique neon sign for your wedding? Create a personalized design with your names, wedding date, or any special message you love.
Damn, girl, you get thicker.
Wrong side.
Anyways, if you love to eat, love, or train your
My eyes are not big enough for that.
booty, come to Snap Fitness, where there is the widest range of equipment for the fattest ass.
The best way to fight the dark forces and spiritual warfare? Joy.
Thank you, lesbian Johnny Bravo. Anyways, LC Sign makes custom LED signs for businesses worldwide. Factory direct, any size, color, shape, CNUL certified, 3 years warranty, no MOQ. We ship globally.
Ew. He's like,
Anyways, if you're
wow.
planning to order an LED sign, go straight to the source factory. No middleman, no gimmicks, outdoor, indoor, LC Sign has you covered.
I don't know which men to pick, guys. There's so many men that I can pick from, but I don't want to, like.
Anyways, if you're looking for a professional storefront sign, LC Sign is your best choice. Our illuminated letters are tough and easy to read from far away. We use quality LEDs that last for years.
Why am I single? Love freedom. That's true. I do love my freedom.
The fuck?
Anyways, we adopt 316 grade stainless steel for maximum corrosion resistance and gusto area. Built to last for years. Manufactured in 7 to 10 days.
If this is you, you better lower your motherfucking tone when you talking to me.
All right. See what you did there.
Realistic, what I eat in a day as a healthy mom, just doing her best to try and get all the nutrients.
That's an alien.
Anyways, ordering an LED sign from a reliable source factory is the best decision. We have 15 years of experience in making LED signs, and we offer 3 years warranty. Contact us in our bio and get a free quote and follow LC Sign.
Buen día. Hola. Buen día. Olis. Buen día. Buen día. Buena vida. Buen día.
Hola. Buen día. Este retero es lo más popular ahora. Ponga su tienda y haga su negocio grande otra vez.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. I wish I could do that.
Yeah. This is that was
Meg.
Hey, guy speaks 3 languages, probably more than that. I'm like, oh, shit. I can't even speak French. I rejected it. Somehow my brain was like, no.
Believe me, they fucking can't.
You can't speak any French, Jen?
Not really, no. I have to really focus to get a word out.
Speak French, if you want to have a conversation in French, don't go to France.
Yeah.
All right. Why not?
Go to northwestern Spain. Then you'll find people who actually speak French.
Well, what do they speak in France then?
Hi, I'm an enormous.
Well, I've heard that about France.
Pretty much. Boat people language.
Okay.
Yeah. France is a no-go zone now.
Okay.
They didn't even go.
Really don't go to France.
They didn't even go for like boat people that would speak French. Like I worked with one guy from Bali who was like, I was like, so you speak French? Why did you move here? He was like, because I can't stand how the Quebec pronounce French. He said he'd rather pronounce English than hear that shit.
You should put us back on stage, Harris. You're on an offline picture.
Wait, what?
You're on an offline picture. You change the feed. You've got this. You'll get. It's like riding a bike. You never forget. You're just. No, I think you've taken yourself. There you go.
Woo!
All right.
We're back.
Nice. So, for anybody who missed that, I was just saying, don't go to France.
Mm-hmm.
It's full of illegals who want to kill you.
Right.
It's also one of those places where, because I do consider France to be a historical country, I don't want to see history destroyed the way I've seen it lately everywhere that problem is.
Yeah.
I just don't. I can sit there and disagree with French people on our policies and our takes and our point of view and stuff, but I don't really like seeing your country and your history destroyed like that. It's why I don't speak French, because
I mean, the people who I'm not a very big fan of, who have managed to legitimately take control in Egypt, have started destroying actual, like, human artifacts that go back millions of years. So, yeah.
No, you're right, Jen. European culture is genuinely being steamrolled over. From south to north, it's just being steamrolled over. You're not allowed to have your culture anymore. We're being globalized, and it's I could understand being upset by that, because I am also upset by that. think, you know, we're losing all sorts of unique identities across Europe. So, yeah.
It's one of those things where, like, as somebody who really likes history, I don't like when white people go to places like Egypt or places like Israel or Pakistan or whatever and start destroying their history. I actually do judge those people for the same reason as I judge the people we've brought in who are doing the same damn thing. It's a level of ignorance where you're robbing not just our own children, you're robbing everybody's children, and it's being done through ignorance. And even with France, I'll even make fun of some of their history. They can make fun of some of mine. It's fine. I don't want it destroyed. Yeah, that's
No, I
it.
don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think any of it. I don't think a lot of us do. I don't think a lot of us want it destroyed, but there seem to be powers at play that want to basically uh, homogenize the entirety of, you know, Europe and the rest of the world. So
It's like this week we had a video out of Ontario where this it was an Indian lady who was a Canadian citizen, and I would say that because there is a difference. You can tell they could talk just the same as I do and they sound just the same as I fucking do. And she caught a migrant throwing tires into one of our really beautiful rivers, and she lost her mind on him. And I was like, she can stay, he can go. Because she's already a Canadian. You know, I don't actually I actually dislike the side of the left that thinks that I can't tell the difference. I'm like, yeah, I fucking can. I can hear her talk. You know?
yeah,
Like,
oh for sure.
and the fact that she was willing to defend our borders just the same as that's the people we want over here, are people who want to be part of the system. If she's willing to defend our borders, then she's probably in the same way that we're, on our side in the first place. So I don't want people willing to destroy our country. You know, and I do support the people who are already here who aren't doing anything wrong and are defending us.
Yeah, no, you're completely right.
Yeah, that's the thing. We need to. I mean, we come from entirely different countries, but what we need to do is preserve our countries.
Yeah.
I don't see why that is seen as such a hard thing for people to grasp.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're certainly not going to preserve our country.
I'm called far right for not wanting randoms to walk up the beach and rape my cousin.
Yeah, basically, yeah. You know.
I mean, that's
fuck off.
It's true. It's a little bit catastrophizing, but yes, no, you're right. And it seems as if there's nowhere safe. In fact, you know, the people who are running the parliament, running the government just now want there to be nowhere safe in the country anymore, as far as I can tell. You know, you know, they want to make the countryside less white. They want to make, you know, the cities are already less white, and so they need to work on the countryside now. They've already started on Scotland. You know that like Glasgow have taken in like the most immigrants in, you know, the last few years. It's been
Oh, that would be wonderful, won't it?
Oh, it is. It's great.
Because they're the most open and lovely people.
Yeah, they're wondering why the sexual assault figures have jumped by 55% in the last few years, and like, I guess no.
It's
like,
it's
a mystery.
It's to the point where you actually have like Japanese game developers who like your culture more than your government does.
Yes.
Like if you think of the amount of games where they're based off of British or like European style towns and heroes and armor and all sorts of knights and things like that, they appreciate your culture more than the people who run your countries do. That's sad.
Yeah, you
Like-
look at like Berserk or Dark Souls, and they're all kind of based on this Japanese image of European medieval castles and armor and.
Because they have their own style of armor. Like everybody can look up what a samurai's armor actually looked like, and they're cool. I like those. They're cool, but they're a different thing. I'll be real. The reason I like Japan so much is because I could see a lot of their stories in yours or crossover. Because samurai's not necessarily a knight, but when they explain a lot of the politics, I'm like, I can kind of see that. Weirdly enough.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I like them so much. It's like, well, yeah, you're a different group of people. You did it differently, but I can still understand you because of that. And they don't shit on their own culture, and you shouldn't have to either. And you shouldn't have to have them tell you that.
Yeah. The globalists are also trying to culturally enrich Japan at
They
this
are.
point as well. So, yeah.
I'm pro Japan kicking out everybody that they don't want, even me. Like, if I don't know how to be polite, then that's my bad, and I need to learn better before I can. But I am pro them protecting themselves from nonsense. Keep yourself normal longer. You're doing fine.
It was one place in the world that I really did want to visit at one point, is Japan.
I still do for the food tours.
Yeah, for sure.
Not
But
to be funny, but
it's got such a a prominent place in the history of video games that it's the thing that initially attracted me to it. But then there's also the cultural aspects of politeness, respect, and stuff like that. I love their I love their culture that way as well. But it would be, and it is like one of the more radically alien cultures from mine sort of thing. Whereas anywhere in the Anglosphere like Australia, Canada, America, we share a lot in common. But somewhere like Japan is so different. So
if you
unique compared to
It's
anywhere else in the world.
It's one of those things where, like I said, when you think of crossover with history, if you think of the War of Nobunaga, and there's a lot of names involved in that I can't pronounce properly, but if you think of it as being like the Japanese version of the War of the Roses, because back during the people don't, especially in the north, like over here, we don't really focus on your old history. It's just not seen as being important. But what you guys know is that, like, yeah, England owned parts of France. Parts of France was part of England, and vice versa. And like War of the Roses is it's almost like nation inside a nation at that point. Like, it's not actually one against the other. It's actually nation inside it. It's actually told wrong because of that. And re-exploring that history and then looking into the Japanese one, like it's a different story. Yes, they did have different politics. They had an emperor, so it's a different thing. But when you understand that you can relate to somebody that much, even though there's such a historical difference between the two of you, you can understand each other better in the present. I can't understand a lot of their culture because they are very work-based. Like, they are very, very work-based. I wish I could take some tips from them, but I think some of what they do is unhealthy. The two things can be true.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I can still relate to them because they tell me so much about themselves. It's why I like England. I can relate with you guys, even though, and Scotland. Like, I know Scotland is a different beast because I do believe you when you say different versions of Scottish, because I've met some.
Yeah, sure. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I've said it before. I used to be a bit of a Scottish nationalist and think that Scotland should be separate from England. But I don't think that anymore because I grew up basically, and I was like, I kind of realised at one point that Scotland and England are almost the exact same country. We're on the same island. We have the same television. We listen to the same music. The only differences are that we are further north. And we have this kind of slightly sing-song accent compared to somewhere in in England, and England has all its own kind of accents in different areas. So, yeah, I mean, Scotland and England are just areas of the same country. I know someone who says, "Oh no, uh, the United Kingdom isn't a country," and I'm like, "Yeah, it is. It really is."
Mhm.
We have so much in common nowadays. Not in the past. In the past, like during like the War of the Roses and stuff like that. Yeah, no, Scotland was a completely separate entity at that point. But
But the world
over,
was the world would have been smaller from our point of view too. Like even if at the time say we're going at a time where we're meeting the North Americas, you're
yeah,
still coming from a small worldview because that's the information we have, and our towns were so small.
hmm yeah,
Like even big cities were tiny.
yeah,
Mm,
yeah. I think it really is kind of if you do have a shared culture, then you want to protect it. You want it to be um, uh, you want everyone to share that culture, and you don't want other cultures coming in and steamrolling it, like I was saying before. And I think we had kind of just got to a position in the UK where um, Scotland and England and Wales, we did feel like the same, just like the different areas of the same country. Which America managed to do that a long time ago. I think
mhm.
America, their states are so different from each other, but they still feel like areas of the same country. Again, because of a shared culture. So, what's that in the binary man? Hi, Jeremiah. How you doing? Ireland is only part of England in the north as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, it's true, and they've got an even songier voice than Scottish people. They've got, oh, to be sure, I'm I'm Irish, so I am. Um, I should actually, yeah, should add to that. Northern Ireland is only part of England. I don't think people in the Republic of Ireland would be happy about you saying that it's part of England. um, uh,
But the North has actually really worked to keep up relations. I would say if anything it did. I would say the current politicians are where I throw shade
yeah,
because I do think Ireland has been open to any kind of talks and working things out because it's about making sure that everybody's working efficiently.
hmm
If you're a team effort, you need to be a team effort.
yeah. Ireland has done some weird things to itself, sort of twisting around in an attempt to, keep the North separate from the South, but at the same time they want to have the ties between the North and South. And yet there are still people in the North who want it to remain part of the UK. And it's we've ended up with this thing where they've got this soft border in Ireland, and it's all very uh, uh, people can take the piss out of it, basically, and it's this weird porous border between the UK and Europe. So it's all very exploitable, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
But as I say, I've got a friend who lives in Northern Ireland, um, and I've got family that lives in Wales and in England, sort of thing. So I feel as if it's all the same country, but we have all the separatists in various parts. We still have the people who want Scotland to be independent. We still have people in Ireland who want there to be a united Ireland. And
I think
can
The
be
thing
uncomfortable at times, you know.
I think the thing that that they're taking that would have been part of the original movement is that while you do have a shared culture and now it does make sense to work together as a shared culture, it doesn't mean that you don't have your own identity. And that's the thing that Canada and the US actually did do. Like that's the thing that you guys are trying to accomplish because you can have your own identity and still be a part of a whole thing. Like you absolutely can. Like why can't you be, you know, you and then be a part of the whole thing? Because you're always going to be you. Your history is unique. It is what makes the UK unique in the first place and interesting and that's where a lot of us come from. Like it's not everybody, but it is a lot of us. So like no, I'm not ashamed of my history.
No.
I hope my ancestors did fine after we left, you know? Like high five if we're doing okay. But it's just you're allowed to have your unique identity, and that's I think what they're trying to imply is like, oh, if you become part of the UK, you're just all going to become English. I'm like, no,
no, exactly, yeah.
Like everybody has their own version of a stew. Like I was sitting there thinking of like, how would I make a Scottish version of a stew? And like I do think it would be something with mutton. I'm going to look something up, but I don't know if I can afford it because mutton over here is expensive. Lamb is expensive. It doesn't matter the age, it's expensive.
Oh, I mean, it's probably expensive here as well because everything's bloody expensive here now. So,
but like if I think of like unique things, it's like, yeah, I know it seems basic to point at a stew, but you each have a different version of a stew. It might have similar ingredients, but it's a different technique each time, so it's a different stew.
Yeah, if we do have a thing called Scotch broth. For instance, I don't know if that's more like a soup than a stew, right enough. But I guess it's called Scotch for a reason. But I mean, you're right. There's all these different cultural touchstones in all sorts of parts of the UK. Like you've got Cornish pasties from Cornwall, and you've got gosh, what else? Black pudding from up north. That's I guess where that came from. And Welsh rarebit, whatever that was. I don't actually know what Welsh rarebit is, but I know it's Welsh because it says Welsh in the name.
Well, some of this I think some of this has been ongoing for a long time. Like some of it's natural. So I go with like bakeries because yeah, a lot of baked goods come from the UK. Not everything is coming from just Europe. A lot of your history comes from like specific grains because you each have regions that kind of grow better things. Like some people grow better oats and some people grow better flax and some people grow better wheat, you know? So like you do have regional breads and some of them some of the grains that you guys have no longer exist. Like you had historical breads with so many different grains that they can't recreate them actually.
Okay, I did not. Well, I guess I've not paid enough attention to it.
It's stuff that I realized and funny enough, I realized it because if you look into historical books with older vegetables that we used to grow, like older grains and things like that, sometimes you'll find that China still grows some of them.
All right. Well,
when you realize it, you realize it.
Yeah, China are going to take over at some point anyway, I think, aren't they? They're just going to take over the whole flipping lot.
Well, the Chinese don't believe in throwing away food. They're like, if it's still food and it's still good and it's still nutritious and, you know, what if you have hard times or this crop has a bad season, you still have something else to rely on. So they don't, that's why they'll eat bugs and things like that because it's still food. It doesn't mean we need to do all of that. I wouldn't do all of that. But like when it comes to things like some of the vegetables and grains that we used to have, it's because
Is this why they were trying to propagandize us with the Eat the Bugs, Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum thing? they're trying to get the Westerners to eat the bugs as well. Because it is.
I think it goes deeper than that. So for my thinking when it comes to nutrition, I think everybody wanted us on a higher sugar diet. And how do you get a higher sugar diet? Well, a lot of white flour, like white rice, white sugar. All of those things really raise your sugar levels. And sugar, when you have large quantities of sugar, it does react to your brain a little bit like drugs. So if you want to wire like countries and people or cause like disabilities that would limit your population and things like that, yeah, you fuck with people's food. It's not new. Like sometimes it's just somebody trying to save a buck because they're a cheap asshole. And sometimes I think they do know what they're doing, because a lot of the older grains had more protein, they had more nutrition, they had more, a lot of the things that makes it make sense why peasants would eat so much bread as a diet.
Yes. Have you seen this story about they are planning to introduce and add folic acid to flour in the UK?
Why?
Well, I think it's it's a similar thing as adding fluoride to the water. It's this kind of medicating the entire population for the sake of, in the case of fluoride, it was meant to be, we put fluoride in the water and suddenly everyone will have better teeth. And they're doing this with folic acid as well. Yeah, here we go. Folic acid to be added to flour to help stop birth defects.
Yeah, no.
Let's see. Folic acid is to be added to non-wholemeal wheat flour in the UK to help prevent birth defects. Adding folic acid to flour could prevent around 200 cases of neural tube defects, such as spina bifida, every year, and improve the health of pregnant women, says the government, which is giving manufacturers until the end of 2026 to conform to the new legal requirement. Expectant mothers and women trying to conceive should continue to take supplementary folic acid, the synthetic version of the vitamin folate. Folate? Okay. As currently advised by medical practitioners. Folic acid is particularly important in early pregnancy, aiding proper development of the baby's brain, skull, and spinal cord. Experts, many of whom have called for the move for a number of years, have welcomed the government's decision. The announcement follows health improvements in other countries, such as Australia and Canada, where the practice is already carried out. Oh.
So what I want to know is, where are they getting the folic acid from? Because that's where I'm going to call them out, because I still think a natural diet is the better thing to do. Stay away from booze. Maybe cut back on the coffee. I would have to quit coffee. It would suck, but that's what you do.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, I don't know if they're going to address the answer. No, they're not going to address in this article. My question is, why the hell do people who are not pregnant need to be forced to take folic acid?
Yeah.
I mean, is the reasoning for this? Oh well, folic acid is not going to affect people who are not pregnant in any way, so we might as well put it. This whole sort of blanket medication of population. This is why people are suspicious. This is why people. This is how we get conspiracy theories.
And this is why I try to convince my friends who, like, I know a guy who lives near London named TC who makes tea bread. I'm gonna tease him and be like, sell your tea bread, man. You have an opening for homemade bread.
Yeah.
He tends to have a squirrel avatar. I'm like, there you go. You've got your avatar for your bread brand.
Yeah. But I
Trying
mean,
to get school,
I mean, this article is saying, Australia and Canada, this practice is already carried out. So you are already, apparently in Canada, already having folic acid added to your flour. So if you're eating bread, I guess you are also being unwittingly or unwillingly,
Well,
um,
I'm sure
being
it probably goes further than that. It probably is in like basic flour. Like I said, I that's why I want to re-explore old grains because I'm tired of them putting shit in my food.
Yeah.
I would rather go and get mullet and rye and barley.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody, if pregnant women need to take folic acid, they are already told to do that. So why? Anyway, some say, just to continue a little bit with this, some say the change doesn't go far enough, however, and more foods should be included. Professor Nina Modi, Professor of Neonatal Medicine at Imperial College London, a good London name there, Nina Modi, definitely not an Indian person, said, go on, sorry.
I'm wondering if she thinks that all us white women just live off of a pumpkin latte diet because, like, I eat food. Like, I eat oranges. Sometimes I eat peaches and grapes and things that have folic acid in it. Sometimes I have tomatoes or cucumbers or
Yeah.
food has it in it. I don't need extra. And if
Yeah.
I did, it's usually an age group thing. So no, not everybody doesn't need the babies don't need that. The developing people don't need that.
I mean, if it's not
Men
enough to
probably
tell
don't.
if it's not enough to tell a pregnant woman you need to take folic acid while you're pregnant, in order for your child not to have spina bifida, then
Am I wrong for thinking folic acid is like citrus and stuff? Like
I'm not sure. It did mention. Hold on. It says the vitamin folate, also known as vitamin B9, is found in everyday foods such as beans and some green vegetables, meaning most people receive a sufficient dose from eating a regular healthy diet.
yeah, everything I just said. Okay. All right. So if I just have some, maybe not actually don't eat a lot of spinach when you're pregnant. There's a lot of other leaves you can get away with. I still eat some spinach though. Even if I was pregnant, I'd probably put a few leaves in. I like it.
But this, Professor Nina Modi, Professor of Neonatal Medicine, said this will disadvantage groups such as women who are sensitive to gluten, eat rice in preference to bread, and products made from whole meal flour, excluding them and their babies from benefiting, and thus adding to the considerable health inequities that already exist in the UK.
Oh, are they getting a lot of babies with a celiac or something? And I'm like, that's actually kind of a rare thing to have. Like it really is. I worked in deli. We had to keep a separate slicer for celiac hams, turkeys, because most of those are made with like filler.
Yeah, I mean, it is estimated that half of all pregnancies in the UK are unplanned. So half the kids in the UK were a mistake. Anyway, no, the fortification of flour will therefore help boost intake of folic acid across the population and indirectly better protect unborn babies. I just. And then it says the government's independent advisory body has looked at all the evidence and is satisfied that fortification is the right course of action for society as a whole. So, and then it says at the end, the last sentence is flour is already fortified with calcium, niacin, thiamine, and iron as a means of improving public health. So, and
All things you
how
could
is
get,
that?
all things you could get from a proper diet. I'm sorry, liver tastes like shit, but you can eat liver in ways where it doesn't, you know?
We're having all this amazing, basically, we don't need pharmaceutical drugs anymore. We can just eat a sandwich because all the bread is going to have all the drugs in it. You know, um, I disagree with all this kind of
Well,
blanket public medication. I so disagree with it.
I felt this way about a lot of the vitamins, actually, because one of the stores I worked at had partial pharmacy, so, you're stocking vitamins on the wall. They had them in gummies, and I'm like, you're trying to get people to eat like so much of something that they would get enough of from their food. That's actually like overkill. I get that they could pee it out, but like you're gonna cause problems in people.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's the thing. I just it upsets me so much. It's the whole sort of having something forced upon you. It's like the vaccination. Don't talk about the vax. But oh yes, no, the vax is perfectly safe for everyone. Oh, and like 6 months later, we find that a lot of people have been injured by it, and they're looking for compensation. And this kind of one size fits all approach to health really bugs me. And especially when it's just for a very, very specific subset of people,
well,
like which, it's just women who are getting pregnant. That's not, that's less than half the population for a start.
some of it I think is the pharmacy trying to sell itself. So like say a study was done with mice, and I remember this from like junior high. In the study, they were trying to find out if you could get heart disease or cholesterol from eating bacon. Well, they were feeding the mouse 2.5 pounds of bacon. And I was like, okay, so like, what other problems did he have? Because you gave him 2.5 pounds of bacon and you think that was limited to just heart disease and cholesterol? What the fuck is, like, what the hell?
Right.
Like, I couldn't even see a mouse eating a whole slice, let alone like that much.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm like, okay, I'm absolutely questioning your study. Like, so are you finding out if bacon causes cholesterol? Are you finding out how much bacon you can eat before you get cholesterol? Because that's the actual study that you should do. Because everybody knows that. Like, if you overeat, sorry to hurt some feelings. I've done it. It's easy to sit there and be like, a pound of bacon, yeah, But like, I know that's a bad idea.
Yeah, no, everything in moderation, as they say. But yes,
I don't eat bacon very often, so when I do, I'm like, okay, fine, But
I mean, overeating anything is going to be bad for you. If you eat like a 10 pounds of chickpeas, it's probably going to be bad for you.
But
geez.
I think that's why they do these studies the way that they do, because if they can convince you that you need to take more and more and more and more of something, but it's like, well, no, I don't think that's how it goes. Because if you're getting enough from food, the reason you get enough from food is because you got full.
Mhm. Yeah. What you were saying about the whole pharmaceutical companies need to survive, and to do that they need to find they constantly need to find new treatments for things, never cures for anything but treatments for things, because if they cure anything, then they're out of people will stop buying their products because they are cured. So they have to find ways to treat people without them actually getting better at any point. And so things like antidepressants have done great for the pharmaceutical companies, because people just need to keep taking them all the time. And obviously COVID was a gift for pharmaceutical companies. That was ridiculous. That whole scenario was insane. And again, they come up with a vaccine, which yes needs constant boosters. Apparently, you need to take boosters every 3 months for vaccines, which normally a vaccine was normally a thing that you took when you were young, and now you're immune to that thing, and you don't need to take the vaccine again. But we are going backwards in technology. So we can't make something that is as effective as it was back in the day. So we have to come up with these crappy mRNA shots that say require boosters all the time, which is terrible for humans, but fantastic for the pharmaceutical companies' bottom line. So yeah, I'm fairly mistrustful of big pharma nowadays. I used to be a pharmacy student. I went to university to do pharmacy, because I was good at chemistry, and all the time that I was at university, I was realizing that this is just leading to a job in a chemist shop or a pharmaceutical, a pharmacy, and I don't want to do that. It sounds boring. The only reason I'm here is because I was good at chemistry. And
It's basically counting pre-made pills.
yeah. I mean, the only thing that they made us do in university was make ointment and cut up a frog, and I was like, yeah, this is I don't like any of this. This is a bad scene. So I learned to play guitar instead, and yeah, that was more fun. You know what? I think we might have lost Eris.
I think so too. I was like, okay, I thought maybe he was having computer problems anyway, so like just fill in the gap. I'm like, is he coming back?
I'm starting.
Baby, come back.
I am starting to doubt whether he is coming back. We've got Jeremiah in chat saying that he needs an invite. Well, I don't know if an invite is likely to happen, Jeremiah. Sorry about that. Because we do seem to have lost our
host,
our host for the evening.
I hope Rhoda's okay. If he's listening to this, just calm down, deep breaths. It's fine.
Yes. Maybe Alice has now got Rhoda handcuffed to a radiator. Alice the kitten is now taking control. And I, for one, welcome our cat overlords, because I think that's only a matter of time before the cats take over.
If it's not the cats, it'll be the dogs, because I think they understand us a lot better than I give them credit for.
I think they
that
do.
or I understand that or I understand them better, because like yeah, the more you learn how to communicate with somebody.
Well, I feel like cats have been scheming our downfall for hundreds of years at this point. They nearly got the Egyptians, because the Egyptians were enthralled to cats at one point, as far as I know. But yes, they haven't. The human race have fought back against the cats ever since then, and we regained the upper hand.
Yeah, it's keepers of the cat treats and the cat tubes. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So yes, it's all very well that we have our sort of regional foodstuffs and regional food culture and stuff like that, but when our own government is trying to mess with it, and standardize everything and all that kind of thing. That's why I think the European Union has been generally kind of bad, because that's half the goal of the European Union, was to standardize everything and homogenize Europe into one big lump. And I just think that was so misguided.
It's a huge group of people who want to be in control of a whole lot of others where they were never elected to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, and you wonder who gives out the orders, like, 'cause there's the European Parliament, which is elected nominally, but they can't really get much done because, they're representing all these different parties from all these different countries, and basically they take orders from the European Commission, which is not elected. They are just appointed. And the policy comes from the commission, and so who chooses what the policies are? They're not democratically decided. They're they come down from on high. The policies come down from on high. The European Parliament basically rubber stamps them. It goes back to the commission, and it gets made law across Europe. And that's why, yeah, and this is why Brexit happened. This is why a lot of people in the UK felt that the European Union was a horribly undemocratic
Yeah.
institution. So,
Like the like, don't get me wrong, it did offer some things that I can understand and appreciate. Like traveling between countries without so much restrictions, yes, that's kind of nice, but at the same time, that's kind of sketchy. Like, I mean, we don't do that between Canada and the US. Like, we respect each other, but you're not just crossing the border without an ID or like
yeah,
passport, yeah.
yeah,
Like they might like kick the kids across, like, oh, you fucked up, kid, but like, no, you're not doing that.
yeah, yeah. I feel as if something like that could have been done without trying to, mush all the European countries into one big plasticine blob. Like have some kind of border agreements where people can have some kind of freedom of movement, um, but you're right. People still should identify themselves in some way. I don't know. I don't know. I guess that and the sort of the single European currency. I mean, is that? I mean, it's probably a good thing, isn't it? Because it means that you don't have to pay every time you're exchanging one currency for another. I guess. Um, So yeah, I mean, I guess there are some advantages to the European projects, but I think that all these European countries have to be able to hold on to their own identity, and there's so many attacks on all these countries' identity, uh, with the European Union and a wave of crazy immigration. That's just
Well, it's one of those things I wanted to. So, Sardak, I didn't say anything I should have, but I didn't want to bring it up as a big topic on Noise's show. But I brought up Poland as a place that people should actually go visit, and Ali and Noise were like, well, why? And I'm like, because they actually do have a lot of history. Like they have a lot of old castles. Like if you know their history, they've been blocking us from Russia for a lot longer than a lot of other places. And they're not perfect or anything. They did have like money problems. I don't know that I feel comfortable saying that kind of stuff because it's not so much political. They did have money problems because they were suffering after World War II, like 1 and 2. Like they like I'm pretty sure they were fucked over from that.
yes.
So
Yes, very
like
much
yeah,
so.
as a country that was like kind of fixing themselves with money in whatever ways they could to get back up to speed, but they still have that history. Like for things that are still there, yeah, I'd still go. I mean, I would admit I don't speak the language, so hopefully I could figure out a tour guide. But yeah, and given the fact that they don't have a lot of problems that the rest of Europe has, well, I could go discover a European country without those problems, so I could learn history in a way.
Yeah.
I think you guys got shat on Sardak because of the end of World War II. I'll be real, a lot of people see that stuff and people unintentionally get emotional when they don't realize it. Because yeah, Poland got, and it's the same with England. Like I have a buddy from Manchester, well, if I know anything about Manchester, well, they got pounded too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
well, no, I was teasing my friend because he's never gone to the bunkers. I was disappointed that my one friend from there has never gone. I'm like, that's cool shit. Like, that's where you go to see the ghosts and stuff. It's the bunkers.
Well, I've been on like ghost tours, but that's over in Edinburgh, and that's like there's a whole city underground in Edinburgh that you can visit and go on ghost tours, stuff like that. I did that was a long time ago. I did that, but yeah, no, during the war, there was an area just outside Glasgow, down the River Clyde, called Clyde Bank, that got targeted very heavily by the Germans. They called it the Blitz. They had the Clyde Bank Blitz, and yeah, my granny stayed there, and my mum has got all these stories about how uh, my 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 granny had to like got the people from upstairs used to come down to the downstairs while the bombs were dropping and stuff like that. And apparently, my granddad would stand with his like back to the door, keeping the door closed because the bombs were causing like doors to be blown in and stuff like that. And that was it was pretty hairy. But yeah, we probably never had it as bad as likes of Poland, and places in France and stuff as well.
I wouldn't go with the thought of judging anybody either. Like it's like all history at this point. Like you can't go in doing that. It's at this point I don't even think it's respectful to the people who died. I think it's better to learn about it and then actually learn about the other history.
Yeah.
Like it's still there. I'm not gonna not acknowledge it. I'm not gonna not salute people and stuff. But like, I'd rather learn about other history than hyper focus on something that's been clearly used to abuse and moralize people for no reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd go to Poland for that stuff. I learned most of that from the Japanese, by the way. I didn't learn that from my schools. Italia was pretty good before the fangirls got to it.
Okay. What
Well,
is
you would
that?
find Italia is a anime that's based off of countries as a nation being characters. So, like, if you think of Russia, he's a giant dude. Like, he's a giant hulking dude. And then you
Okay,
see his sisters, and he's got a little sister called Belarus, and she's kind of this creeper that likes to stalk him a lot. I guess she
Right.
used to be, kind of the princess of the region back in the day.
Okay.
And then when they get to Ukraine, it's basically an argument that she owes money, but at the same time, Russia's kind of a dick about when he goes to ask for the money back. But when they portray Ukraine, she's this girl with large tracts of land.
Well, Ukraine was known as kind of known as like the breadbasket of Europe, isn't it? With the amount of
Yeah.
grain and stuff they grew, yeah.
Yeah.
So yes,
The Japanese would throw out jokes like that when they're telling like little stories like that, and it made it easier to follow historical stuff.
it sounds incredibly well observed. Actually, that's crazy. I feel as if I have heard about that before, but I didn't know what it was called. And yeah, sort of doing that is actually extremely clever. And yeah, say if it is as well observed as that, then yeah, I'll need to try and source that. And see if I can.
Just avoid the fandom, like, because like if you stick to the regular fandom, they're just following with the stories like I am, because his take on it was funny from a Japanese perspective. It's also nice to see it drawn like that. Like, it's one of those things where I give credit. Like, I like both style of drawings. I even like some of the old UK cartoons and stuff. But sometimes the Japanese will put details into things, even if it's just an anime, that I just appreciate because it's, like, so Hitalia is also based off of the Axis powers. It is coming from Japan, so they're like, well, it's our take, we were the Axis powers. But they'll call out Italy for having tanks that were faster going backwards than they were going forwards, because they did. He put in full scenes where Germany is trying to reason with Italy, and Italy is trying to freak out because he's not comfortable with the whole thing, and he's kind of afraid of England, and he's afraid that England's going to feed him his food, but like the English really enjoy their time in Italy because they're just eating Italian food, so like they're having a fun time.
Yeah, honestly,
and
it's kind of rad. Yeah, Japan are, I didn't see any anime stuff until I was about 18 or something like that. So, it didn't really, it didn't really come to the UK as far as I know. The only time I saw it was on like VHSs. It was never on the television. But when you do see it, you realize that Japan is kind of in a whole different class when it comes to anime and its sort of attention to detail and its storytelling and stuff like that.
It really is a whole other culture for it. Like, don't get me wrong, there is stuff where they'll call you out for being a nerd. Like, they do have terminology that's, you're a fucking nerd. But even if you were to be like our age, they have anime that's geared towards our age group. So it'll be things like, some people have like office stories, or there's even retirement stories that are based off of, okay, I'm going in retirement and, this is what I did, like, and it's all drawn, and some of it's very respectful. It's kind of like their food. Like, they have food that's geared towards kids, so it has more sugar in it. And then they have this belief that once you reach a certain age, your taste buds change, so you shouldn't really want sugar. So you'll have a Kit Kat that's geared towards a kid, and then one that says like oolong tea, and you're like, that is the most bitter thing I've ever had.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes, not every anime is based on a young ninja coming of age or something like that. Not every anime is Naruto or Dragon Ball, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've said it before. Like the first sort of thing that I counted as an anime that I watched was. Well, there were two, but I guess the first one that I saw was Battle of the Planets, and it turned out that that was actually a sort of Americanized edit of an actual Japanese anime, and yeah, it was edited to take out a lot of the sort of more adult themes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they made it just a cartoon for kids.
That's actually, go ahead. Sorry, you finish your thought.
Oh, well, no, the second one was Ulysses 31, which is based on the Odyssey, obviously. And it wasn't even Japanese. It was like a French French anime in the style of a Japanese anime.
The French really, really like anime. They do.
Yeah.
There's the large swath of them. But I need to take a second. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Sorry. I'm the one who knows anime, and I'm like, God, I gotta go to the bathroom.
No, you're fine. You're fine. In the meantime, I'll try and shout at Rhoda.
All right.
If he wakes up. Rhoda! Rhoda! I won't do that forever. I guess I'll look for some kind of I'll look for some kind of news story for let's see. I could tell everyone about the horrible things that are happening in the UK, because obviously there are horrible things happening to every country around the world at all times, because that's what news is. News is, here is something horrible happening in our country. get mad about it and write a letter to your member of your governing body, and they will do nothing about it. So don't worry about it. Let's see. What do we have? Let's talk to the. Okay, I can't find anything. Let's talk to the chat for a bit. Hi, chat. How are you doing? Hi, Jeremiah. Astro Boy, Speed Racer. Oh, Speed Racer. They made a movie of that, didn't they? Say something else. We have enough bad and whatever. Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, yeah, no, let's not do the news. Let's talk about anime more. Yeah, Speed Racer was they did a movie and it was like a high frame rate movie, one of those when they were making these they started making these like 50 and 60 frames per second movies. Where'd Rhoda go? That's a good question, Sardoc. We are kind of wondering that. I have decided that Alice the kitten has probably handcuffed him to a radiator in the basement. And he is no longer able to get to the microphone or the controls of his YouTube. It's let's see, Binary Man, Jeremiah, thank you. Voltron was an anime that got censored as well. Oh, sure. Do you know? Voltron is a thing that I wasn't sure if I had seen it. It looked really familiar to me at one point, and I think that I might have seen a few episodes of it back in the day because it was very similar to it was very similar in feel to Battle of the Planets. The Japanese title was Go Lion. Yes, because the Voltron itself was like a bunch of ships that sort of connected together, right, and turned into like a big sort of mech lion thing or something, wasn't it? Or was it like the pilots were all wearing sort of lion helmets or something? I don't remember. But I always thought it was very similar to. Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's one of these things. Yes, I always thought that Voltron had a very, very similar style to Battle of the Planets. Let's see if I can find. Can I share a screen? I don't think I can share a screen without. Hello. Jeremiah was mentioning Voltron. Is that one that you ever saw?
I saw clips of it. I didn't watch the whole thing. It's one of those ones where it's a little bit older, but I did see it as like clips of reruns.
I think I saw it as well. Yeah, I think I saw maybe a few episodes or something. And I didn't really understand it because, like I said, I wasn't really familiar with anime.
I didn't love or hate it. It's one of those things where I appreciate other animes and stuff. It's just at the time I had this weird dislike for Power Rangers.
Oh, right. Yes.
And I know Voltron's an entirely different thing, but sometimes there's animes where there's a little bit of lap over of ideas. It doesn't make them the same. They are different genres, but there's a lap over of ideas. And at the time, I was just like, I don't want to watch you because you keep reminding me of Power Rangers. And the thing with the Power Rangers, the reason I didn't like them, some of the putty people had these fingers where they put like they're little stacks. They're the kind of things that you would use as like tensor bands to, strengthen your hand knuckles and things.
Yeah.
And I know what those are like. And no, I'm pretty sure my brother has thrown one of those at me. So like, I saw that shit and I'm like, if I saw somebody with a handful of those, I would be picking up sticks or rocks and throwing them at them. Like, full on no. Yeah, don't underestimate the reasoning of a woman. That's all I'm saying.
I never would. I would never dare. Are you kidding me?
Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Jeremiah. It does predate Power Rangers. I wouldn't be surprised if Power Rangers didn't take some things from Voltron. But at the time, I saw the Power Rangers before I saw Voltron. Like, I could tell you the age of Voltron is clearly older based off the style of the drawings. But it's
Well, Power Rangers is another one of those shows that was originally Japanese. It was like Super Sentai or something it was called. And then it was taken by the Americans, and the Americans edited in a bunch of high school kids into it to make it more of an American story, and then packaged it and sold it as what it was. And to be fair, it was incredibly popular. You can't really argue. You can't really argue with Power Rangers. Oh, here we go. Closer to Power Rangers was Ultraman and Kamen Rider. Yes, I have heard of both of these things, but I don't think I've seen either of them. Why have I heard of Kamen Rider? Ultraman, I nearly bought a movie that was called something like Shin Ultraman or something, which looked amazing, but I never had the money for it at the time. And I was kicking myself because it did look real crazy. But yeah, no, you can't really argue with the popularity of the Power Rangers. They did really well with that show. And I even sat through the one of the Power Rangers movies and didn't hate it. It was the is it the Power Rangers Legend of the Ooze or something like that? Starring Ivan Ooze as the bad guy. He was purple. He was kind of like Thanos before Thanos was a thing. Ivan Ooze was early Thanos.
Yeah, I never, like I said, I didn't have anything against anyone who's into any of this stuff, because, like, that's just too petty for me. But, like, not liking it myself, my reasoning's kind of weird anyway. But the reason I include them in kind of a similar lineup, Jeremiah, is because it's the 5-hero star lineup. It's not limited to Japan, like, certainly not. There's a lot of super stories, superheroes, whatever, where it's a 5-star, and I don't hate that. Like, that's just a formula. But I just I don't know. There was a point where I was really into actually some of their more historical stuff again. It's not that history always has to be good. It's just some of their historical stories are actually crazy. So, like, I was into Rurouni Kenshin. I didn't love or hate Inuyasha. I just thought it took too long to get to a point. So, like, I got to a point and then I finished with it because I was like, I liked Ranma 1/2 a little bit more because that one was just fucking satire. You know, like, it was funny. So I liked that one. I liked, like I said, Hitalia. I do like, I like some of the sci-fi, I like some of the fantasy, but, like, you know, you can't not like a little bit of Dragon Ball because, you know, doesn't need to be Dragon Ball. His art style was just so everywhere that I love the slimes and the games and stuff, and I did. Sorry.
This is what's his name? Toriyama or something? Is
it? Toriyama.
Yeah. And Dragon Ball. I watched the first series of I'm extremely unknowledgeable about Dragon Ball. The only thing that I've seen are things in video games, and the first series of, I think it was like the original Dragon Ball. I don't think it was Dragon Ball Z. I think it was just Dragon Ball as Dragon Ball. But there was a Kamehameha thrown that took about 8 episodes for it to come out.
So if I were to recommend the actual first one, it wouldn't be Dragon Ball Z. It would be just Dragon Ball. When he's a little kid,
Yeah.
Because the interactions between him and Master Roshi and like his fight with the Red Army, way more entertaining. Like, don't get me wrong, like as you go through the series, it becomes about who's the most strongest person in the world, blah, 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 and yeah, that's when you get to eight episodes of constipated people.
I mean, Dragon
I
Ball
didn't.
is the ultimate in power creep, isn't it? The power has to keep going up and up and up and up. And this is how you get like Saiyan and then Super Saiyan and then Super Ultra Mega Saiyan.
I mean, I didn't dislike it. I kind of knew it was for the guys. I mean, it screamed like animated WWF to me, but with like aliens and like, you know, Super Saiyans and stuff. So like I get the humor of it, but but like as far as like actual like, you know, stories that were more involved, the first one was the better one.
Yeah. Yeah, the artist who made Dragon Ball made the art for Dragon Quest. Yeah, Toriyama, right? Yeah, like I said, I came to a lot of this stuff quite late. My era back in the day, it was you know, the original Transformers cartoons were a thing. We had He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. They were a thing. Um, and then just after that, right? Because like me and my brother, we are only what, 3.5 years apart in age. But that was enough for my era to be He-Man and my brother's era to be Thundercats. You know,
Okay.
because there was a little gap between them, you know, and my brother was more into Thundercats and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you know, and I thought that stuff was gay and cringe because I was slightly older by that point. And I think I moved on to like the real Ghostbusters because the real Ghostbusters was still kind of cool.
They were a little bit more adult themed though, because by that point you had the movies too.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, there was some real freaky stuff in the real Ghostbusters, yeah.
Well, it's also like if you reflect on the movies, like at the time, Bill Murray was making adult jokes. Like they weren't bad. They weren't so saucy like, "Oh my god," you know, write home to mom about it. But like no, I caught up on those. Like just it's rewatching Pee Wee Herman where I'm like, "Oh my god, the level of like hidden jokes in that."
Yes. Yes, I saw someone, I think it was like a Red Letter Media video that was talking about the Pee Wee Herman movie, and they were pointing out some of the absolutely, what's
Like
the
it's
word?
funny now, but like, you know,
Scandalous?
you're like, wait, what? I miss Miss
Yes.
Vaughn, like all the Miss Vaughn scenes. I'm like, okay.
Mhm.
But I can
Yeah.
laugh at it, you know, because it's not like I didn't understand in The Lion King when they're on the lawn and the flowers are going up into the sky. I knew what they were doing. Doesn't mean that they like described it in great detail, but yeah, I knew what they were doing. I knew it would lead to a sequel because how else do you have a sequel without kids, right? It's a Disney movie. Hopefully, one of
It's
them doesn't die off because
circle
Disney hates
time.
parents, apparently.
Yes. Uh,
but
yeah.
like, but yeah, it's just nowadays they don't really do that. Like it's not subtle. It's like so much in your face that you're like, no, you can't do that with kids. They don't need that much detail. They don't need to know what you're actually doing. That's leading towards no-nos. That should lead you to jail and maybe some, you know,
Oh
what
god.
Sardak said.
Yeah, in some cases for sure.
But I didn't mind that because I think kids no, they're not prepared for an adult talk, but that doesn't mean they don't understand a certain level of what's going on. It's how you know to get out of the room as a kid, like, oh, they're talking about that shit. Well, I don't want to think about my parents like that, so let's get the hell out of the room. You know? I was a normal kid, I like to think, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't want to hear about that stuff from my parents unless it was something necessary, like, yeah, you're going through like life life changes. Those are
Right.
necessarily talks.
It's
Yeah.
But it's
Yes.
been that way forever, though. Ever seen a Bugs Bunny cartoon? Him holding a board with a picture of a screw and a ball. Right? Yes. Yes. Because like a screwball would be like a horrible swearing and stuff back in the 40s or whenever they made Bugs Bunny cartoons, right? Um, the times have certainly changed since then.
But I also disagree with some of the I don't know if it's tiger moms necessarily, but people who think that kids can't be challenged a little bit. So like Secret of Nim and yeah, it is a little bit psychotic, but the one with the rabbits, the Watership Down. I
Okay,
actually I don't regret seeing that at that age. I regret not having a better conversation afterwards because it is such a deep movie that as a kid you're more horrified by the rabbits tearing each other apart than anything else.
God, yeah. Yeah, no, Watership Down, I saw that when I was a kid, and my God, I had nightmares about that for years, literally years. It was horrific. The Secret of Nim,
It's a little bit better. It's easier to take.
yeah, what way round was it? Is it The Secret of Nim is the movie, and the book is called The Rats of Nim or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that. And yeah, yeah, The Secret of Nim was nowhere near as bad as Watership Down. Definitely not. But still, it was quite hard hitting. I mean, Disney did it, with Bambi.
Yep.
Killing off. Spoilers. Killing off Bambi's mom and stuff.
Well, it's even like the
Harsh.
Fox and the Hounds. Like they've
Oh
had
man.
like challenging concepts. Like, my dad takes apart Bambi because he thinks that Disney doesn't know what a deer looks like. He's like, they went with every other species in one genre of family, and he's like, one of them's not even a deer, one's an elk. Like it's
Okay.
he's wondering if Grandpa's a moose.
Uh-huh. Is that, I think this is a Canadian thing, isn't it? They're like,
No,
this one's a caribou, and that's a reindeer.
It's more to do with somebody who hunts. So like Bambi's mom is a mule deer, his dad is an elk, and Bambi himself is a blacktail. I don't remember what his girlfriend is, but she might be a whitetail. It's just one of those things where like they don't really have babies together.
Okay, yeah, no, this is very specific knowledge. I do appreciate that. Yeah.
It's stuff that you do kind of want to know if you go hunting in any other country, because if you're going to buy a tag, you can't just shoot another deer. Like, that doesn't work that way. You're going to shoot the one that you have a tag for. So if it says blacktail, don't shoot a mule-tail. And the only way you know is because a blacktail is just a little... Think Bambi's tail.
Right. Have you ever been hunting? Is that a thing that you've done?
Not personally. I've helped my dad take in a deer after he hunt, because he dressed it on the field and Chris wasn't home, and I helped him out, and I looked at him like, if I didn't know this was a deer, I would think it was a greyhound. And he looked at me like, what's wrong with you, kid?
Yeah.
It was...
I think that would be quite traumatizing for me, honestly. I'm kind of a big pussy when it comes to it. I'm like, dead animals. Ugh.
I was actually more grossed out by learning how to gut a fish. Like, I didn't necessarily do it myself, but my dad did demonstrate it. And I was like, just the smell alone is enough for me to be like, I'm good.
I mean, like I said, when I was at university, they made me dissect a frog, and I was plenty grossed out by that, to the point where I was like, I had to do it. I had to do it, but I didn't want to ever do it again. So, yeah. So yeah, I can't relate to the whole hunting and fishing thing. I have never had to gut a fish, thankfully.
I would say the thing that helped me with the deer was the part where my dad dressed it on the field. Because if you've ever seen like a roast or something, or somebody do like a pig roast, it's
Right.
basically like that, but it's covered in gauze because, you put the gauze on to protect it from flies in the field and it keeps it clean and
Okay.
things like that. So it was just basically body shape thing in a mummy outfit.
Okay.
But at that point,
Maybe I could do. Yeah.
I'd never seen like the whole thing, but I'd helped my mom with packaging meat before, which like, sometimes that was just going to the grocery store. So like if she bought like a big pack of steaks or something, because steaks were affordable back in my day.
Yeah.
But she would individually wrap those with saran wrap and freeze a lot of them because that way you have, more meat later.
Yeah.
So I would help her with things like that. So when you're used to seeing something in that stage, you can make the connection to more of it. It's not that I saw the whole thing, I could make the connection. And then I went to deli for years afterwards, probably because of the same reason. It's like, I'm not the one cutting the thing apart. I'm just the one packaging it after you've done it.
Right. Yes. We've got Jeremiah in the chat saying, I missed dissecting frogs in biology class in high school. What the hell is wrong with you, Jeremiah? What do you mean you missed dissecting frogs? That's
Don't you know, Jeremiah, your name is in a song about a bullfrog. Joy to the world,
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Jeremiah was a bullfrog, was a good friend of mine.
Don't remember that.
And then, yeah, joy to the world. I love that song as a kid.
You should just make the rest of this song like a karaoke thing or something.
It is. I am better at it when I sing along.
Jeremiah says, I love taking things apart. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind taking things apart as long as I can put them back together again. I don't think you can do that with frogs.
I think it's when it's food. I know that frogs can be food, but I don't like them. So I don't associate them with food that I would eat. So I don't give a shit on how the French prepare them. I tried them. I tried them twice and it wasn't for me. But at the same time though, when it comes to food preparation, I do have a disconnect for a reason. And it's because like, yeah, I don't want to think of a roast and then like the back of a cow or back of a pig. Like,
yeah.
But I do like a roast and I do like a stew and I do like a steak. And so I have to prepare those kind of things. Or if I want to do a chicken dish that doesn't have a bone in it, that's where I limit myself, cause cause that can creep me out sometimes. I have creeped myself out dealing with the chicken because you tear it apart and you're like, oh,
yeah.
But I like chicken. So I'm going to do it again next time and just pretend like I didn't hear that or crank my music a little louder.
There is a certain amount of grisly reality in meat preparation for sure.
It's why I couldn't do all of meat department. Deli is one thing because your slicers are slicing hams.
Yeah.
The meat department has a saw that goes through like a whole joint and I'm just like,
yeah, it gives you the shudders, doesn't it? So it's like, I see. So,
yeah, I would say that's just a little bit overactive imagination too. Like I know sometimes that is, but I can visualize what that can do now because you did that to a cow joint or a pig joint, and I know what our joints are sized like. So but also like. But they're dead. So, like, I'm not that sad. They're not doing it to a living creature.
Yes, this is not a thing that had a name. Unless you want to give it a name.
It might have had a name when it was alive, but it's no longer alive. So,
yeah.
So, like, where I will agree with the odd weirdo vegan is if a place is actually torturing the animal before they put them down for food. I won't buy from those people. But a lot of farmers, like, baby the shit out of their animals. You know, so I buy from them.
Right, yeah. There is a, we do have, although we are a meat-eating country in the UK, we also worry about animal welfare, and that is one thing that Rupert Lowe has been talking about. Has been, like banning halal or banning ritually slaughtered um, uh, meat, and that is. I'm kind of with him on that. Although because he wants to ban halal, but in the process of that, yeah, they would have to ban kosher food as well because it is also ritually slaughtered. Uh, so
It's one of those things that I had to unthink about because they are using just a quick knife cut to drain them out, and I'm sorry, it's kind of like once upon a time the French thought the guillotine was the most humane thing to do, and if you compare things to further back, yeah, it was. But in hindsight, it wasn't, because it wasn't. You know, if it leaves you alive long enough to even think that you've been disconnected from your body, that's torture.
yeah, yeah.
Right? Like, don't get me wrong, there's some people I wouldn't mind using a guillotine on, but at the same time, I acknowledge I want to torture them for at least 30 seconds. But that's still evil. Like, I have to stop and be like,
I mean, this is fair. This is fair, but I mean, there are people, who want to bring. I think again, Rupert Lowe wants to have the talk about bringing back the death penalty and stuff in the UK. I don't know how many people are going to go for that because I'm not a huge fan, but
it's mixed feelings with me. Like, if you can prove without a shadow of a doubt that somebody did something like murder, there's a part of me that agrees with it. Or if you can prove, like, yeah, I'm going to use an example that I have thought that with. The worst of the grooming gangs, I don't think deporting them is enough. I think actually making them not a problem for anybody else is more important. Ever. They shouldn't be a problem to anybody because what they did could happen to anybody and it was bad. So we shouldn't re-release bad. It is meant to be mercy to the victims to deal with the villains. So I want to,
Yeah, the justice system is backwards just now. It's we're more concerned about the human rights of the perpetrators now. And yeah, the victims don't really get much consideration.
and I don't I don't think sending them back to another country stops the victims. I just think it's more victims. I know some people don't give a shit about that either, but I'm actually anti turning the blind eye to the pedos who actually destroyed and killed people doing this shit. I actually think there's a bit of villainy doing that. Because I don't think that corporal punishment stops people from doing it. What it does is it stops the person that you killed from doing it. But it does set a line for the people who might think about doing it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, it is probably a deterrent to a certain extent. You would have thought, but if someone's if someone's got this mental illness, then maybe it's not going to be enough of a deterrent, and they might still do something like that anyway. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't.
Then at least a silence for people who seek help.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like if you sought help and you knew that you weren't going to make it or something, I don't think you should be tortured for life, but you should be kept away from the vulnerable, and so you
Yes.
can't victimize, which, the asylums worked. No, I don't believe in using asylums to torture people. Like, that part of history I agree with addressing, so we could not repeat that. But
Right.
keeping people safe on both sides is more important to me. And I think that it's child rights that's been violated, if anything.
Yeah, but
Ah.
I don't know. Like politicians seem so unconcerned with the safety of their citizens right now. I don't.
No, well, they want us to, I don't know if I don't know. I don't want to go too far into like John and Noise's theories, because sometimes I don't necessarily push that far. But the idea that they want to shrink the population,
Oh yeah, right, sure.
like
Yeah,
yeah.
mhm. Well, I'm just gonna say, yes, I'm definitely aware of this sort of idea of, because it was the Georgia Guidestones thing, isn't it? Like have
Yeah.
the humanity living in harmony at 500 million or whatever population, and yeah, there might be some people angling towards that kind of thing. It's like, why were the Georgia Guidestones built in the first place? Who had that? Had the idea that this should be set up as commandment, a new sort of weird Ten Commandments thing, that was a whole thing.
Well, it's stuff that I noticed that. Okay, so I probably do follow algorithm the same as a lot of people, but I noticed that there was a trend for a while of hyper focusing on the after effects of the plague, right? Because the after effects of the plague were like, yeah, a lot of nations lost a third of their population, if not more. And so there was an economic crash. And so you've got all these communists, right, who hyper focus on this idea, well, if we have a plague and we kill off like this much of the population, then all of us will have more money. And
Yes.
like there's because like the plague doesn't care about your feelings. It'll go after if you're rich or poor, it just doesn't care. But that I don't think they understand how much of a struggle people still had, because they buried a lot of people, right? And even if you might have been able to make more money for your services and stuff, a lot of people had to struggle with that too, because now they don't have other people around them to help. So you can ask for more money, but you're doing all the work yourself.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of the reason they can do that.
Yeah, see, I think there are a lot of people who are, I'll sometimes put up that picture, the end of the world is at hand, and I think there are a lot of people in the world who have got that, Chicken Little sort of idea. The sky is falling on our heads. The end of the world is coming, and a lot of people think that we live in the end times, and a lot of people are kind of um, so focused on that they think that the end times is great. This is what we've been waiting for. We are living at the end of history. Um, and so they will catastrophize, and they'll say stuff like, well, the only way, the global warming thing, we're all, if we don't stop consuming and burning fossil fuels, then the world will end. And then COVID came along, and it basically proved a lot of people right. Here it comes, the end of the world. We're all going to die of plague and pestilence or whatever. And I'm kind of one of these people that is like, no, the end of the world is not happening. Humanity will continue, and it will continue until such time as, I don't know, the world explodes or something like that, and that's going to be in hundreds of thousands of years away. So let's just chill
Well,
out.
you've got people doing that over the flood already. I'm like, I'm into it because of the science. I'll be real, because I admit I forgot how big the Himalayas were. Like, watching that region, seeing that flood, I was just like, one, I thought it was a pretty town. I was sad to see that. I was, not happy to see any of that. I don't think they're lesser or better people than me because they're different. But like, I look into that kind of stuff because I think we're living on the historical world. And I think it's because we've honestly failed on history that a lot of people don't know. A lot of that region deals with a lot of that. Like, a lot of our basic histories, like the Bible, the flood of the Bible, like, if you look at the region, yeah, they have some crazy floods because of the Himalayas and the mountains and their connection to the glaciers.
Oh, sure.
And I don't think it's global warming. I think it's just the region. Like, I live in a floodplain. Like, if our mountains do that sometimes. Sometimes they're like, you know what? We don't want to keep snow this year, so we're gonna dump it all.
Yeah, they are. They're. I think they're certainly disaster events. We're certainly going to have them. But when people are declaring that every summer is, oh, this is the hottest summer on record and stuff like that it's so.
It's dishonest.
Yeah, it's a sort of transparent attempt to sort of control people by use of
Fear.
manipulation and fear. Yeah. And every kind of disaster like a flood or a forest fire or whatever, is, oh, people will point at it. Here, see, there's proof that what I said about the end of the world coming is true. And it's like, no, it's not. It's really not. Jeremiah says Pompeii had an end time. Yeah. Yeah, it did. But
Well, Jeremiah, if you look up some of the newer studies, most of the people that they find left in Pompeii and Herculean were the slaves.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all like Pompeii and Herculean were like basically the cities that people went to get away from, life. They were like kind of think like Hawaii. They went to Hawaii. So they ditched their slaves. Like, there's maybe one or two people of note on the whole island, and then everybody else is like.
I did not know that, actually.
Yeah. It's why I revisit some of those stories, because like they're always learning more, because it's re-exploring old Italian history. It is, because it's, Rome is Italy. It's just a lot of it was destroyed by the volcano, and a lot of it was probably destroyed by some of the earlier studies, because yeah, you crack a few eggs, you might ruin an egg or two. But no, it didn't function as like a major Roman city. They were too small. The Roman baths, like if you compare them to like Roman baths, like Rome, like they're nice, they're really nice, but they don't compare. They're like rich people mountain resorts.
Jeremiah says Atlantis? Question mark. That's two question marks, in fact. Holy shit.
I think it is underwater. I do. I think if you know how much of India and a lot of the old world is just underwater, it's probably just underwater.
I kind of think so too. I think there is sort of enough smoke to think that there may have been a fire at Atlantis. But I don't mean that there was a fire in Atlantis. Obviously, it's now underwater. But yeah, I feel as if maybe there was something to that. But it was so long ago that everything's been lost to time.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want people to hyper focus on the flood. I just will, because that's a little bit of my tism, is the learning thing. Like, I'll want to learn something as best as I can. And what I saw there was like how easy it is for water to push sediment away, how quick it carries everything. like I remember some of that from the US too, because they had some really bad floods in North Carolina, and then it's not just limited to that. I just get lost on where I am in the US when it comes to those. But like how much force that stuff can do and how much it actually rearranges the landscape, because it carved out so much of that mountain. Like if
Yeah.
you look at the after effects,
Yeah.
and I'm like, the idea of a town or something that was on the coast or something that used to be inland but is now a coastline now, I can believe it.
Yeah.
I can. And it's not limited to that flood, because I remember the Thailand flood. I remember, Malaysia had some bad ones too, really bad ones. And water is terrifying. I admit that we regret not having the coast. We are inland where I live, but I do appreciate what water can do, and I respect my rivers more because they can do it too.
Yeah. I mean, I still think all these things, they're they're still localized things. They're not, world-ending events. They're localized things. They're to the people who are affected. They're obviously devastating. But
I
this,
think they're okay. Like they're gonna get international help for one, and for two, as much as I shade China, they're not that big an asshole. They'll send help to their own border.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of these sort of devastating events, but again, localized. The tsunami in Japan that time. There was the Texas flood. When was that? Was that last year?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Real bad. And yeah, people died, man. It wasn't good. But yeah, I don't see it being a thing that's uh, the end is at hand.
No.
um, and yeah, I feel as if a lot of people are, oh, it's the end times. I don't know if it's a religious thing, Um, yeah, but everyone thought the world was going to end in, the year 2000.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any particular reason for that, except for that it was a nice round number, And then the Mayan calendar finished in 2012 or whatever, and so you had disaster movies about that, starring Jake Gyllenhaal, or whoever it was. Was it Jake Gyllenhaal in 2012? I think it was. And yeah, the climate change people have been doomsaying since the 70s and 80s. So,
Yeah.
um,
It's to the point where I think they wish it would. Like, I think they
Yeah.
wish it would, and I'm just like, well, okay. So I don't mind like studying or responding to natural disasters, because there's really
Yeah.
not much else you can do. Like, you can like study them and try to respond, so maybe you could affect things better in the future. And I think that's like human nature. But
Yeah. No, you're
like, I
right. These
don't
people, they want the world to end. They need it to happen so that they can be proved right. And that's
like, I don't want them to happen. Like, I study them because, like, well, like, people who live in those regions study them. Like, they do, because they live there, you know?
yeah.
But, like, I'm not studying them because I'm like, oh, I hope it happens. I'm hoping it doesn't, or, like, maybe they can figure out a way to always come back better. You come back better. That's what you do.
Yes. And yeah, that's what's happened. I mean, look at Japan after the nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
That, talk about devastating. Holy shit! And they came back, and they're one of the richest countries in the world, aren't they? Pretty sure, Japan.
Eh. At best, Japan still deals with its own problems, but I think they still hold a similar. I might have got that from Japanese influence, maybe, but it's just they had a big tsunami right after a big earthquake, and then they had that shit happen with their nuclear.
Oh yes, Fukushima. Yes.
So that's all still a problem, but like, they're not giving up because it happened. Like, I don't doubt that they're still dealing with the damages, because that's just, yeah, that's part of the problem with damages. But when they come back, they're coming back with, well, like, can we rebuild this so we can limit the damages next time and keep more people safe? Can we work on more programs so that we can get people to safer ground? That's what they do. They're like, okay, well, this happened. Let's come back stronger.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be sad. You can't help that. Like, that's just, you lost something that you can't get back, but you have to come back stronger, because that's what you do for the future. And they don't want us to do that. They want us to be weaker. They want us to be scared, hide in holes, or like, oh, Papa, government will protect us. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, I think that may be worth bearing in mind, actually, that yes, we could come back stronger. Even though they are trying to destroy the European Union and the UK by various other means. Maybe we can still rebuild after after this indignity has been forced upon us.
Yeah, you can't let them break your spirit.
But it's been done over such a long period of time, and they're boiling the frog, as it were.
Yep.
And
that's the problem with being so comfortable. Like, like, it's a struggle right now. It is. We are at a hot point right now, and I don't mean temperature. I mean economically. I think it. For us, it is.
Jeremiah says the Bible says what to expect, and we're in the end times. But it's only part of the story. The earth can't be destroyed if the meek are to inherit it. Okay. I'm guessing that you're a religious man, Jeremiah. They can break your body, but don't ever let them break your spirit. That's fair. That's a very William Wallace thing to say. I like that. The Bible. It seems as if Jeremiah thinks that we are genuinely in the biblical end times, and we are sort of playing out the early chapters of Revelations or something at this point. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I would go with that personally. I guess I'm not that religious.
I don't know that it's end times necessarily as in God's end times. I think it's end times as in our current human living currently. I think that's the thing that's ending. And that is still at end times. But at the same time, I don't think that means it's the end of humanity, because there are people who desperately want to keep going forward. There's still people having children. Like, not everybody's, off the block.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think for like revelations to happen, we would need things like the Antichrist, and then the second coming of Christ, and all that kind of stuff, right? Am I misremembering? It's been a while since, because I used to go to a church and stuff like that.
I'm just Jeremiah. I hate to break it to you. Hassan is not the Antichrist. That's giving him too much credit. He's not that clever.
I mean, we could do a bit of role play here, like say Hassan is the Antichrist, and then our Lord and Savior Asmongold showed up to basically tear us on a new one. And
I mean, it's funny.
and Asmongold is suffering all the slings and arrows and stuff, just like Jesus did back in the day. And you know, you can interpret these things in whatever way.
I know you didn't think or say that, but I was just like, I was thinking Nostradamus in all honesty, because he was the one with the predictions and stuff, the
Yes.
Twin Towers falling and things like that. And he said that somebody from the East would come and he would be the like great Antichrist or something. I'm like, well, who's from the East? Technically Hassan is.
That's true. I used to read books. I was I went through a phase of reading. I think I wrote a couple. I read a couple of different Nostradamus books that had all the quatrains and stuff like that in them, and yeah, there was one that I read, and yeah, like you said about the Twin Towers, there is one in there that I read before the Twin Towers happened. And yeah, the Twin Towers happened, and I was like, "D yeah, Nostradamus wrote almost this exact situation. That's frigging crazy." I think someone did have to point it out to me. I didn't sort of just, like, remember it, but I did remember that I'd read the book, and I was like, "Yeah, I read that in, like, 1999 or something." And it happened a couple of years later, and it just the way it was described. I'm gonna look that up because that's
For things I wish I could do to be a troll, I wish I had the money to be like, okay, Nux, I want you to cover Nostradamus.
oh shit, yeah. Yeah, you know, I may have to go back and actually read some of that stuff again because it was fascinating.
I mean, my memory from that is like a long time ago, so I don't doubt some of it's a little bit stretched, but like that's kind of the basic of what I remember.
That was the whole deal with Nostradamus was yes, you had to interpret it in very specific ways for it to make sense. Oh, here we go. The AI says claims that Nostradamus predicted the September 11, 2001 attacks are false and widely debunked as hoaxes or post-predictions. I heard that term. The most popular quatrain cited, which mentions two steel birds and two brothers torn apart, was fabricated by a Canadian graduate student named Neil Marshall in 1997 as an illustrative example of how easily vague prophecies can be crafted. Okay. Right. Okay. It says anachronism. The term steelbirds references steel, which was not invented until 1854, nearly 2 centuries after Nostradamus died. Geographic error. The claim that the sky would burn at 45 degrees latitude is incorrect, as New York City lies at approximately 40 degrees north latitude. Now, I feel like that might be a little bit of a nitpick.
Yeah, that's why I don't throw him out with the bathwater. You're talking about an ancient person interpreting what he's seeing based off of what we know, and you're like, well, I'm going to dismiss this. I don't know that I believe in prophecies either, but he said so many weird random things that it's just like, you know what? Let's just see. Let's just keep notes. Like if you get a few more check boxes, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I think it would be impossible to use any of Nostradamus's predictions to say, oh, well, such and such is going to happen on this day or in this year or something like that. I don't think you could be specific with any of it. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's an easy way to find the exact quatrain. Revolution, rise of the Austrian painter. Okay. The assassination of Kennedy.
Jeremiah, sometimes that's the thing that makes me fascinated is how many times were they right, how many times were they wrong? Like, do I really believe that they're I don't know. I think there's It's the study of the brain. There's so much more to our human brain than we really understand. So I don't know. Like maybe someday we end up like aliens with like more psychic because they don't really have mouths in the movies. That or they're lasered people. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
But like,
mhm.
no, go ahead.
I found that the quatrain I was thinking of, and yes, it's supposedly about September the 11th, 2001. It says, one quatrain spookily seemed to predict the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York in 2001. And this one doesn't mention the steel bird. This is, I think this is the one that I read in the actual Nostradamus book. It says, the sky will burn at 45 degrees. Fire approaches the great new city. By fire he will destroy their city. A cold and cruel heart, blood will pour, mercy to none. So, I wish I could put this on screen, actually. But yeah, the sky will burn at 45 degrees. Fire approaches the great new city. You know, could be interpreted as New York, I suppose. And the sky will burn at 45 degrees. It could refer to anything. The vagueness is there, this one about the assassination of JFK, or the one that they are attributing to the assassination. It goes, the ancient task will be completed. From on high, evil will fall on the great man. A dead innocent will be accused of the deed. The guilty one will remain in the midst. Oh, and the rise of the Austrian painter. From the depths of the west of Europe, a young child will be born of poor people. He who by his tongue will seduce a great troop, his fame will increase towards the realm of the East. So, I mean, sort of suggesting that someone in the west of Europe would collaborate with Japan to seduce a great troop of presumably Nazis. No, I did actually like that. I did enjoy reading that Nostradamus stuff back in the day, but yeah, I kind of don't really think about it anymore.
It's my joke I'm running with now, Jeremiah, is that Nostradamus predicted Hassan Piker. And I'm gonna see if I can give that one to Nux, because I can't afford to give him money. I know he's got problems because of the Google thing and YouTube and all that shit. But I think he'd run with that, and he's funnier than me. Like, I can tell I got jokes, but like, there's some people who do it in a way, and he's also he's also someone that I consider to be a little bit more scholarly, and I mean somebody who actually has read scripture, which I haven't. Like I read bits of Nostradamus, but I haven't read like scriptures. I remember some of the pictures in some of the because a lot of his stuff is all on paper. It's old paper. I remember some of the old drawings. It's kind of like remembering Italian artists, like some of them would do like, my brain would get confused with people because of that stuff, because they were so like using more numbers than I'm used to with our artists. I'll be real. Like, they really are using more like compasses, like old-fashioned compasses. And I don't mean the one that gets you across the ocean. I mean the one for drawing.
Right.
Like, all those different things that go into a lot of their art. Like, that's why I would follow Nostradamus, is because he drew a lot of his shit.
Yeah. How's Nux doing? I haven't. I'll be honest. I haven't watched a Nux and Or video for quite a while now. There was a point where I was watching him constantly, but I don't know. I guess he just doesn't come up on my YouTube feed anymore. Did he get banned from YouTube or something, or does he just
So
not get
he can.
recommended anymore?
He was completely demonetized on YouTube. He does still post his videos on there. Like he's got a couple of ads from people who sponsor him, but he's not making any money off of YouTube at all, and they're happily getting numbers from him. So I think
Yeah.
he does most of his actual streams on Kick. I've only caught them a couple times because it's a different. I think my brother's asking me for help. Give me a second.
All right. Okay. Okay. I will. We'll go back to the quatrains of Nostradamus for a second. But also, yes, Nuxinor. He's very funny. But if he has been demonetized by YouTube, that would explain why he is not getting recommended in my feed anymore.
Basically, that's all I know is that happened, and I
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I do think they went after him for like, yeah, he has his politics and stuff, but like I think it's because of the VTuber thing. If you are VTuber and you don't speak leftist politics, you're getting tagged.
Right, yeah. Oh, did you see Kirsha got her thing back with the oh shit, what's that game called? Rocky City. That game she was recommending, and then they booted her for being a horrible Nazi, and now they're taking her back because I guess they figured that Anna Valence journalist was actually kind of an idiot.
Yeah,
Did you know that one about Kirsha?
I did. I don't. I'm grateful. I'm glad that things worked out for her because she shouldn't be tagged with something that's stupid like that. I just don't know that she should go back because if people are gonna do that to you,
I know what you mean. Yes, I do know what you mean. That was honestly that was my first thought as well. I was like, oh, why would she go? Why would she go back to the people that immediately disowned her on the word of a weird tranny? Because it was that Anna Valens or whatever. Basically doing the she's a Nazi.
it's also I think some of those sites really kind of exploit those girls. Like they do put an effort into their own avatars. So the only thing they're getting through those sites is like the advertisement. But when you're as big as like I know Kersha isn't the biggest VTuber, but she's big enough for our community that she does well enough on her own. Honestly, I think you're paying into something that you could get more out of just by knowing your own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if you get big enough that you want to hire a manager or something, yeah, sure. I would do that just so you have more free time. But it's a lot cheaper to just have one manager than to have like a whole management team, and you make more money on your own.
Yeah.
Like I view a lot of like the music industry the same way. Like if you're the one putting in all the effort into the song and all that they're doing is, okay, well, I understand taking some money out of it for like CD sales. This is older terminology, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that they should have like 70 or 80%. Like, no.
The music industry is absolutely effed in the A right now. It is completely decimated. Unless you are an already established artist. You're not getting a record deal or something like that. You'll be lucky to get views on Spotify, or playlists or whatever. I've been seeing stuff about the music industry recently, and AI has come along to kind of finish it off, I think. Because there's this thing happening where AI is copying people's music and then copyright striking the people's whose music it was, and things like that, which is absolutely mental. Like somebody will write a piece of music, and the AI will scrape it, and use it in some other work that it does, and then that work will be used to uh, accuse you of stealing your own music. Um, it's real messed up. It is real messed up. So, and you combine that with all the music streaming services basically paying nothing to independent artists, and nobody's really making money from their songs anymore.
I also don't necessarily like all the AI. Like some of the people who are doing the AI, they miss out on the point on a song a lot of the time. Like it's why I appreciate a lot of Rhodas. Because even though he might use like a female voice in the AI for the song, he still understands where like points in a song kind of mattered for like the lyrics too. Like they're supposed to match with the music.
Mhm.
And sometimes the AI will just be like, well, I'm going to take this vocal and see if it matches this. And it's like, but did you tempo it to it?
Mhm. Yeah.
It and that's why I don't really like, because there's lots of artists that have done songs that have been done by like, yeah, I didn't realize how many songs Dolly Parton wrote. Until you see the list of them, you're like, oh shit, she really did write a bunch of them.
He did
But
write a lot of songs, yes.
But like, when you're writing for another like singer or something, like you're gonna try to like write to that they're gonna have to match your lyrics too, or vice versa. Because you've got your own sound, or they have their own sound. If you're going with something that's really vastly different, you have to have, because if you don't have anything at all, it's I don't know. Have you ever heard like a favorite song and somebody's done a remake, but because they didn't hit those tempos right, it just sounds so off. It just
Yeah.
sounds horrible now.
Yeah.
Like they changed the important parts of the song and they didn't get it.
Right. Yes. Yeah. As someone who has written songs for a couple of decades anyway, and I hear an AI song that doesn't have any care put into it, I cringe when I hear some of some of the uses of the syllables, and they don't fit in the right place, and I'm like, oh god, that could have been so much better, or it's um I've certainly, there's I think there's value in AI. I do think there's value in AI because Iris was working on well, he's obviously done things where he's put certain lyrics to a piece of AI generated music sort of thing, and it works so much better than just letting AI generating something by itself. Um, but we also did a thing where, like, you put one of my songs, the lyrics for it, into this AI, and it actually sounded really good. I was like, oh, wow, okay. I didn't know how to feel about it because I was like, yeah, this AI is kind of it's doing something better than I could have, but I don't think it would have been able to do it without the input of the lyrics in the first place, sort of thing. So yeah, I think AI with a lot of sort of human.
I think AI might be the better version of the four chord theory.
Right.
And
Okay. Yeah.
the reason the four chord theory is like, yes, there's only so many sounds you can get out of instruments, yes, but a lot of it is those four chords are really popular in the first place. Like when people do studies on that kind of music, like, yeah, people kind of tune in to certain chords, and the four chords is that. I think AI just picks up on all of that with vocals, because there are certain songs where you notice there's yeah.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that? I'm not sure how sensitive this microphone is.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the four chords. It's,
Have you ever see the Australian the little skit that the Australians did? I think it was on I can't remember what show it was, but they did this thing with four chords. I'm gonna see if I can find that. I'll
the
send it to you.
Axis of
Yeah.
Awesome, the four chord song. It's fantastic, and they do about 20 songs that all use all use the same four chords. The one that I know that is the four chords is the Gay Eskimo song by Corky and the Juice Pigs. Do you know that one? You're
Yeah,
Canadian.
I remember it a little bit.
I'm the only gay Eskimo. I'm the only one I know. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe. Well, I go out seal hunting with my best friend Tarka. All I wanna do is get into its parka. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe. Well, me and Nook Flupchuck, we both like blubber. But me, I've got this crazy fetish for rubber. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe. Well, I make a wish on the northern lights that I could find a decent pair of whaleskin tights. I'm the only Eskimo in my tribe. And the seals, they sing now. These cold winter nights are taking their toll. I even get excited when I see the North Pole.
And Sarduk's like, the only goy in the village? My family?
I'm the only Eskimo, only Eskimo. I'm the only one I know, the only one I know. I'm the only Eskimo in my tribe. Yeah, that was that was one of the songs that uses those four chords. But yeah, you can.
Yeah, Sarduk said that was from Little Britain. Without you. Yeah. Sorry, I'm teasing.
I've gone for the guitar. It's turned into karaoke. So, Sardog, you live close to Rhoda. You're gonna have to go around his house and like kick his door in and say, "Oh, you need
Turn off your stream.
yeah, you
Otherwise,
need
it
to deal
goes
with your."
until the end, and then it's just going. I mean, it'll land on YouTube, but plus my brother ordered food, so he's like, it's like minutes away, Jen. Like, the reason I keep pausing is like for a guy in his room, it feels like if he could go around the corner and be like, "Watch." I'm not mad at you, Rhoda. I know sometimes computer stuff happens, and I've done my own streams where I know they happen, because I did one where I built a whole tunnel in 7 Days to Die using dynamite. Like I figured out, because 7 Days to Die is kind of based off of a Minecraft square by square frame, that you could count out how many spaces you needed between dynamite, and it would get you a 4x5 square, basically tunnel. And so I was like, well, I'm going to connect my town to another friend's town, and so I counted out all this dynamite, dug just enough to get that all, from one end to another. It took like 2 hours of digging, and so I was like, I'm going to stream the part where I set it off, because that's a great stream. and somehow I didn't connect the game stream properly, so everybody heard it. Like, they heard the booms, but they didn't see a damn thing. I'm like, oh.
No.
No.
Yeah, I tried some of these. It's it's a weird game. I think I played it when it was really, really early, and it wasn't sort of fully realized yet. So it felt really clunky. But you know, a lot of people sing its praises ever since then, sort of thing. So I always meant to sort of go back to it and try it again.
It goes in and out of being okay. Like, my buddy plays it fanatically. Every time they do an update, he does a stream based off of it. It's just part of the humor with 7 Days isn't the game itself, it's the gamers versus the developers. Because half of the updates will be like, okay, well, so we've rearranged how the zombies react, or we've thrown in new zombies, or have these set of rules on how you have to go about it. And somebody out there will figure out a way to build a base that just fucks with the zombies. And the developers are like, shit, well, that defeats everything that we put in there. And so you'll get a new update where, like, they go back to something or they bring in something new and it's all over again. And so
it's yeah, I mean, it's good when developers, will keep a game alive like that.
It's more fun. It's more fun. It keeps them on their toes and like
Yeah. You've got to respect like Hello Games for what they did with No Man's Sky as well, because that game, man, they got hammered for that when it first came out, and it was like, "What? This is it? This is the game?" And they were like, "No, we're totally going to make it better." And yeah, no, they've just been constantly working on No Man's Sky.
I do appreciate that more. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't appreciate the lie on release. Like, if you're not quite ready, but you maybe need an audience to test it better, I actually don't mind that. You don't charge a full price for that, but I don't mind that, because sometimes I don't mind the early experiences. Sometimes they're funny because they're wonky.
Yeah, that guy, Sean, I can't remember his second name. Sean. But whatever, he had a little bit of the old Peter Molyneux disease, and he was like over promising. He promised the world, and then it didn't quite come off, which was a shame. But yeah, no, it was a kind of a good comeback story, to be fair.
Yeah, they did what they should, so.
Murray, yeah, Sean Murray. Yeah, he was a nice guy, but he overpromised, and he became the next Peter Molyneux. And yeah, Peter Molyneux, he had this problem.
It might even be like he had this visualization of what the game would be, but you're not there yet. And I don't mind if you're expressing this is where we want to go with it, but you got to be honest, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Mind you, everybody else is doing it too. So there's that mind frame of, well, if everybody else is doing it, well, they won't notice when we do it. I'm like, no, you got caught out.
Well, talking to Peter Molyneux and that new Fable game, people are starting to sort of come around on it because they've changed the look of the main character.
So I only played a little bit of the original game, but I'm kind of more on the side of people who did play it. Like, if they've actually changed the mechanics and it's changed how the game, if it's meant to be like your character's supposed to look evil when you do evil things, that's what it should do. If it's supposed to look like, okay, you've become heroic, maybe you're a little bit more fleshed out, or you're a little bit more beautiful looking. I don't know what heroes look like, but maybe they're beautiful. I don't know. That's what you do, but ugly doesn't mean So ugly can mean something that looks like Jabba the Hutt, right?
Yep.
But a lot of ugly is just like, okay, well, you've got demon horns and you've got scales and, you've got claws on your hands or things like that. Like,
Right.
because it's meant to be like you're kind of evil.
Yes.
You're supposed to look evil.
Yes, in this case, it wasn't so much ugly as badass. And that's why people wanted to go down the evil route, was so they could look badass, and have like the devil horns and the scales. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if just changing the look of the main character can rescue Fable, honestly, because there seemed to be a lot of the sort of uh, the politics of DEI sort of embedded into that game. So I've definitely been treating it with a little bit of circumspection. Mm, yeah.
Yeah.
Do that with every video game nowadays, especially AAA. Especially if they're wanting, 60 or 70 pounds from me for a game. I'll be checking out the background of the developers, and if they're going to try and push the message at me, I'm going to go, nope, no, thank you, sir.
It's it's one of those things where like I don't even think the graphics matter. Like if I think of people that I've watched lately, like I admit I do watch Jay sometimes when he plays the Final Fantasy games, because he plays a lot of the ones that are still current, but they're still using an older format. And I don't dislike the design of it. Like just because they're still based off of like maybe genre 5 or 4 of Final Fantasy. I can't remember the names that he's been playing lately, but I don't dislike the look of it. They're still like updated enough that like there's still good enough graphics. I think having to update everything to look like a Sims level of graphics isn't necessary all the time. And like if they weren't going to put in the mechanics in the first place, then there's no point to that kind of thing. Like if you're going to do that, you have to do the whole overhaul with it. And I'm going to tell you, that makes for a clunky game.
Wait, which Final Fantasies are we talking about here, though? Like,
I'm thinking more like 2D.
oh, okay. So, like, was it 1 through 6?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because, like, I know it's a different style and stuff, but, like, the graphics aren't worse for it. Like, they still look...
No, yeah, no, I completely agree. I'm very much a retro kind of person myself. I've been playing all sorts of pixel art games recently. I prefer them.
It's also not that I disagree with like updated graphics or anything. Like, yes, there's some games that I thought were really beautiful to watch. I like my own that's kind of heavy on the graphics is Ark Survival, and it's a little too heavy on the graphics.
Yes.
But I really like dinosaurs. So I'm like, okay, well, I like that one. But
the art game is I think it's so ambitious. Like you could tell from the trailers that that it was just one of the most ambitious games ever. With like herds of dinosaurs, and I was like, "What? You can do that in a video game? Are you kidding me?" But yeah, it gets a bit bogged down, doesn't it? The engine in Ark.
Well, it's what they kind of did, and they're still kind of doing with the current updated version, is they keep overloading it. Like instead of actually working on the structure of it so that it actually can hold or function better. Like some of it worked a little bit better in the new one, but I'll be real with you, they hired a bunch of modders because a lot of what I saw in it was stuff that people were downloading in mods for the first version. And it's always going back to like, okay, so yes, adding new things can bring some people back because I always like a new dinosaur and stuff. But I actually was more concerned with like the structure because there would be things like, okay, yeah, the way you built was bullshit. You do a lot to grind, so getting no resources back if you broke down something, yeah. And things clip so badly so often that you're like, I have to destroy these at least 50% of the time because of that alone. So the fact that you're not giving me any resources back, yeah. So they updated some of that. And then you would have things like dinosaurs running off of cliffs. Like just randomly running off of cliffs. And you're like, do you think animals just run off of cliffs? Like sometimes they fall, yeah, that's a misfortune, but do you think they just run off?
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think that they'd be able to fix things like that with just a little bit of refinement here and there, right? Did you ever play their? Was it them that did Atlas as well? Was that their other game?
Yeah.
The same company?
Yeah, the
Did
one
you
with
ever-
pirates.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't play it, but I did watch people play it. I just I don't
Yes.
mind pirates. It depends on how they take it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't really seem to take off in the same way as Ark did. Or now that I think about it, what was that other pirate? Windrose? Was it Windrose? That one seemed to take off a little better than Atlas. I could be wrong there, actually. I
Oh,
haven't actually
give me
looked at
a
it.
second. I have to help my
Oh,
brother.
okay.
Yep. Sorry. I only had so much time.
Okay. Go to the mini guitar. The man in a dress song. Here we go. Hell yes, I'm a man in a dress. A man in a dress, yes, I'm a man in a dress. I confess I'm a man in a dress. I have to confess I am a man in a dress. I like wearing lingerie when I'm in polite company. I don't care you think it's weird. I'm wearing lipstick and I'm growing a beard. Hell yes, I'm a man in a dress. A man in a dress, yes, I'm a man in a dress. I confess I'm a man in a dress. I have to confess I am a man in a dress. I stuff padding down my vest, so I disguise my manly chest. I wear mascara around my eyes and tuck my tackle between my thighs. Hell yes, I'm a man in a dress. A man in a dress, yes, I'm a man in a dress. I confess I'm a man in a dress. I have to confess I am a man in a dress. And the crowd goes wild. Yeah, I'm not really a man in a dress. And I'm not confessing anything. I just wrote a stupid song. You know, that song used to be comedy back in the day. When I wrote it, that was a comedy. It turned into a friggin' documentary song. How the hell does that work? I'm fine. I'm old, but I'm fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sardoc. Okay, I'm glad you could hear the words a little bit anyway. You know, I think I originally posted that. I posted it on Facebook, and I had to put a disclaimer with it, and it was like the disclaimer said, "I wrote this song when dressing up as a woman was a funny thing that the Monty Python guys used to do because it was fun. It wasn't a weird kink that you wanted to teach children about, you know." But here we are, modern day, 2026, and well, I don't know. The tides seem to have turned a little bit on that stuff. So, and we are trying not actually to teach children about it. So that's good, I suppose. That's progress. Oh God. Let's see what else. What else do we have? Who's still in chat? I see JJJ is still here. Hi JJJ. Nice hard dog. Did you go round to Iris Rhoda's house yet? And
Almost back. I just have to use the bathroom. Then I'll
oh,
be back.
Jen's almost back. She's just going to powder her. She's going to powder her nose. Progress, not an address. Gosh. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, I could launch into a bunch of songs, but you guys wouldn't understand them. They're all about like Scottish news reporters and stuff. And also, I actually shouldn't really be playing guitar at all because it is 2:30 in the morning, and I have neighbours, and we do not have good sound insulation in my flat, so I might get complaints from the neighbours. Okay, let's go through some of my favorite memes. Why not? You know, somebody gave me access to OBS. Oh yeah, it was me. I downloaded it and installed it, and I'm able to like do madness on my. I'm able to do madness on my screen now, which is kind of fun. I like that one. Oh, and I really like that one. This one's good. Ban this sick filth. That is not a man in a dress. That's like the opposite of a man in a dress. And obviously I have to counteract that with the no square. And I'm and I'm not going to do the Tom Hanks one. Yeah, okay, we're doing the Tom Hanks one. Bad Tom Hanks. You put that away. God damn it. So, how is everyone in chat? We're coming up to having been online for well, just over 4.5 hours, in fact. And I think for the last 2 hours, Rhoda has been handcuffed to a radiator in his basement because because of Alice the kitten. Which is guaranteed that's what happened. He'll come up with some excuse. He'll say that he fell asleep or something like that. But nope. Alice the kitten handcuffed him to a radiator. His cats are sneaky like that. They will do stuff like that. And then they'll tell you, yeah, nope, you can't tell this to anyone. This is our little secret. What's everyone's plans for Marvel Doomsday? Has everyone got their tickets booked for for Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom? I mean, I know I haven't. I don't care.
Hi.
Hello, Jen. How you doing?
Hello.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, my brother ordered food, so I
Oh.
I'm
Okay.
still gonna be here. I'm not gonna. I'll wait for a bit. I think it can sit for a little bit. He got a Japanese, so it's a stir fry.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Yeah, it can sit. But like the bag that I took it out of, like bit the shit out of my arm, like between the bag being sharp and the amount of staples they used to keep it closed. I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
motherfuckers. Like I've had cat scratches that didn't hurt as much.
Yeah,
And
they'll
that's
get
not bad. It's just
they'll get me with that sometimes as well. Yeah. I get those. I get the staples in the bag sometimes. Yeah. Uh,
oh,
I was
I'll
just
get over it.
asking. I was just asking, what are your plans for Marvel Doomsday? Have you got your ticket already booked?
No. No. I I'll be real, I'm probably bad for the theaters too. It's not that I don't appreciate theaters. They're overpriced a lot of the times. It's not that they don't update them, they're still kind of dirty.
Mm-hmm.
And the other features that they used to have, well, they're overpriced now, and that makes them not as fun. So I don't really want to linger.
Yeah.
And then I don't like the switch and bait with Hollywood any more than I like with games or with books or with any other media. So if I'm going to spend that much on a movie, at least make the experience good enough that I can forgive the movie for being shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Those Marvel movies used to be kind of an event. I think I think movies in general used to be more of an event.
Yeah.
But with home streaming and people having good televisions and stuff like that in their house, going to the movies is not such an event. I guess that's why a lot of people went to see the Odyssey or wanted to see the Odyssey on IMAX, because that does feel still a bit more like an event because of the size of the screen. But
it's one thing that I'll say about even with the IMAX, like, yes, you get the event with the screen. They're uncomfortable as shit. So if I have to choose between an IMAX and my own couch,
yeah,
might still pick my couch. I
yeah,
get the
yeah.
no.
I feel you. Yeah, no, I get that. I totally get that. But yeah, I mean, couple that with the fact that Marvel haven't been able to make a normal film for since Endgame. In fact, since just before Endgame, because even Endgame was kind of tainted. I think.
It's yeah, it's too much villain worship. That's been done.
Hmm.
It's been done into the ground. And they don't really seem to have any more ideas on that take. So I think they're struggling with it. Doesn't mean that I think they need to go straight back to just straight superheroes. There's a lot of heroes in life that aren't like that. But it's this culture of we need to crap on one group of people and make it seem like we're not, and then uphold other people as a shield while we do it, and then hire people that are racist, but you're people of color, so it's okay. It's okay because you're people of color, so it's okay if you do it. And then we bring that into our fabricated worlds, and you're like, okay, this is supposed to be about aliens. Star Wars. It's about aliens. You're in an alien world, alien planet. Why can't you explore the idea of an entirely different culture from your own? They keep saying that about us. I'm like, okay, so then it wouldn't be based off of what you think, would it? It'd be based off of something alien.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm also a bad example of a movie goer. I used to go to movies quite a lot, but this was back in the 90s. I saw Jurassic Park in the cinema twice because it was amazing. Holy shit, Jurassic Park, man! Woo.
It's one of those things where, like, Yeah, people who are into dinosaurs will tell you it's probably not accurate, but it's still an imagination of what they could be.
Mm.
You know, and that's enough. Like that's more than enough. And they were they were closer than what they thought they looked like in like what the 1920s. They had broken back T-Rexes and shit. So, you know, it's
Yeah.
a better thing than what they used to have. So, yeah, it was magical.
That, you know, talking about event movies, you know, something like Jurassic Park, that was up there, man. Now what else? Oh, I saw Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey in the cinema, so I don't know what year that was. Was that that was probably the 90s as well.
But
Yeah,
it was fun.
it was
was
very
fun.
cheesy. It was very cheesy. It, you
Very,
know,
yeah.
yeah.
But it was still fun.
I can't remember. Probably asked you before. What was it? What was the last thing you saw in the cinema? Or a
Godzilla.
theater?
Yeah, Godzilla 2015.
Oh. Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't go in with the expectations that it was going to be a great movie. I went in with the expectations that it would be a Godzilla movie, which, if you remember the originals, they were always kind of a little campy and a little bit weird and a little bit like, yeah, it's you know, black and white. So I liked it, but a lot of people didn't. So
Is that the one that was also? It was like the King of the Monsters kind of stuff. That was like they were doing the Kong movies at the time as well.
I believe so, because it was Godzilla against like basically the Mothra.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've got that. I think I own that movie somewhere. I've got a bunch of DVDs back there that you can't see behind my green screen. uh, uh, but yeah, again, yeah, a Godzilla movie would be a decent sort of cinema sort of thing. I think, as I said before, if I remember rightly, the last time I went to the cinema was to see. I went with a lady friend that I knew at the time. She wasn't a girlfriend; she's just a lady friend. And we went to see this thing called Finding Neverland. I think it was like in the early 2000s. And it was like a biopic about J.M. Barrie, who wrote
Peter
Peter
Pan.
Pan. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I did see that one.
and it starred what's his face, Johnny Depp. I'm a big Johnny Depp fan. I think Johnny Depp's excellent. So I was like, okay, I don't really like the sound of this film, but Johnny Depp's in it, so it'll be worth watching. And no, it was boring as hell. I hated it. I completely hated it. Do you remember it? Yeah. Did you like it or?
No, because I thought it would be like based off of Peter Pan, and it was like based off of the author of Peter Pan. And I'm like, I don't doubt the guy had his own life and stuff, but you made that as boring as you could.
Yes. I think
Now,
they went out of their way to make it boring as possible. Yeah.
you know, like if they'd had like Johnny Depp acting as like Captain Hook, that would have been amazing. Like funny as
Yeah.
shit.
Oh God, yeah.
Yep.
I hated that. And I don't talk to that lady friend anymore either. I've not seen her for 20 years. So,
I think it's because a couple of years earlier, and I can't remember the name of that one. There was one that was based off of the original Peter Pan, and I don't know that it was the best take on it, but they were cute. Like it wasn't geared towards me, but you know, the kids looked like they enjoyed their time playing. I don't know. But it looked like a cute version of Peter Pan, and so I liked that. It's not that I don't appreciate things that take in all the effort of trying to make it as accurate as possible. It doesn't always need to do that. It's just if you don't have the heart of the film at all, it ends up not being, I don't know, authentic, or it doesn't speak the same as the original story. And like Do I necessarily like Disney or how they handled the actor who played Peter Pan? No. But I still consider that movie to be a classic. I do.
Yeah.
And I still like it.
Sure.
You know? I don't know if it's an accurate version of Big Ben, but like I like that clock, you know? It brings back memories and like, you know.
Sure. I mean, I think the definitive version of Peter Pan for me is Hook, you know, because of Robin Williams. It's a slight
Yeah.
adaptation of Peter Pan, but you know,
I like that
um,
version too. Well, it's Robin Williams.
it's Robin Williams and Dustin Hoffman is Captain Hook. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, that was a good fun version. That's when Robin Williams was doing really good stuff, man. The Hook and Jumanji, the original Jumanji film, that was a classic as well. You know? And who was it? I was speaking to someone recently. I can't even remember who. It would have been someone in our circle somewhere. We were talking about Robin Williams was, he could be a bit schmaltzy sometimes. You're sort of what's this Dead Poet Society and Patch Adams and things like that. They were kind of.
He tried to
Yeah,
be serious. Yeah.
yeah, and it didn't really take advantage of his particular skill set, which kind of yeah. I mean, the films are still good. Yeah, people still like those films, but I prefer this kind of more upbeat kind of stuff, more off the wall kind of stuff. So
It Yeah, it's one of those things where like he was so good at his impressions. It's not that I don't appreciate that he wanted to do more serious things too, but like he was so good at it. Like I think one of the last things I remember with him is actually Happy Feet 2 because
Oh,
he
wow.
plays one of the penguins in those and yeah, he still has those one-liners in it and I hope he was as big of a pain in the ass for them to draw as he was as the genie. Yeah.
Yeah, Aladdin was great as well. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's another one I actually saw in a theater. It was Aladdin. I think I saw that one twice in the theater as well for some reason. Um,
Yeah, he was able to do so many different impersonations so quickly and so flawlessly that like he's a totally different personality for a few seconds and the animators at Disney drew every single one of those or as many as they could because like they're like shit do we leave this in? Well, look at us laughing. Yeah, leave it in.
yeah, see, I don't think I've seen Happy Feet 2. I definitely have seen the first one, but I don't think I don't think I ever got around to the second one. I guess. Um,
It was cute. I mean, it's more of the penguins. It's a little bit more like Happy Feet's son ends up with a voice that's a little bit more like his mom's, and he can't really dance, and he runs away because he thinks his dad's not. I don't know. I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing through. I was cheating because I don't really want to support. I'm freaking real. I didn't want to support Disney, so I watched it in clips on YouTube.
no,
I don't
that's
know
fair.
exactly what the fight was about, but it kind of looked like, oh, well, Dad's not going to accept me because my singing's different and I can't really dance the same way. And Dad's like, I don't care. I do this because this is how I express myself. You express yourself, And then there's this scene where there's like an iceberg kind of fell, so they're kind of trapped in a hole. And I think my brother's yelling at me, and I don't know why.
Oh no. Okay.
Is he? No, okay. Sometimes he's talking to people and sometimes he's talking to me, and I'm just like, I don't know. But I think they were taking from an actual story. Like National Geographic's had a story about penguins that got caught after an avalanche, and They weren't supposed to do this, but they did kind of dig them out because they were like, I know this is like an act of nature, but they just broke their oath and dug them out anyway. I'm like, good for you.
Is that a prime directive thing? We're not allowed to interfere. What?
It's one of those things where when National Geographic does stuff, they try not to interfere with nature's way of going about things, because sometimes it's like you might be watching a seal eat a penguin.
Okay,
You know,
yeah.
and you might feel really bad for that. You will feel bad for that penguin. But if you saved every penguin, you're not going to have any seals left.
Right, yes.
So some
Well,
things you actually kind of have to. It's the same with like lions and stuff. Like they will eat gazelles in front of you. You can't save the gazelle. That's just how it is.
sure.
You know, sometimes it's the lion. Well, the lion wasn't doing very well. He was kicked out by the pride. He's really sick. He's not doing very well. But he went to a watering hole. Do you know what's in the watering hole? Alligators.
Yeah. Yeah.
They need to eat too. So you could be like, I really like lions, but you can't pick the lion over the alligator because you like the lion more.
I mean, yeah. that would be most people's choice, wouldn't it? Because lions are furries. They're furry and they're cute. So.
Yeah. That's why they do that. It is a harsh rule because it goes against your own basic nature. But it's kind of like, well, if you're doing a real documentary of what's actually going on in nature, and you're honestly being honest to both animals, sometimes the lion wins, sometimes the alligator does.
I do feel as if there are parallels to the Prime Directive in Star Trek there, yeah. Yeah. The sort of
rules of ethics suck.
What's that?
Rule of ethics, sometimes it sucks. It's like, oh, I have to bite off a bitter pill to...
It's true.
But I appreciate when sometimes you're like, well, you know what? Avalanches are like, yes, they do happen. That doesn't mean you can't respond to that. I'll make exceptions to things that are like, well, okay, that was like an act of nature, or if you're a lawyer and you didn't want to pay out to somebody for insurance, you'd call it an act of God.
Yeah, I feel as if in that case, you're not actually disadvantaging some other animal by rescuing these penguins from that situation, and in fact, you are probably helping the environment in some way there. So yeah, I think they made a good decision on that one.
Yeah, it's clever monkey. It's like, yeah, there are rules. Actually, sometimes the rules matter.
Right.
I think this one's a little different from the rules. I mean, it was kind of like, and here's the thing, you are there, you did see it, so you can help.
Yeah, I would have thought it would be difficult to foresee every situation. That did seem like a weird sort of act of God. In which case, maybe, I don't know, who are you to go against, God or Mother Nature, I suppose. In that case, but I'd be rescuing the penguins too.
Not saying this to pick on Christy Mayers. I do remember that clip, but I'm bringing it up because it's people who try to help sea life on the coastline. That's the point. Sometimes they do a lot to try to help. Like, not always. Like, you pick up an animal, you don't know how much it suffered before or after. You release it to your best of your abilities, and maybe it has a chance. That's a good deed. I don't mind that. But some of those animals might get eaten by something else too, and that's okay too. Like, I still feel bad for them, but that's kind of our ecosystem.
You just reminded me of a story. Hold on. There was an old UK television star who got into trouble for releasing lobsters into the wild. Did you hear about this story?
No, but okay.
Yeah, he saw some lobsters in a restaurant or something, I think, and he bought them, and he was because they were live. I think he bought them, and then instead of getting them to cook the lobsters, um, yeah, he released them into the ocean, and then he got criticized for doing that because it was going to change it was going to change the habitat or whatever. Hang on, not everyone's criticized for releasing lobsters.
At best, there's a really good chance he just killed those lobsters. That's what I've been told by the mariners. That like if you
Yeah.
just release them, like the water is almost toxic to them. Like they have to kind of reintroduce them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the lobsters were probably doomed from whatever way. Um, right. So Noel Edmonds, he used to be a radio DJ, and then he became like a massive TV star in the UK in the 80s and 90s. And he had a show on like Saturday night called Noel's House Party, and it was like a variety show, and he was massively popular. He would do like Christmas Day broadcasts and stuff like that. You know. But since then, he has sort of retired and gone to live in somewhere in Europe, I think. Does it actually say where? Oh, Isle of Man. Okay, so Isle of Man is. Oh, okay. The Isle of Man is between the UK and Ireland. So anyway, Noel Edmonds faced significant backlash, dubbed Lobstergate. After it's always a gate, isn't it? Lobstergate. After posting a video of himself and his wife Liz Davies releasing 2 live lobsters purchased from a farm shop in the Isle of Man back into Peel Harbour. While Edmonds claimed they acted out of discomfort seeing the crustaceans confined, critics and marine experts argued the move was cruel and ecologically dangerous. The controversy centred on several key concerns. Low survival rates. Experts and social media users noted that stressed, captive bred lobsters are rarely equipped to survive in the wild, likely leading to death by starvation or predation. Biosecurity risks. Marine biologists warn that releasing non-native or captive lobsters could introduce diseases or parasites to local populations and disrupt the native ecosystem. And then legal and economic impact. Critics pointed out that such actions can be illegal under the Wildlife and Countryside Act and may encourage restaurants to stock more lobsters anticipating public releases. I don't know if
Pretty
that
much.
sentence makes sense.
Yeah, all of that, like pretty much all of that.
Yeah. And despite the fury, Noel Edmonds initially dismissed the criticism as coming from stupid, ignorant, and toxic people, though he later conceded that the lobsters likely did not survive and that he may have only delayed the inevitable. The incident drew a split response, with PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, praising the couple's compassion for saving the animals from being boiled alive. While the shop owner defended their intentions and the local origin of the lobsters. So, yes, Noel Edmonds fucked up as the upshot of all that. So.
It's so I know I'm being anecdotal, but I remember very much watching a channel who went by the name Leon the Lobster because the guy, as an experiment, wanted to see if he could just keep one. So yeah, he bought one from a store and he built a tank system for it, made sure that it had the right water, and introduced it slowly and fed it better seafood than most people will ever see in their life. And he kept that guy for at least, I'd say, 3 to 4 years. And
Really?
it grew, like it shed a few times. Like it went from like a $10 lobster to something that looked like maybe $20. Like I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm saying because like that's like weight. But like it grew in size, and you know the thing did all right. Like it was still willing to probably snip him and stuff, but like it knew that that was the guy giving it food, it recognized him. Like, it was almost like a sea puppy to a certain degree. But it was just an experiment. So it's like, if you really wanted to care for something, actually put effort into studying, well, what are its needs? Well, he spent a lot on seafood because they eat a lot. They'll eat anything. Honestly, like, he was giving them like clams and shrimp and what are they called? Mussels, the white thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so like they probably do eat better than we do but they're ocean bottom feeders, so that, yeah, they'll eat anything. That's what they do. They just
What did he call the lobster?
Leon.
Leon, right? Yes, Leon. Okay.
Yeah, Leon the lobster. He did all right. Like, it's just the lobster died because of natural causes. It was in the middle of a shed, and it got stuck.
Ooh.
A lot of lobsters die because of those sheds. It's it's the same with crabs and a lot of insects. They just, if they don't make it through that last shed, they get trapped, and then they suffocate or they starve. So,
right, yeah.
But like, for something that had a real life, like, that lobster, like, he went from like a regular tank to a tank that took up 2/3 of the room, because I mean, you make a channel out of it. People liked it. It was, weird take on a animal that most people don't think about, and
Oh, for sure.
surprisingly cute lobster. Like, I don't doubt it would pinch me, but
Yeah, well, I was going to say, is it as cute as Pinchy the lobster from The Simpsons? Pinchy. I remember like Homer eating Pinchy and like crying while he was eating it. It was man.
I think it's one of those human things that we do. It's like looking at a cat and thinking that you see sarcasm on a cat's face. Because lobsters have the antennae that they do, sometimes they'll tilt them or move them in such a way where it does kind of look like they're judging you. They're not. They're not thinking anything at all, but that head movement.
Right.
So yeah, he had people who followed him because this lobster was just, did that. Just,
sort of a natural instinct to sort of anthropomorphize animals generally, isn't it? When you're talking to them, you want to believe that you're communicating with them on a being to being level, and therefore you will sort of anthropomorphize the eye stalks or whatever. Yeah, the antennae.
I mean, the reality of it is probably that Leon liked the guy because he gave him food. Like, I mean, he was giving him pretty decent food, even for a lobster. So, like, I would like you too. Like, I don't know that it's anything personal, but like, if you kept feeding me like top tier meals, like,
I mean, do you think that lobsters have got like emotions, like liking something or
food?
Or,
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose, yeah, like just liking food. But would they recognize that the food was coming from a human sort of thing, and sort of they would look for the human to?
It's one of those things where, like, I would have to see that behavior from more than one lobster to really know that. Like, I think it's like with dogs and cats or birds and stuff. You could tell when a cat or a dog is being affectionate towards you. Are they telling you why? They could just like you. You fed them something good today, and they just like you. I mean, you might be their best friend, or who knows? Maybe they are just into you because you give them cookies all the time. Like, I don't know. But
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
do think that they do express emotions, and they do express sadness. They do.
Yeah, we've sort of lived long enough with like cats and dogs as pets that we can read their emotions more easily, I think, than something like trying to read a lobster, and that's a bit weird.
I mean, I think it's
Yeah.
funny. Like, I play off of that as like, yeah, this is imagination land, but I can understand the jokes of it. Like, I've even drawn lobsters like that with the antennae being deliberately crooked or something so it looks more sarcastic.
Right.
I don't think they're being sarcastic. It's something like barely above the level of a bug because it is a bug.
Hang on, what kind of pictures are we talking about? Have you done? Are we talking something that looks like Sebastian from like The Little Mermaid or something?
No,
Armored
I'm more inclined to doing something like. So I'm not that big into SpongeBob SquarePants, but I admit the crab is funny.
Okay.
So like I'll do something with like bug eyes or like it'll still be based off the animal, but I don't mind doing the odd thing where I'm like that's funny. Like
Yeah, actually, come to think of it, we don't see enough of your art. You should post more drawings.
I mean I could pick something. I got stuff. Let's see. Go to name an avatar. Browse.
Does like Noise Pollution not have like an art channel or something? I'm sure I'm on a Discord somewhere that's got an art channel. Yeah, Noise has got an artwork channel.
Yeah, I posted stuff there before. Brother when he laughs. I'm not mad, it's just like he's got several kinds of laughs. There's one where it's like something he saw is probably inappropriate and I don't want to know. Not saying it's not funny. It probably is very funny, but I'm like, I'm probably better off not knowing. I do that to him too. It's like, do I send this one to shock and horrify him, or do I keep that as a secret?
I mean, I guess I'm in sort of a privileged position that I live completely by myself. So no one, I can't bother anyone. No one can bother me. I can just play video games, and that's a thing that I can do, and don't disturb anyone. Well, I try not to.
Huh. I don't remember where I put them. Dang it. I mean, I know where my otter picture is, but and that works. I don't use that one.
I'm a hopeless artist. My mum is she's a great artist. I should try and find some pictures that my mum did and send you them. Because she used to do what do you call them? Commissions. She used to get commissioned to do portraits of people's pets. Nice bit of alliteration there. She used to do portraits of people's pets, and it was generally dogs. People wanted like a little watercolor or a colored pencil portrait of their dog. And my mum was quite good at that. Her main thing was she used to be good at painting horses. That was her favorite thing. Was hey. There you go. Yes, no, these are this is a very expressive otter. We like
So I comboed this. Like I probably use the wrong historical figure. I do know there's at least one American listening to this, but I wanted something from the Civil War and George Washington's time. And then I was judging George Washington's coat, and I admit I was judging Benedict's coat, and I was like, Benedict's wearing a lot of black in this picture. I can draw that because there's a hell of a lot less details. So I borrowed his coat to adorn this otter. It wasn't personal, although I did make it a joke for the guy I drew it for because, he hangs out with a couple of Brits, and I'm like, well, I don't know, man. Maybe, and he likes the Benedict eggs. I know they're not, related, but he does like those. So I was like, well, I'll make a joke. But no, I just did it because it was easier to draw.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, I see. I'll need to. I think I've got a few of my mum's pictures Like I took photographs of them, and I could I'll send you them on Discord or something. But yeah, she always liked painting horses, and there's a famous painter who used to paint horses called the painter was called Stubbs. Have you heard of this guy Stubbs? Yeah, he
I
used to
think I
paint.
do, but I don't know if it's for the paintings or the drawings because I remember that my dad gave me some drawing books, and I think they were Stub. Like it was the structure of how to draw, and I don't know if they're the same people.
Stubbs painting value. George Stubbs. He's from like the 1700s.
Maybe not then. I must
Yeah,
be
maybe
thinking of
a different thing. I guess my mum kind of studied this kind of thing, back at school or whatever. And she always thought that Stubbs was horrible at painting horses, even though he was very famous for it. And to be honest, I kind of agree with her. And I think my mum does better pictures of horses than Stubbs did. um, but
just too technical, or
there's some hard to explain. I think Stubbs's horses are very. I think their proportions are a little bit off, and honestly, that could be a deliberate sort of choice, Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Oh, let's open image in new tab. Save. Save images. Oh, no, right, okay. I mean, I may be biased, Obviously, I'm going to say, yeah, I think my mum does better pictures than some guy from the 1700s, because she's my mum. But honestly, I think she always had a point. Let's see. Sorry, folks. Technological stuff going on. Add image. New image. Screenshots. I really need to tidy up these screenshot folder. Here we go. Here we go. So this is a Stubbs picture. No, don't stretch. Shit, fuck. No.
oh gosh, yeah, no, it's a monster horse.
I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Edit, undo that. There. Okay, right. Well, fit to screen. I meant fit to screen. Transform fit to screen. Right. Okay. So that is yes. This is a Stubbs picture called Luster, held by a groom. And it was painted in 1762 by the artist George Stubbs. And yeah, there's something about the proportions that looks off. It looks like a sort of, like a spindly thing, a malnourished horse or something,
Yeah.
And yeah, my mum, she always, she always said she loved painting horses, and she hated the way that George Stubbs painted horses, and I think that's what sort of, I think that's why she enjoyed painting them so much, was because she thought her horses were better looking than this famous artist.
Well, I mean, you look up at the face, and I'm like, did you put any flesh on it? Like, I understand it had a skull, but you should put some like muscle and then some lips and maybe some skin.
It does look like a skull, doesn't it? Yeah, you mentioned it. Sorry, it's so small, but I cannot full screen it. I cannot
Well-
full screen it. But yeah, I'll see.
Like, I wonder
Yeah,
if he
no,
did that. Like, did he start with bone structure and then fill it out? Because I'm like, I mean, bone structure does matter, but so does everything else. Like,
yes. So I'll see if there's any other kind of example. I've seen. Let's see. Is there a later one maybe? I mean, they're all as bad. Give me see. I think you'll notice a sort of a pattern with these, honestly. Ads, image. Yeah. Like, this is the same picture. Images to transform screen. Right. This is a different picture, although I think you'd be forgiven for thinking it's kind of the same picture. This one is called Detail of a Favourite Hunter of John Frederick Sackville. Yeah. Can I do a side by side on this? I think I can.
whew.
Look at that. So, right, this is the same artist.
He still doesn't know how to do a head. Or a neck.
It does look a little bit more better detailed, but still the proportions are all weird. The front legs, yeah, don't really
It's
work.
missing a leg, too. Like, he's trying to hide it behind the first one, and I'm like, you're missing a leg, though.
Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? It's a weird one. So yeah. So yeah, I think your otter is more fun than a George Stubbs horse.
Well, I mean, I did take a picture of an otter, and I did just source a picture of like a costume for the otter. Like, I was like, okay, well, you got to make it look like it, and I hated part of it because a lot of historical outfits have a lot more frills than what we usually wear in layers, like a lot of layers. So, like, if you're like, okay, if I'm gonna add detail to make this sort of accurate, I have to pretend like I added some details to it, which is layers.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's cute.
But I've seen a horse, and I'm like, they have lips that move a lot, actually. They're kind of funny. I like watching them try to grab food, and I'm very careful with my fingers because you don't want, like, they don't want to eat it, and you don't want them to eat them. So, and a carrot kind of is shaped a little bit like a finger.
Yes, and they have big teeth and, like you say, big blubbery lips. I have. I say I used to. My mum used to do it again. My mum used to do a thing called riding for the disabled. It was like a charity thing.
Yeah.
And so I went along with her a few times for that. And so yes, I've interacted with horses a few times, and yeah, gosh, they're quite intimidating, and in person, sort of thing. Their size is quite intimidating. But they're gentle giants. They're so gentle. It's kind of crazy. As long as you treat them right and you don't stand behind them and pull their tail or some shit.
Well, I think it's a lot of species that can't really interact with you with their feet. Like a dog and a cat to a certain degree kind of can. Like a dog can kind of poke at you with their paw. Horses can't do that. So a lot of their communication with you is their mouth.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, but it's not so much, they can be intimidating, but I think it is the size thing, because even if they're a gentle giant, we're still aware that they can hurt us. You know, if they step on your foot, there's a good chance you've broken a lot of your foot.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, so it's not that they do it on purpose. Like, they don't want to step on you. Like, ew, your foot. Like, they'd rather step on the ground. But you know, like, kind of like, I don't like to step on my dog or my cat's feet. Sometimes, like, shit happens. And then you're like, you apologize, and they don't really apologize, but they're like, well, stay away from my feet, you know, like.
It's true. Yeah.
It's the babies you gotta watch out for, because sometimes they'll be little punks and they'll try to kick you, and like, yeah, they hit hard. I've never been hit by one, but like, you know, I watched a couple of videos where like it was just a kid and the horse was playing around, got a little too rowdy, and just a little kick to the bum, and you could hear that slap. Kid's okay, but like, I don't doubt they had a horseshoe on their bum.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like horses. Horses are cool.
I couldn't keep one. I live in the city.
Yeah.
I'll stick to dogs and cats.
Well, that was it. When my mum was doing the riding for the disabled, she'd go out into the countryside, and then we would walk the disabled people around the park on the horse.
I think that's great. Like, the horses do really, really well with disabled people. People misunderstand me when I say this. I consider them to be really clever, like a dog, in terms of understanding us to a certain degree. And maybe it's just our relationship with horses. Like, yeah, we don't use them anymore, but they used to be a reliable part of how we functioned. So, like, a relationship between, like, I don't mean weird stuff like the woke would be. Relationship between animal and human is just, you kind of have a bonding understanding of each other, you know, and it's, you feed me, you protect me, you keep weather from making my life more horrible. I give you a ride to another town.
Right.
But those very same horses, like, when you realize how much they are attached to you, they'll still protect you. Like, amount of stories I've heard from, like, you guys don't have coyotes, but the amount of stories here where, like, yeah, a horse will protect you from a coyote. They'll do their best against a wolf, but the problem is a wolf will have bigger pack. And they'll do just fine because they're capable of it. Like, they can kick a dog in the face. That's kind of why we keep horses, is because before we actually had this big bond with wolves that turned into dogs, wolves are happy to eat us too. I like wolves a lot. I'm just saying that I'm aware that, you know, in the wrong place where they don't know what a human is and they're hungry, like, I'm sorry. They might not be friendly to me.
Reminded me of, I think they actually reintroduced wolves somewhere. Hold on,
If it's Yellowstone, they still resent us.
Right? Ow. Oh, right. Okay. No, they didn't. Okay. So I hallucinated that. Okay. I thought they'd actually reintroduced wolves into Scotland. Maybe they were going to, and everyone complained and said, "No, don't do that. That sounds like a crazy idea."
If it's the dire wolf thing, she left out a lot in that story. So what she did is she changed out like maybe 20 of the genetics of these wolves, and they all seem to be like for things that are visual. And I'm like, that doesn't necessarily make them a dire wolf. Not saying that she didn't have anything there that could be dire wolf, but I'm like that because
right. Yeah, a little exaggerated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have mixed feelings on it. Like, there's some times where I think the introduction of something might be okay, but at the same time, it's like it doesn't always work out the way you think. Because when you're reintroducing something, you have to take into account our current day is different from when they existed, which means everything alive, a lot of it didn't exist back then, and a lot of what they lived with doesn't exist now either. So,
Yeah. You know, there have been people talking about reintroducing wolves into Scotland, which is why I thought that maybe they had done it. But the there's apologize for just reading stuff out, but I do not know this information. I'm just finding it out myself. While the last confirmed wild wolf was killed in 1680, there has been significant ongoing discussion and proposals from conservationists and rewilding advocates to bring them back. Proponents argue that reintroducing wolves would help control the overabundant red deer population, which currently prevents the natural regeneration of native Caledonian forests and hinders climate change mitigation efforts. Wow. So they've got to bring back wolves to prevent climate change.
they might just want wolves. I could just see some weirdo being like, I just want a wolf.
Some studies, including research from the University of Leeds, suggest that a small population of wolves could allow native woodlands to expand and sequester significant amounts of carbon dioxide. I mean, that's what they are. They're saying, oh, wolves will save the environment. I mean, I guess. Despite public interest in scientific modelling supporting the ecological benefits of wolf reintroduction, the political and agricultural resistance remains strong. Concerns primarily focus on potential threats to livestock, particularly sheep. No, not the sheep. And the complexities of coexistence. I mean, we do have a lot of problems of coexistence in the UK right now, that's fair to say, yes. Consequently, while wolves exist in Scottish zoos and wildlife parks, they remain absent from the wild, and no official reintroduction licenses have been granted. So, so yes, they were thinking about bringing back wolves, but yeah, they so far decided against it. Eh. I mean, it would be. I mean, I can see why there would be objections to it, you know. But yeah, like you say, in a modern country, it's hard to see how wolves would survive in the wild. You know, I mean, it's not. Scotland's not that big a place, and their forests are probably not as big as they used to be back in the day. So
it's also like, where are they supposed to live? Like, I know, like, they'll just dump them there and they'll deal with the deer and stuff.
Yeah.
Wolves still need a habitat. Like, they don't just live in the trees. They build dens, yeah.
Yeah.
Are they building dens in, like, Scotland? Like, I don't doubt you have places they could dig into, but, like...
Yeah. Well, I mean, they are still in zoos apparently, so I guess that's all we're the only wolves we're getting. To check, are there still Scottish wildcats? Me. Yeah, Scottish wildcats still exist in Scotland, though they are critically endangered and on the brink of extinction. Estimates suggest only 100 to 300 pure wildcats remain in the wild, primarily in the Highlands. So it's amazing, actually, when you see pictures of the Scottish wildcat, it just looks like a cat.
They are. They are, but they're wild. Like they'll. I've heard stories that they'll tear into you.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it looks like kind of an angry cat. Let's hang on, open image. Oh, that's a yeah.
It's Grumpy Cat. That's where the origins of Grumpy Cat comes from.
This cat doesn't look grumpy. This looks. Oh, gosh.
Badly hissed off. Okay.
Yes, it looks raging, pure raging. This is a raging cat. This is not a grumpy cat. Hold on. Ah, this image. I will get faster at this. But yeah. I mean, it looks pretty wild, right?
Yeah. Oh, they look wild. Oh, yeah, definitely. It looks like something that somebody with a witch would have, and they'd have, they'd be that angry too. Yep.
They look kind of angry. You're not going to see that cat playing a keyboard.
I don't know. He might accomplish a cat scratch.
Yeah, cat scratch fever. So yeah, apparently there are somewhere between 100 and 300 of those fuckers running around the Highlands. Good to know, actually. I'm going to bear that in mind. I got it doesn't look quite as angry in this other picture. I think this is a collage of two different cats. This image, add image, browse. Clickety click, 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 click. There it is. Yeah.
Because they look like tabbies.
They basically do, this sort of, yeah, there's a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can see a little bit of sort of big cat, sort of tigery stuff going on in there in the markings, I guess, as well. A little bit.
Like, don't get me wrong. If it was a bigger animal and a shorter tail, I would say bobcat. Because
yeah. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, they really aren't that much bigger than domestic cats. As far as I know, they're not that much bigger than domestic cats. So yeah, we're not talking about even like pumas or something like that. It just looks like a domestic house cat. But,
I think maybe a lot of people have just had a lot of really good luck with cats. Because it's one encounter with one that decides it wants to take it out on you. Like maybe you got too close to some cat with kittens and they were like, I don't trust you.
Yeah.
Or they just didn't trust you, or they might have been, like a stray, like proper stray. They were born on the streets, don't know humans at all. A cat will fuck you up.
Yes. Yeah, their claws are unreasonably sharp. When you compare it to like dogs and stuff, yeah, cats are. They are. needly. They've got that kind of real jaggy thing going.
Like, yeah, they don't want to get eaten, and I actually kind of understand why they're like that. Like a lot of things, like the wolves that they want to introduce, yeah, they'll eat those cats.
Oh yeah.
So like Rhoda being like, yeah, my cat will tear into a fox. Yeah, you want them to do that because spicy cat there is more likely to protect himself than cute fat little regular tabby at home, who's
Yeah.
just happy to sleep in your lap and be like, feed me. I mean, the stairs all the same, but feed me.
Do you get foxes in Canada as well? Did we have that? Did we talk about this before? Yeah, I think we did.
Yeah, we got a lot of different foxes. We got the red ones, and red ones and black ones are in the same species. They just have a different fur color. But we do have some like Arctic foxes and things like that too.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. You get like proper variety of fox. I take it. I mean, do you get urban foxes and stuff as well? Raiding bins and stuff.
We're more likely to get urban coyotes than foxes. Coyotes are a fair bit bigger than foxes. And they do sometimes pack up. Like sometimes you'll get the singular ones who are like they like to be alone, but when they pack up, that's when you have problems. And they do that sometimes in the cities. And sometimes catch and release works, and sometimes people don't understand that it just doesn't, and you have to deal with them because if they need to eat, they're going to eat your pets.
Right. Yeah. And maybe the place I'm in. If we get urban foxes, they'll just walk around and see humans, and they'll just kind of look at you and carry on their way. They don't care. Same as this. They're not quite as bad as the urban pigeons. Like pigeons will come up to you while you're eating your chips, and they'll steal. They'll be like, "Oh, you, he's a chip." They've got that look in their eye.
They're like be a pal. Share.
Right. But yeah, no, foxes aren't like that. Foxes know you're not going to feed them or something like that, so they'll just kind of look at you and go. No, some people do feed them. Actually, that's a lie. They'll leave stuff, in a saucer out the back of the house or something.
I was watching a few people figure out which cat foods were okay for the foxes, and I'm like, I don't think that's okay, but I understand. I would have a hard time too. It's knowing that it's irresponsible, but
Yes.
It's one of those ones where like I understand why they should remain wild, but at the same time I understand why people could domesticate some foxes because the ones that end up as actual pets, there's still
Yeah, I think I saw someone, like a YouTube video of someone that had a fox for a pet, and I think I've seen a few of those.
It's the thing with humans and animals. Sometimes we do form a bond, and it's not that I know that we should encourage that. It's just it's happened, and foxes do come from the canine family. And my understanding, I don't know if this is true or not. I got this from somebody, but Chihuahuas have more relations to foxes than necessarily dogs. I don't know if that's true, but I could see that because there's some foxes where you're like, you kind of do look like, like a wild fox, like a desert fox. I can't remember what they're called, but.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. Fox.
Yeah, I can't remember what they're called, but yeah, they're like.
Oh, fennec.
Yeah, fennecs.
Yes. Yeah, they're kind of wild. Like it looks like something out of like Star Wars or something. Actually, with those ears. And actually, now I'm looking at these, I'm not sure if these are AI or not.
Let's see. That's a
Mm.
good point.
Yeah, I think some of these are. Artificially generated. That's a shame. You go looking for an image and.
Some of them look like they're not even okay. So it's not something you see every day, but every once in a while in North America, and I mean that because like the US has their own version of it, we have our own. You get something where you're like, is that a taxidermy?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that as well here, for sure.
Like there was a running gag with a fox based off of that. Like he's all in a chair with a stogie, and a lot of people used him as like a pun for poker.
Yeah, that'd be good. This one looks like a real photo. Never mind.
We got 15 more minutes before it ends, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes, that's all the time coming up. I'm like, well, I mean, we've nearly made it to the end.
Like I
Yes.
wouldn't just flat out quit, but like maybe to think about like outros or something, because at least the YouTube will end. And when Rhoda wakes up tomorrow, he can decide what he wants to do. We ended okay.
Yeah.
Rhoda went missing. We don't know what happened.
Yeah, we do. He's handcuffed to his radiator.
We sent out the royal mail, so we'll know in a couple weeks.
Alice handcuffed into the radiator. Now she's on the run. She's a fugitive from the police. And yeah. Desert Fox. Here we go.
They're cute.
That looks like a real picture. That doesn't look like an AI. A lot of them look like AIs. So that one looked all right. All right. So yeah. Just do an outro, and we'll have to leave Iris sort of floating in space by himself for the last few minutes. So yeah, okay. Like Jen, do an outro. What have you got?
Well, it's Friday.
Friday.
I think I'll just watch something. Like I do have buddies that I sometimes hang out with. Sometimes I'll just watch the show, but my head's kind of building up to a headache for some reason. And I think it's just my weather changes here, and sometimes my head feels it, and I'm like, okay, you'll be fine in 5 minutes, right? No? Okay. But I also have food I should eat too, so I'm like, maybe that'll help. But I think I'll go watch some stuff. But next week I will be back on Noise's show, because I do that on Mondays, and sometimes I've been doing it on Thursdays too. I'm not sure when Rhoda's gonna be back on, but his Discord's open to us, so like I just check that, and like if he's available, like hey, we'll do it.
Yeah.
No worries,
Yeah,
Rhoda. We know that you're tired and stressed, and in all honesty, it looked like it was still hot, and I was like, shit, is it still hot?
Yes. Well, I'm in Scotland, so I can't possibly say how bad it is in down south there, but yeah, no, we do understand, Rhoda. If you need sleep, you're a busy man, so you should recognize your limits, and yeah, try and catch up on some rest.
It doesn't hurt to actually shorten your show sometimes anyway. Like if you know that you have a time limit, like 2 hours is okay. You know, like my show on the Minions is an hour because like Terry and I are different time zones, and he's coming from Australia and like I'm from Canada, so very different time zones. It's okay to shorten things, and a lot of programs are shorter. So it depends on you and what topics you have, and you know. But it's up to you, Rhoda. We're here for you, and no worries.
I keep meaning to show up to the Minions on Wednesday, but I think it's on kind of at a time when I end up just falling asleep before it, unfortunately. So it's a shame because I like Terry as well. He's kind of based. The last couple of times I heard him, I was like, yeah, no, I like that guy. He knows the score.
He knows the score, and he does have a different take on it. Like he's a little bit more to the point with some things. And I like that about him because like I admit sometimes I get a little bit more emotional, and then he's like, nah, you don't need to do that. Oh, okay. And it's not a bad thing. It's like, are you being practical? The answer is no.
Yeah. That's why I think I liked him, because he did have, he came across as way more, he'd thought about these things and came from a place of logic. He'd logically thought these things through, and I appreciated that. I definitely appreciated that when I was listening to him.
He is funny as shit on a Jackbox too.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was thinking about buying some of those. They were on sale, and I was like, I don't know. I would never have anyone to play them with. So,
it's also, I think, a lot of the mix packs. Sometimes you can pick them, and sometimes you can't. And I'm like, I don't always like every game.
Yeah, what are the good games and what are the what are the awkward games? 'Cause some of them are a little, this game's a bit awkward. It doesn't really work. I know what you mean. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I'll do my outro, which is thanks chat. If anyone's still in chat, thank you for being here. And I'll probably catch up with you guys on Noise's show on Monday. And that's it. And like I said to Rhoda, get some rest if you need some rest, man. Jeez. You're pushing yourself too hard, man. The engines can't take it, Captain.
Yeah, and I agree with you, R2. Thank you to the audience that's still remaining. We don't know who that is anymore because I think people stopped talking after you, R2. But we do appreciate that you guys came out, and we appreciate that you guys stuck out, even though and yeah, I'm not ragging on your Rhoda, but like you did go, so like that you guys stuck out for us, like that we can entertain you while Rhoda went to sleep or had computer problems or whatever happened. I don't know. And
handcuffed to a radiator. I'm telling you, he's handcuffed to the radiator.
It's a funnier story. I mean,
that's my head canon. That is that's the deep blower.
It'd be cute to visualize too, because she's so cute.
Yes, she's cute, but that's to hide. That's to hide the darkness under the skin.
Well, that's the void. That's the joy of a void cat.
Yeah, totally. All right. Well, yes, I guess I'm going to head off now, and we shall leave you with the Rhoda's test card down there.
I wish we could do that. I'm sorry, Rhoda, we can't. Oh, he's muted too.
Yes.
I knew he was, but okay, so yeah, there's no outro music, guys. Just pretend it's the faggot song. Yeah, the canned juicy can of meatballs with sauce that's mildly seasoned.
Yes.
Brains face.
And on that note, thanks, Jen.
You're
We did our best, and thanks, Rhoda. We'll talk to you soon, sir. And see you later, chat. I'm off.
Have a good one, guys. Yeah, I gotta get food. Have a good one.
Hey, have a good night.
And click.
Bye.
Yep, that's my. Got it.